Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Good morning.
I'd like to call the Nash County Board of Commissioners for May the 3rd, 2021 to order at this time. I will say it is great to see the number of people in the audience today. It's by far our largest crowd at one of our meetings since COVID began about 14 months ago. And we are delighted that we're able to let this many people in the room now. We do ask that you keep your mask on, sit in the designated seats unless you're a family or together. And if there's some outside, which I haven't been given a note yet, I'll certainly allow those into the room at the time that we reach their particular item on the agenda. I would like to say that it is customary for our Board of Commissioners to begin each one of our meetings with a prayer and a pledge of allegiance to the flag. And during the prayer, you're welcome to stand and join the board in the prayer. You're welcome to use this time to have your own prayer where you are, or you could certainly use it for a moment of silence, whichever you so desire. And at this time, I'd like to call on Commissioner Sue Leggett for the invocation, and then Wayne Outlaw for the pledge. Thank you. Ms. Leggett.
Let us pray. Dear Lord, as we gather to conduct the business of Nash County, we thank you for the countless blessings as we gather today, including safety and health. Lord, please be with those who need your healing hand, affirmation of the Spirit, or just a helping hand. We ask for your guidance, grace, and wisdom here today. All of these things we ask in your precious and holy name. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Would you join us in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Commissioner Leggett, Commissioner Outlaw. We're now on item 4 on the agenda, which is the minutes for the past month. We did have 4 meetings. April the 5th, which was our regular meeting. We had a recess meeting on the 19th, and then this past Thursday night, we had a recess meeting, joint meeting with the Nash County School Board as well as the Nash County Community College Board. You have those minutes, and I think one of them you received in a paper form or by email. It may be on the iPad as well, but at this time I'd entertain a motion to amend the minutes, approve them as they are, or make any corrections.
Move for approval.
Have a motion to approve all 3 sets of minutes. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Wells. Any questions on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? The minutes stand approved. Item 5 is a public comment agenda item, and what this is, ladies and gentlemen, is a item on the agenda by which, if you're here today and want to speak to the Board of Commissioners about any item that is not otherwise on the agenda, this is the time that you would do that. If you're here for any public hearing that's here on the agenda, we'd ask that you wait till that time to come forward. And we do have a sign-up time out front before the meeting that you would sign up to speak during public comment. I did have 3 speakers sign up today. I'm going to take those in the order that they signed up. But if there's someone else here today that wishes to speak to the board about an item that's not on the agenda that just didn't realize you needed to sign up, I'd certainly be glad for the board to hear from you. You can just come up and let us know. During all public hearings today, we will have the microphone area cleaned between each speaker, or we'll do it with an ultraviolet light. So as you approach the stand, give Megan, is that you back there? Okay, couldn't quite see you. But if you would give her a chance to come up and clean the podium between each speaker, we'd greatly appreciate that. And at this time, the first speaker that signed up was Miss Dorothy Battle. Miss Battle, we'd be glad to hear from you this time, ma'am. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Good morning, giving honor to God for our presence in this Commissioners Board. My name is Dorothy Gibson Battle, 13343 Taylor Store Road, Nashville, NC, 27856. I am before you today about a noise ordinance violation. I have been coming before this board for 10 months now with the same complaint. Ted Williams, illegal firearms training range in our community, formerly Yard Dog Firearms Training, now called Force. Please Google Force Firearms Training Ted Williams for more information. Since 2017, he or his associates shoot from a site on Taylor Store Road near my home. He shoots as long and as often as he likes, bringing the sounds of a war zone with his guns and centerfire rifles, while he lives in a quiet, peaceful home at the corner of King George Avenue and Queen Anne Court in Nashville. He or his associates were here Saturday and yesterday. Officials have known about his activities since 2015, and I have complained since 2017 about him at the site on Taylor Store Road. He is relentless and continues to shoot and traumatize us as he pleases. I will read a brief portion of the original letter of violation sent to Mr. Williams in 2018 and the landowner Tammy Peel. And yet, as of yesterday, his self-declared illegal firearms training goes on and on. From the letter, the Nash County Planning and Inspection Department received complaints on April 4th, 2018 and May 15, 2018 regarding the use of a property listed in the ownership of Tammy Francis Peel and located on the east side of Taylor Store Road for a commercial outdoor shooting range by Yard Dog Incorporation Firearms Training without the approval of a special use permit issued by the Nash County Board of Adjustments as required in the A1 Agriculture Zoning District by the Nash County Unified Development Ordinance. Mr. Ted Williams of Yard Dog Firearms Training was previously cited by Nash County with a notice violation dated April 20, 2015 for the operation of a commercial outdoor shooting range without the proper permit at 2125 Cabin Path Lane, Nashville, NC. This correspondence serves as an official notice that the use of this property for a commercial outdoor shooting range without an approved special use permit is a violation of Article 16, Section 9-3, subsection 9-31, Table 9-31 of the Nash County Unified Development Ordinance. Mr. Ted Williams replied that he saw no need to apply for a permit, and he continues to traumatize our community unchecked, unrestricted, as he chooses. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Battle. Our next speaker is Cephas Ray. Good morning, Mr. Ray.
Good morning. Good morning, fellow commissioners.
Good morning.
Other commissioners, y'all say, manager. I'm here again about the senior center. I'd like again to say it's nice to be politically correct. It's, in today's society, refer to us as elders, seniors, people over 55, in some cases, over 60 in most cases. And some people can refer to us as older or elder, and it don't bother me a bit. So as far as
Understand, sir.
age, I mean, look up here, and I think most of you commissioners are probably in that senior range, maybe retired. And sometimes you can't see the forest for the trees. Maybe as we get older, we still think we can do things that we used to do. And you look at other people and you try to blend in with society and make rules and regulations, which our governor does, not just you and the president. But some things are just more stringent and necessary in some cases, and we all have different opinions on that. And on news media last week, I think I saw where 38% of North Carolina adults are vaccinated for the COVID now. And naturally, our elderly are in a greater percentage because we started getting vaccines sooner. And the social distancing, the mask has been going on just about the entire time of this COVID thing, which is over a year. And I'd like to see the senior center open as soon as possible. I mean, I know it could be open in 4 or 5 days. You've got a lot of things already in place, probably plastic screens, people wearing masks. But most of us, like I said, have got the COVID vaccine already. So some businesses require employees to have the COVID vaccine. So if employees at the desk don't have it, it doesn't bother me whether they have it or not. That's their prerogative, I feel like. But if y'all want to mandate that, then that's up to the commissioners also. But as you know, businesses are opening, schools are opening, and people are going back to work. And in some cases, again, the elderly are home by themselves now because people have been taking care of them and there's nobody there with them. We have the situation with people, need to find my notes now. Trying to remember that word. Anyway, depression. People depressed. Some people committed suicide during this situation. And hopefully no one in our area has, and we'd hate to see that happen. But that again is another reason to open our center. People are home by themselves now. No one to take care of them. They could be dropped off out there for an hour or two while others go shopping, whatever may take place. And also, I was continuing to come here before I saw the newsletter. And when I saw it go up in July the 7th, I just thought, why so long? This has been going on. We, as seniors, could get together. There's no point in this phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. It's not the same as a child, but people go through the scenario. If a child maybe has a rock, the parent put it down, he doesn't put it down, that's 1. Okay, put the rock down, that's 2. The child will throw you, hit you in the eye, put your eye out. Why wait to 3? I'm not saying spare the rod, spoil the child. I mean, I can go different scenario with the public on that. But we need to open this senior center. It's just that simple. I'd love to read this to you, but I don't read that well, and to read it, I've already about taken my 3 minutes up. So I think y'all get the point. And I had another little thing I was going to mention, but as I get older, I try to be a little more humble because I have been arrogant and done some things I shouldn't in the past. I'm trying to restrain some.
I think age does that too, Mr. Ray, to be honest with you, with all of us problems.
But I
But I
do
think
feel
your
like,
point's well taken, and you want them open as soon as we can get them, legally get them open.
yes, and again, the deep cleaning that y'all referring to, open Monday, Wednesday, Friday, the phases, there's times during the day there's no one there other than the workers. And then there's other times that maybe the pool room is open for 3 or 4 hours. Maybe the exercise room is not open as long during the day, but some of these things can be cleaned during the day. And then as the evening progresses on, you can close at 3 o'clock and finish the deep cleaning of the exercise room. I don't see why it can't stay open all the complete time, 5 days a week. So I'd like y'all to consider that. And as far as the mask, I don't like to wear masks. I don't prefer to wear masks, but I will if that's one of the regulations there. And again, if people want to play cards, if all those people are vaccinated, they don't want to wear the mask, and the room is separated with that divider, I don't see why they've got to wear the mask. But here again, this is me.
Understand?
Y'all have regulations.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your
Appreciate
time.
you being here this morning. And I know you and everyone else realizes a lot of what we do are dictated from the state level, and we do our best to follow what they indicate we should be doing. That's all I'll say. Thank you, sir. All right, our next speaker is Jane Flowers Finch. Madam Clerk, you have Mr. Ray's information, I think, don't you? Okay. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the Nash County Commissioners. I'm Jane Flowers Finch from Raleigh, but I'm a native of Nash County, and I spend a lot of time out here with my 93-year-old mother who lives on Highway 581, 1 mile north of Bailey. She's currently at Hillcrest Rehab in Durham, suffering a fall April 11th, and been in the hospital for about 12 days. She didn't break anything, though,
That's great.
and her mind is still 110%. So I just wanted to follow up to Ms. Battle, because I've spoken to her since the last time I spoke to y'all about my concern about the firing of firearms in the rural areas of the county. I am in no way against trying to regulate the ownership of firearms or anything like that, but we do have to regulate when people are going to fire them and shoot them. And in all of our municipalities in Nash County, the best I can determine, there is a restriction that you can't fire a gun. You can't fire a gun in the city of Raleigh, where I live, in most municipalities, even small towns. But the problem we're running into, and the reason for it is just legal, because it's for the safety, health, and well-being. It's a legal standard that they can do that. Our rural areas in Nash County, where we have high-density residential areas, they need the same protections, because we've encountered my sister-in-law, who's has property right near Ridley Road that's trying to be developed, and lives right there. Her property actually comes out onto there for an entryway. People just shooting automatic weapons off their back porch in the dark of the night into her woods. And maybe it's semi-automatic weapons, and it just rapid fire for an hour or so, supposedly on the back porch, shooting right from their back porch. And then also we've had incidences where my mother is sitting on her patio in the afternoon, and it's just sitting there, and it goes on for an hour or two, and they're target shooting, and that's fine if we know what it is, but it's automatic weapons. And anytime you have a gunshot, hear a gunshot, I do, your instant reflex is, what is that? Is it a jumpy feeling? During hunting season, I grew up, you could hear people down in the woods shooting. It'd be a random, they'd shoot 2 or 3 times, and then some time would pass, they'd miss what they were trying to hunt, and then they might shoot again. But to sit there and hear rapid weapons run on for an hour or so is very, very unnerving. But not only that, it's the distance in which the trajectory for the bullets is much longer, and so they may be firing onto somebody else's property. Some of these people are shooting on property. Their property is not long enough to hit somebody else's property. And so anyway, I spoke to y'all before, and I briefly spoke to Mr. Durham. I will continue to do more research on that. I'll come back and try to give you more. I was going to talk to the Institute of Government in Chapel Hill to see what some rural counties already have limitations. You can't fire it within so many feet of a residence or something. But I just keep coming back to you because I did speak with Ms. Battle, and it continues to be a problem. And firing, target firing ranges like she's talking about, I just happened to come across an article, and I will call to your attention, and I will do more research on that. Cumberland County's had an issue with that too, and they've been trying to address that, and I was going to try to research. I may have to call somebody down there to learn more about it. And I also found an attorney in Forsyth County that knows a lot about these gun regulations, and he's an advocate of guns and hunting, but also looking at how we protect the citizens in rural areas. So I just want to call your attention to it and keep that issue out there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for being here this morning. Was there anyone else that's here that wished to speak under public comment that didn't realize they needed to sign up? Seeing no one moving.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Belfield.
this thing, noise, it's been coming before us for way over a year. And this is my opinion. We haven't done nothing to solve it or come to some resolution between whoever's doing it and the communities concerned. I think we need to get on it. Our rural populations are increasing with housing developments going on, and we need to visit this and take a look at it.
Thank you, Mr. Belfield. Noted, Mr. Lamb. You're noting that, I hope. And I know you all are working on it. And I'm not asking for a report.
I would defer to the county attorney.
Yes, we're working on it.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. The next item on our agenda is a service award, meritorious service award, and I will call on, Sheriff, are you doing this? I am, sir. Okay, please come forward. Glad to have you this morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Board. I want to take this opportunity to thank EMS and our telecommunicators for what a fine job they do. Often you see them running up and down the road and hear nothing out of them. Since COVID has hit, we don't go down into the 911 section because how instrumental that is at public safety. We have some awards here for what some of these guys have went well above and beyond what they do every day, or the expertise in what they do to save lives. I doubt 99% of the people in the county know what professional EMS and 911 we have, and we want to take this opportunity to award them for the diligence that they've had in the service and trying to save others. So we'll start. The recipients, how do you want to line them up? Okay. You want Anna Smith? You want to come around and then. This is the Meritorious Service Award for telecommunicator Anna Smith in honor and appreciation and recognition of your outstanding meritorious service and superior performance of duties in emergency dispatching for a fellow public servant, Deputy Jared Allison, following a serious motor vehicle collision on US 301 South at the intersection of Bay Drive, the evening of November 26, 2020. We must remember this was on Thanksgiving when a lot of people are off. These people are out here serving. For the honor of the Nash County Sheriff's Office and the citizens of Nash County, to present the telecommunicator Anna Smith with the Meritorious Service Award for outstanding performance of duties under unusual difficult circumstances. This lady maintained her composure, called out calls, and summons 911 in the death or the demise of one of our deputies. I want to commend you and thank you for your service of what you do every day. Thank you.
Sheriff.
Okay.
Mr. Edwards, do you want this arranged any different way, or are you okay? Okay.
What about afterwards, if we just all stand up and take a picture then from there? Yeah, I think that'll work better. This is another Meritorious Service Award for Donnie Pittman. We should have put Captain up there, but we got it. Telecommunicator Supervisor in honor and appreciation and recognition for the outstanding meritorious service and superior performance and duties of emergency dispatching for a fellow public servant, Deputy Jared Allison, following the serious motor vehicle accident on November 26, 2020. This is in honor of Nash County Sheriff's Office and the citizens of Nash County to present this telecommunicator supervisor, Donnie Pittman, for the Meritorious Service Award for outstanding performance of duties under the unusually difficult circumstances. Thank you. Thank you. What's that? Okay. This is Meritorious Service Award for Telecommunicator FTO, which is the Field Training Officer, Emily Wichard. If you would. This FTO position is the field training, is the backbone of teaching young telecommunicators the right and the way to do things. I commend you for stepping up to doing that. This is an honor and appreciation and recognition of the outstanding meritorious service and superior performance in the duties of emergency dispatching for fellow public servant, Deputy Jared Allison, on November 26, 2020. For this honor, the Nash County Sheriff's Office and the citizens of Nash County present this telecommunicator supervisor, Donnie Pittman, with the Meritorious Service Award for outstanding performance of duties under unusual difficult circumstances. Thank you. This Meritorious Service Award is telecommunicator Kaylee Baines. This plaque is an honor of appreciation and recognition of your outstanding meritorious service and superior performance in the duties of emergency dispatching for our fellow public servant, Jared Allison, on the evening of November 26, 2020. For the honor of Nash County Sheriff's Office and the citizens of Nash County, present to telecommunicator Kaylee Baines the Meritorious Service Award for outstanding performance of duties under the unusually difficult circumstances. Thank you for what you do. This Meritorious Service Award is for telecommunicator Bobby Thompson. In honor and appreciation of recognition of your outstanding meritorious service and superior performance in the duties of emergency dispatching for fellow public servant Jared Allison on November 26, 2020. For the honor of the Nash County Sheriff's Office and the citizens of Nash County, present this telecommunicator Bobby Thompson for the Meritorious Service Award for outstanding performance of duties under unusually difficult circumstances. Thank you. This plaque here is Meritorious Service Award for paramedic Crystal Clayton. This one is a little bit different. This is for one of the paramedics that arrived on the scene, and I think you were the second ambulance or first ambulance that arrived on the scene. And this honor and appreciation, recognition for your outstanding meritorious service and superior performance of duties in rendering of medical aid of a fellow public servant, Jared Allison, following a serious motor vehicle collision on US 301 on the November 26, 2020. For this honor of Nash County Sheriff's Office and the citizens of Nash County, present the paramedic Crystal Clayton with the Meritorious Service Award for outstanding performance of duties under the unusual difficult circumstances. Meritorious Service Award for EMT Stephanie King. In honor and appreciation and recognition for your outstanding meritorious service and superior performance and duties in rendering medical aid to fellow public servant Jared Allison on the evening of November 26, 2020. For the honor of the Nash County Sheriff's Office and the citizens of Nash County, present EMT Stephanie King the Meritorious Service Award for outstanding performance of duties under the unusual difficult circumstances. Meritorious Service Award for paramedic Brandon Taylor. I'm going to take a minute to commend him before I give him this plaque. On the evening that this happened, I got a phone call that says that one of our deputies was in a serious motor vehicle accident, was in US 301. One of the worst things that you ever want to hear from one of your fellow workers and one of your subordinates. So immediately I called communications, and this young man here was on scene, and I said, well, let's get a helicopter en route from either Raleigh or either Greenville so that we can get him there quicker. The decision was made. I got a phone call under the bad circumstances and the chaotic moment that was going on. Sheriff, if you will give us a escort, we can get there quicker. Not only is this man thinking about saving lives, he's thinking about the fastest way to get there. This paramedic did a surgery on the side of the road that allowed our deputy to get to the hospital and to be able to have the family to come in before his demise. There's not many places, and I've served on the Highway Patrol for 30 years. I've seen the air crews, I've seen Wake EMS, I've seen them from all over. But to have the professionalism to be able to do that in a moving vehicle is phenomenal. There's not surgeons that could do the type of work that this man did. I commend you for the honor and appreciation and recognition of your outstanding meritorious service, superior performance and duties in rendering medical aid to fellow public servant Deputy Jared Allison on the evening of November 26, 2020. This honors the Nash County Sheriff's Office and the citizens of Nash County to present the community paramedic Brandon Taylor with the Meritorious Service Award for outstanding performance of duties under the unusual difficult circumstances. It is of a common thought to know that we have such 911 people out here, that we've had some rough times with the Sheriff's Office recently of shootings and this accident, and we're going up against danger every day. But to know that our EMS brothers and sisters have the training that you've got is very heartwarming. Thank you. Battalion Chief Lee Davenport. He's not here. Okay, we can give him his later. I also failed to mention the driver of the ambulance that night. Where you at? Later, I asked her, I said, I commend you on going over there. What a fine job you did. She said, yes. She says, some of your deputies' driving is a little intense in some of the highway patrol, but I had to correct her. I said, no, that's our brothers in black and silver. She said, the way that they weave in and out of traffic, stop traffic, and know how to hold up intersections to get us there so quick. And I don't think she had been driving long when she got to that, but I commend you for what you did under such circumstances and the pressure put upon you of what you were doing. I commend you for that. So if y'all want to, we can step up here and I'll take a picture.
Sheriff, why don't you read Mr. Davenport's plaque, if you would, so it'll be on public record?
Okay. Battalion Chief Lee Davenport, Meritorious Service Award in honor and appreciation and recognition for outstanding meritorious service and superior performance of duties in rendering of medical aid of a fellow public servant, Deputy Jared Allison, following a serious motor vehicle collision on US 301 South at the intersection of May Drive the evening of November 26, 2020. For this honor, the Nash County Sheriff's Office and the citizens of Nash County present to Battalion Chief Lee Davenport the Meritorious Service Award for outstanding performance of duties under unusually difficult circumstances.
Thank you.
I can't say enough of what y'all have did and the professionalism to do. If we can, we'll step up and take a picture. You want to sit up here?
I'm going to ask Mr. Edwards to guide you in how to do it.
Mr. Bracken? Donnie, come back over this way a little bit.
Some of the shorter young ladies, can you come out in front and let the gentleman get behind you? Just a little bit, just so we have room. Come back in here and get behind. Hey, Brian. Brian, come over to this side and get kind of in the back there. Wide angle.
The next item on our agenda is a resolution to remove a road from the state-maintained secondary road system, and I'll call on Mr. Bobby Liverman to make this presentation. Good morning, Mr. Liverman.
Good morning, Commissioners. It's a fine morning to be here and present this to you.
I don't know that I've ever seen one of these. I'm interested in what it is.
Well, the landowners that own the land on both sides of On Chapel Road, south of Bend of the River, have petitioned the state to remove state maintenance from the system due to excessive trash dumping and just stuff that they don't want on their property. And what they want to do is erect a gate, and I cannot allow that while the road is under state maintenance. So that's about the gist of it.
And this only affects 2 people.
Yes, sir, and they both want it.
Both want
And
it.
I have advised them, if they choose to develop the road in the future, that they will have to repave the road due to its current condition, and they're okay with it. They understand that and have no desire to do so.
This has actually been going on quite a while, I think.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. I do know what it is now. Any questions from the board?
Yes,
Mr. Belfield?
eliminating it from being maintained by the Transportation Department. Does that solve the problem? What responsibility the landowners will have? The road is still there. Are they gonna close it off, shut it off?
That is their.
Block so no traffic, no one can come up in there and dump trash?
Yes, sir, that is their current intent. It's a dead-end road that was cut off by the construction of I-95, so it goes to nothing at the back except their property. So they do intend to close the road off.
And that would be their responsibility?
Yes, sir.
Other questions? Entertain a motion for approval.
Move for adoption.
Motion by Commissioner Leggett, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Arrington. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign. Motion stands approved. Good to see you this morning, Mr. Liverman. Thank you for what you do for Nash County. Next item on the agenda is item 8, which is a quasi-judicial public hearing on a conditional use permit on a solar farm. And while we're cleaning the podium, I want to take just a moment, because we have several of these, to explain to the public what quasi-judicial hearing means to this board. And basically what it means to us is that this morning we will serve pretty much as the jury for what we are here today for on all of these items, which means we are not supposed to, by general statute, speak to anyone about this prior to the public hearing and conducting the public hearing. I know I and maybe several more had quite a bit of calls this past week, or emails, or texts in some case, which all commissioners appreciate every one of them. And I tried my best to gently let the people that had called me or emailed me understand that we just couldn't discuss a particular quasi judicial hearing. And I don't think I offended anyone by doing that, but it's pretty much what we have to do by statute. I don't like it. Probably most of the board does not like it. I'm not speaking for the board, but it's just the rules we work under, and Mr. Durham is very specific on what we can do, as well as Mr. Tyson, on what we shouldn't do. So that's the reason, if it is this type, there are two type of public hearings we conduct. But this particular one here, we're just supposed to hear the evidence here in the commissioner's room, which pretty much serves as the courtroom for an item like this. So I appreciate your cooperation in understanding why we conduct as a board our business like we do. But with that said, Mr. Tyson can explain it much better than I just did, and I'll call on him to move forward with the first one.
Thank you. Good morning, Board. Before we get started on our planning items, I do want to announce to the Board that a request for proposals was advertised on Friday afternoon for our new land use plan. We'll spend the month of May allowing several consultants to prepare proposals for how they would serve us in creating that new plan, and we'll continue to answer questions throughout the month. And then we expect the submittal of several proposals for us to choose from in the first part of June. And so I'm happy to announce that that project is finally underway, and we will keep you up to date with that as we go forward.
Could I ask you to explain what that is to the public just a little bit in 37 words or less, maybe?
Yeah, well, you'll have to count the words, but the land use plan is a recommendation document that every few years or typically every decade, the county commissioners work with a private consultant to prepare recommendations for how we're going to shape our policies going forward in approving land development projects. And as you notice, when we go through the reports today, we consult the land use plan every single time we have a rezoning or a conditional use permit. And it's to provide some vision and some consistency for our land use development decisions that we have. It is not a binding document like the ordinance is. It is a advisory document. We are obligated to consult it and to report on it, but it is not a one-size-fits-all. And so when certain projects don't necessarily fit the parameters of the plan, that doesn't tie our hands as a county, but it does keep us on track with a consistent vision for how we want the county to develop.
Thank you, sir.
So we'll move on with the first item today, which is a conditional use permit for a new solar farm. The subject property is highlighted in red on your screens. It consists of 2 adjacent tracts of land that total up to approximately 420 acres. It's on the northwest side of Taylor's Gin Road to the east of the town of Castelia, and this whole area is currently zoned A1 agricultural. The southern tract, which is below this yellow dividing line that runs through here, is owned by Nancy Bunn Bunting, and the northern tract is owned by Cynthia G. Wyatt, Sydney Ruffin Griffin, and Stephanie Denise Griffin. As you can see from the photo, the property is undeveloped and partially cleared. It does contain an existing electrical transmission line easement, and you can see a break in the trees as it runs across the 2 properties through here. And it's immediately adjacent to an existing Duke Energy Progress electrical substation site at 5870 Taylor's Gin Road, which is down here by the road itself. It's also located directly across the road from the existing Tate Solar Farm, which is off the screen, but on this property at the bottom here. And the Meriwether Place subdivision is directly across the road, which would be this row of lots right here that front along Taylor's Gin Road. Those are 10 currently undeveloped lots that were subdivided back in 2003. The property does include some existing wetlands and riparian stream buffer areas, and we'll see as we proceed that the prospective developer has identified those in order to not disturb them, or to only disturb them as permitted by specific state permits to be issued prior to construction. Gideon Solar LLC is the applicant. They've submitted this conditional use permit request to authorize the development of an 80-megawatt photovoltaic solar farm facility. Birdseye Renewable Energy is the developer. The proposed facility will be accessed from Taylor's Gin Road, and we can see a site plan here. You can make out the shaded area that is equivalent to the red line that we saw on the previous aerial photograph. The driveway access, as I said, will be directly off of Taylor's Gin Road. There is, like every solar farm that's ever come before the board, it will include fenced areas containing rows of ground-mounted solar panel arrays. It will also include a new electrical substation that would be somewhere immediately adjacent to the transmission line easement. The applicant requests authorization to construct the facility on all or portions of the shaded solar array area. And so you'll note that there are not specific rows of solar panels defined yet. That's because it is so early in the development process. But basically, this is the area of maximum potential impact. They're requesting the ability to organize panels and arrays in the shaded area as best they see fit as they continue their study of the property. And so the shaded area is the maximum potential area of impact. The actual solar array may cover less area than what's shaded, but they are requesting the flexibility to work within that shaded pocket. The one thing that will make this solar farm different from others that we have seen is this will be the first in Nash County to include battery energy storage systems. And those are components that will allow the facility to store some of the energy that's generated during daylight hours in order to stabilize the flow of energy into the surrounding power grid as needed by the utility company. The applicant has proposed a condition that these battery energy storage systems be located no closer than 300 feet from any exterior boundary of the subject property. And so that will, although they can't identify today the specific location, that will provide a substantial separation distance between the outer exterior of the facility and anywhere those components are located. And the applicant is going to speak to you in a little more detail about those battery energy storage systems this morning during the public hearing. The site plan recognizes a 50-foot wide access easement that is across this narrow portion of the solar farm right through here. That's an existing farm path that will need to remain clear and passable during and after the construction of the proposed facility. The applicant also proposes a 25-foot wide landscape buffer along Taylor's Gin Road right-of-way to consist of preserved existing natural vegetation, and that will serve as a screen to block the view of the facility from the actual road right-of-way. And due to the large size and complexity of the proposed solar farm project, as well as the multi-million-dollar investment required to upgrade the surrounding electrical infrastructure, the applicant requests that the board grant a 5-year vested right in accordance with North Carolina General Statute 160D 108.1. Typically, our ordinance grants a 2-year vested right, but the state statutes now allow the board to grant up to a maximum of a 5-year vested right. And if the board will recall, often on large solar farm projects, we have to revisit these projects several times after the 2-year period has expired in order to renew them. And so they anticipate that it's going to take a good amount of time for the development of this project, and as such, they've requested an initial 5-year vested right. And then, of course, there would be the opportunity to extend that should the request need to be made at the end of that period. The Technical Review Committee considered this request on April the 1st and recommended approval. The Planning Board considered this request on April 19th. No members of the public other than the applicant addressed the board regarding the request, and the Planning Board voted unanimously to recommend approval of option A below in your report, which includes conclusions with supporting findings of fact for the issuance of the conditional use permit, and then a second motion to actually approve the conditional use permit. So as I said, this will be a 2-motion process. The first motion to adopt conclusions with supporting findings of fact. Under option A, there are 5 criteria that the board must determine the project meets in order to grant the permit. Number 1, the proposed development must meet all the standards required by the Nash County Unified Development Ordinance for solar farm facilities, and certainly the staff has reviewed and ensured that it does. Number 2, the proposed development shall not materially endanger the public health or safety. Number 3, the proposed development will not substantially injure the value of adjoining or abutting property. Number 4, the proposed development will be in harmony with the area in which it is to be located. And number 5, the proposed development will be in general conformity with the Nash County Land Development Plan. And included in your report are suggested conclusions. I won't go through the tedious process of reading them all to you because they're here for your review and to be adopted. They are very similar to other solar farm projects that have been approved in the past, and I'll be glad to answer any questions that the board has about those. And then, of course, option B would be to deny the conditional use permit. And in order to do that, the board needs to identify any one or more of those 5 standards that would not be satisfied and adopt findings of fact to support that conclusion based upon the information presented at the public hearing. So you need all 5 to be satisfied in order to issue it. If any one of those 5 is not satisfied, then it would be appropriate to deny it. The second motion does include a list of suggested permit conditions from the TRC and the planning board. Number 1, the solar farm facility should be developed on the subject property in accordance with the application materials, the approved site plan, and all the requirements of our ordinance. Number 2, as we just discussed, all the inverters and battery energy storage systems shall be located a minimum of 300 feet from the exterior boundary of the subject property. That 25-foot vegetative landscape screening buffer depicted on the plan shall be preserved, maintained, replaced, or supplemented as necessary in order to provide effective visual screening of the facility from Taylor's Gin Road. Number 4, the 50-foot wide access easement along the existing farm path shall remain clear and passable both during and after the construction of the facility. The applicant for condition number 5 has requested permission to locate a permanent modular trailer on the site, subject to the standard zoning and permitting requirements applicable to that type of structure. Number 6, the applicant shall submit the required permit recording fee for the conditional use permit in the event that it's approved. Number 7 outlines the further documents, permits, and approvals that will need to be issued prior to construction. They include a final, more refined site plan showing the specific construction details of the facility, the manufacturer's specifications for the selected battery energy storage systems that will be utilized on the site, a decommissioning plan, a certificate of public convenience and necessity issued by the North Carolina Utilities Commission, sedimentation and erosion control plan approval, riparian stream buffer determinations, and stream crossing approvals issued by the Department of Environmental Quality and/or the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers as necessary, a driveway permit to be issued by North Carolina Department of Transportation, and from my own department, a Tar-Pamlico River Basin Overlay District stormwater permit, a zoning permit, and the electrical permit that will actually authorize construction. As noted, condition number 8 would establish the 5-year vested right that has been requested by the applicant. Condition number 9 states that the facility shall be removed at the expense of the landowner of record or such other responsible party as identified by the lease agreement within 180 days of a determination that the facility has been abandoned or is no longer being maintained in an operable state of good repair. And with that, I will pause and take any questions that the board has on the staff report. Gideon Solar LLC has prepared a presentation for you this morning, and so they will be happy to do that during the public hearing. And do you have any questions?
Members of Mr. Tyson on the staff report at this time. Thank you, Mr. Tyson.
I have one.
Excuse me. Mr. Belfield, did you have a question, sir?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I've been thinking about it. In case, this is a large request here for a solar farm. In case they shut down for whatever reason, who's responsible for removing all that equipment? Is it the owner of the land or the company that establishes the solar farm?
Our ordinance designates the owner of the land at the time as the responsible party. But of course, if that owner is participating in a lease, which identifies another entity as being responsible, as long as someone is responsible, we're certainly okay with that arrangement as well.
Yeah.
We will be requesting a decommissioning plan that describes how the solar farm will be disassembled at the end of its viable lifespan. There are some jurisdictions that require a bond. Our board has not taken that step as of yet. But the ordinance, to answer your question, the ordinance recognizes the landowner of record. But of course, if the landowner of record holds a lease agreement that places that burden on someone else, then we're happy to transfer that to the appropriate party.
Yeah, yeah. I remember when we first started, we were saying landowner. And I haven't heard whether it changed or not. That's why I asked, this is an awful big one here. So they work out an agreement between the company and the landowner.
Correct.
As to who be responsible, just so it's somebody's responsibility.
That's right. And I think the applicant can probably speak to the specifics of this when they give their presentation.
Other questions from board members? Mr. Lamb?
Yeah, a couple questions. The application fee, whether it's an 80 megawatt or a 5 megawatt, is the same amount.
The application fee is the same as it is for any conditional use permit, which is $245.
And I know we recently reduced the permit fees to $1,000 per megawatt, I'm sorry. And if the board gives them 5 years vested right instead of 2, if a future Board of Commissioners in 2.5 years want to increase fees, does that vested right grandfather the current fee schedule?
I believe that the vested right grandfathers the approval of the project to be constructed as approved, but I don't think I've ever heard that you would grandfather, I mean, I believe you would apply the fee schedule as it was at the time that they went to construction.
I agree with you.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Tyson?
No, sir. After I'm sworn in for the quasi judicial public hearing, I do want to formally request that you accept the report into the record. But
Okay.
other than that, I'm good.
Madam Clerk?
I'm sorry, do you want to open a
That-
public
that
hearing
would be a good
before I
idea.
swear him in?
I can, if that's what you wish me to
Please.
do, I certainly would do that, ma'am. Entertain a motion to open the public hearing at this time, the quasi judicial public hearing.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Outlaw, second by Commissioner Belfield. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Ladies and gentlemen, we are now in a quasi judicial public hearing, and we'll be glad as a board to hear from anyone that's here wishing to speak on this matter. You will be sworn in by the clerk individually. We used to do this all at one time pre-COVID, but now we do, as precaution, take the time to do it individually, and of course, continue to clean the podium. But at this time, I'd ask the clerk to swear in Mr. Tyson.
Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, I request that you accept the staff report and the contents of the case file into the record of evidence for this case.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tyson, so done. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in the public hearing quasi at this time, and we would be glad to hear from anyone that's here that wishes to speak on this matter, either for or against, and generally we do it in whatever order you approach the podium, but if it gets confusing, I may change that narrative as we move forward. But with that said, the first speaker is welcome to approach the podium at this time. And on these, we generally hear from the applicant first to get a little explanation of what we got going on. And if you would always identify yourself and give us address, your address, or your company address for the record. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you, Mr. Tyson. My name is Brooks Camp. I'm with Bird's Eye Renewable Energy. We are a Charlotte-based developer. Pull out my card, make sure I get the address right.
Understood.
1125 East Moorhead Street, Suite 202. And that's Charlotte, North Carolina, 28204.
Thank you.
Do I need to be sworn in?
Yes,
You do? Yes, sir.
yes, sir. Left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. As I said, I'm with Bird's Eye Renewable Energy. I'm the project developer overseeing the Gideon Solar Project. Just a quick overview of Bird's Eye as a company. We were founded in 2009, been working in North Carolina since that time. We've developed 45 projects totaling 550 megawatts and over 3,000 acres that are currently in operation. This will be our first project in Nash County, so we appreciate the opportunity. Our success to date has really been driven by attention to details and careful siting, thoughtful development, and open communication with planning departments, county governments, and the community is really a pivotal part of that. So we hope that this project can represent these values, and to that, we've already had some really good conversations with Mr. Tyson and with Chris Sandifer from the planning board, as well as reaching out to the former fire chief, Mike Varnell, who now works as a consultant for fire departments statewide. And all of those were very helpful in leading up to this hearing and getting our design correct. Want to introduce our team in the back two rows here. We have Suzanne Todd and Emma Chase, our legal counsel. Landon Abernethy is here, our director of development. Emily Brown is another project developer with us. And we have some expert testimony that will come and give you some more details on different aspects of the project. We have Tommy Cleveland here, who is a solar engineer with Advanced Energy in Raleigh. Kevin Gorman with Sun Studio, who is a landscape architect and the site designer of record. Nick Kirkland from Kirkland Appraisals, who has written a property value impact report. I believe you've heard from them before. And we also have Judy McElroy, CEO of Fractal Energy Storage Consultants out of Austin, Texas. And she's here to discuss in more detail the safety aspects of battery systems. So Mr. Tyson has given a very thorough overview of our project, and you've seen where it sits and some different aspects of the site in general. And we know that you guys have seen a lot of solar farms and that you're very familiar with the technology and the use. So I don't want to go into too much detail on the use itself, but I do want to hit some high points of the design that we feel makes our project a little bit more unique. In general, solar is a quiet, safe, low-impact use if done correctly. And we believe that batteries can also meet that criteria if done correctly. It still represents an opportunity for landowners to realize revenue from their land, keep it in the family, and it represents an opportunity for the community to see some increased tax revenue without burdening county services. This project, we estimate, will represent about a $100 million capital investment, and that will bring in roughly $140,000 in tax revenue in year one, as opposed to around $1,000 under the current ag deferment value. And over the 20 years, the first 20 years of the life of this project, that represents a net present value of about $1.1 million. And that is roughly 60 times the ag deferment revenue if it continued for that 20 years. That being said, solar projects are large, complex projects. There's a lot of moving parts. Things can change during the development period, and thus the request for the 5-year vested rights. Some of the unique aspects of the project, it is fairly ideally located in a rural area and directly adjacent to a substation. And you see the diagonal line running across this site here is the transmission line that we plan to interconnect to. So it does not require any facilities exterior to this site plan. The surrounding land is right now all in timber use. There is, as Mr. Tyson pointed out, some undeveloped residential lots across the street. We have spoken to the owner of those lots. They're aware of the project, and we believe that we've come to terms on, they're comfortable with the siting of this project. Part of that is that we have included the 25-foot vegetative buffer along Taylor's Gin Road. And as you see, there's existing vegetation there. I know in the aerial image that Mr. Tyson showed, there was some cleared area by the road. That imagery is a little bit outdated, and it has been replanted in the past few years. And that vegetation is really thick. Ms. Bunting is managing that land herself, and she's let it fill in, and we believe that when we leave that in place and let it continue to grow, it will serve as a very effective visual screen along that road. The other issue is that, Bird's Eye has really decided that it's a fairly standard approach of ours to include this 300-foot setback for all pad-mounted equipment. And so that includes inverters, transformers, all electric equipment other than the solar panels themselves. And that's really to mitigate any noise or other effects in normal operation and or maintenance activities that may, impact surrounding areas. And so we've included the battery enclosures in that, and those will be pad mounted as well. They come in basically shipping container size facilities. They're set down on a concrete pad and connected to the electrical system. And those will all be at least 300 foot away from the project boundary. A little bit about battery storage. The reason that we include batteries on a solar site is because it gives us a little more flexibility in how we can deliver energy to the grid. And, with the solar farm, when the sun shines, energy goes out. And that's really all there is to it. With a battery, we can store some of that energy. Sometimes we create more energy than we're allowed to export to the grid, and we can put that in the battery. And then when Duke Energy needs that energy more than in the middle of the day, say in the summertime when everyone's running their air conditioners in the afternoon, Duke can call on that energy. And So it provides a little bit more of a beneficial use to the grid and to customers, and it also allows us to hopefully get a little more revenue out of the system as well. We have not decided on a final design for our storage component. There are some different types of batteries and different configurations between the battery and the solar farm itself. We have not come to a final conclusion there on what we want to use, and that technology is changing all the time. So we have not submitted a final design, but we can commit to meeting all of the relevant codes and standards that are in place, and there are a good many. We can also say that we will submit a final design when applying for a building permit, and that will include a safety and management plan that is specific to the design that we choose. And we have Judy McElroy here who can give you a little bit more thorough breakdown on what those codes and standards are and what the safety system included in the most standard safety equipment included in battery systems is at this time. Leading up to this hearing, we did reach out to neighbors, although it was not required of us. We had an in-person and a virtual community meeting. We sent out more than 40 mailers and reached out to neighbors that were even beyond the 600-foot mailing that the county sends out. We had some good conversations and really appreciated the opportunity to hear those folks' views, and we believe that we came away as friends from all of those conversations. The path forward for this project, we are right now finalizing our interconnect agreement with Duke Energy, and after that is executed, we'll move into final engineering and design for the Duke facilities. And those are scheduled to take somewhere between 18 months and 2 years to complete. And our facility normally is scheduled so that we complete construction around the same time that Duke completes construction. And as soon as both facilities are completed, we energize and start to export energy to the grid. That hopefully can be done within a 2-year time frame. But again, there's some moving parts there. Duke's schedule could change, our schedule could change, and thus the request for more than that 2 years of vested rights. So that's all I have for you today. I will bring up Suzanne Todd, our counsel, to go through the permit standards and introduce our expert testimony. But first, do you have any questions about what I've said?
I've got a few, Brooks.
Yes, sir.
You've answered one. You said Duke Energy. I was wondering whose transmission line it was. You did say that. Your comment about 60 times more on our tax value is considerably more than what we've seen before. It's been averaging about 24 times more. Is the battery aspect of what you're doing extremely costly, and is that why your numbers show it to be considerably more, or is something else going on?
The battery does add some cost, that's true. And that's an estimate. We have not done a detailed analysis of what our tax revenue or our tax payments will be. That's what we believe it will be. And so that's just compared to what we saw was the last few payments made on the land under its current use with
Right.
ag deferment.
Okay. It would be interesting to see if that proves out to be 60 times more, because it is considerably different than what I've looked at. And I hadn't done an average of it for a few years, so it may have gone up some. You spoke about it being a wooded site. Tell us what your intent is as far as the current trees. Is it a clear-cut operation, or some trees remain, or how does that work?
It will be a clear-cut operation. You know, we leave vegetation around where we include the buffers. So on this project, it would just be against Taylor's Gin Road. But outside of that, we don't want the trees to shade the modules because that would prevent them from producing their optimal amount of energy. So we do clear cut the site. There may be some vegetation preserved along the stream buffers, but that would preclude any vegetation that does shade the modules.
Okay. And do you remove stumps also, or you're just removing trees?
We do remove the stumps, correct.
And one thing I do know, this is your first one in Nash County that this board has been real sensitive to, is the ongoing maintenance of the site once it's put in service. What does y'all's maintenance look like moving forward? Is it a cut situation? We hear goats sometimes. Tell us how you go about that.
Well, it would not be goats. I think goats are a little bit too mischievous to leave around electrical systems. But there are sheep that sometimes graze these sites.
And it may have been sheep, I'm not certain.
And that may be. We do not have a maintenance plan for this specific site. And to be honest, Birdseye does not own these sites long-term. We work with investors that will own the site over the lifetime, and they would contract with an operations and maintenance company. So there are a few of those based in North Carolina. There's some other more regional companies that offer that service, and they're all fairly standard, and they can, I believe most of them have the capability of managing a sheep-based vegetation management scheme versus a mowing and mechanical-based vegetation management scheme.
Well, if you would, just keep in mind as you move forward and sell it off, that in Nash County, we are sensitive on what the ongoing maintenance looks like. And so being your first one, we'd like to tell you that up front. So when we call you 3 years down the road or call somebody,
Completely understood. What exactly are your concerns there?
that they just do not get put in and left, and tall grass grows up all around them, and just an unsightly situation, which we hadn't had happen much, but a couple of times. But the response has been great to get it straightened out, and we prefer going in what our expectation. We're not looking at a golf course, but I know you got vegetation there, but due to terrain, particularly in this area, we're going to always see quite a bit of what's going on in there. That's all. Just to be good neighbors and to keep the maintenance, understand the maintenance is going to be an ongoing cost to whoever ends up buying it.
Yes, sir, that's right. And it is, the site is incentivized to keep that vegetation from shading the modules. And so that I would say is our biggest incentive to keep that vegetation under control.
Okay. And my last question is, 80 is a higher number than we have seen on the acreage that you are using here. What do you do different, or as the technique just developed that much so that we get more out of per square foot of panel, or you got to have some trick to be able to get this out of what your area you're taking up?
The 80 megawatt size?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. It is on the large size. We're really seeing that now projects are moving toward that type of a scale simply because it's more cost effective. Economies of scale allow a better construction price per unit capacity.
But my point was, you're getting more per acre than what our average has been in the past.
Okay, so more capacity per acre.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and this one it's tight. I'll say that. We're putting a lot on this site, that's right. But as far as we can see, it can handle that capacity. One thing that's been happening in recent years is that modules themselves have become more efficient.
Okay.
And
That
so
must be
they're
the
higher
case.
powered.
Right. Okay. And of course, I'll stop. Any other commissioners have questions on this particular one? Commissioner Leggett?
And for this site in particular?
We do not currently have a decommissioning plan, and that will come after we have decided on a final design. That's normally done with an engineering company. They take a look at the final design, take an inventory of all of the materials and equipment that will be installed, and then make a list of the cost of removal and recycling. And very often, the cost of, or the revenue that can be expected from recycling almost covers the cost of labor to remove all of that stuff. So it's really not a big concern that it will get done. But I hear you that you want to know who's going to be accountable for that.
Thank you.
Other questions?
I see that you have fire engine and gas injected for your battery. So I guess a little bit more about your batteries. Have you had an instance of the batteries catching on fire, or what you're doing to prevent?
If I may, I'll just defer to our expert witness on that question. Is that okay?
That's fine.
Okay.
All right, no more questions. Proceed with your program, sir.
All right, thank you.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. Do I need to be sworn in?
State your name and address for the record, please.
Suzanne Todd, 1065 East Moorhead Street, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28204.
Thank you, ma'am. Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir. If you would place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Chairman Davis, my name is Suzanne Todd. I am a land use attorney, and Emma Chase is also a land use attorney in my office. And we're here today on behalf of Gideon Solar and Birdseye Renewable Energy, the developer. I do want to, I do know that you folks know a lot about solar farms already, but as you know, it's our burden of proof to provide competent evidence on each of the 5 standards provided for in your ordinance. So we are going to go through this as efficiently as possible, also making sure that we've got the evidence we need on our record. We provided you with a notebook, and I think each of you has one already. And that includes our application, a copy of the site plan. It also includes our site plan notes enlarged so that you don't go blind looking at them on the tiny little plan, as well as affidavits of Tommy Cleveland and Judy McElroy that address public health and safety, affidavits, and a solar impact study by the appraiser Nick Kirkland, as well as an affidavit from our landscape architect, Kevin Gorman, who's responsible for putting together the site plan for this project. We're going to be presenting each witness in order to give their qualifications and professional opinion. We do have, I know that you've probably met Tommy Cleveland before.
We have.
I think you've probably met Nick Kirkland as well.
We have.
I do want to really focus on Judy McElroy. We flew her in from Austin, Texas. She's with Fractal Energy, and she is a design and consultant amazing resume regarding battery energy storage systems. Given that this was the first one, we wanted to give you sort of an expert view and a little bit of education on these type systems. And she's got a short presentation, and we've included a copy of that presentation behind tab 6 of your notebook. Again, we're trying to do this very efficiently. So if there are any questions, I think the first person we're going to call up real quick is Mr. Cleveland.
I don't think we have any questions at this time. Go ahead.
Okay. No questions for Mr. Cleveland?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I thought you meant of you, ma'am. And you're going to need to leave the podium and let us clean the podium, and then we'll swear
Okay.
in Mr. Cleveland.
No, yeah, we'll stand over here.
I used to do it by hand, but okay.
Good morning, Board. My name's Tommy Cleveland at 4141 Laurel Hills Road in Raleigh.
Okay. Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Yes. I will make some very brief comments and see if you have any questions. My background's in solar energy, and for a number of years, I've looked particularly at potential health or safety impacts. I've looked at this project and concluded that there's, if it's built as it's planned, there would not be any negative health or safety impacts. And I'm glad to take any questions if you have any questions for me.
Any questions, Mr. Cleveland? Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Megan?
The next witness I'd like to call up is Judy McElroy with Fractal Energy.
Thank you. Name and address, please.
Judy McElroy, 8656 West Highway 71, Building F, Suite 100, Austin, Texas.
Madam Clerk,
Yes, sir.
pushing you a little bit, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
Okay.
You're fine. Left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand, please. Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
And welcome to North Carolina, ma'am.
Good morning, Commissioner Davis, Commissioners. Thank you for allowing me to be here today. I'm here in my capacity as being regarded as an expert on energy storage systems. Today, we're specifically speaking about battery energy storage systems. To give you some perspective before I tell you my experience, I do want to maybe create some perspective. You're going to hear me say things like kilowatt and megawatt and gigawatt. And just to kind of give you and everyone in the room perspective, the average home uses about 850 kilowatt hours of electricity every month. We're going to be talking a lot about projects that are in the megawatt size, and that is an order of magnitude larger than kilowatts. So 1,000 kilowatts in 1 megawatt. And then when I talk about maybe how much storage is deployed around the US, around the world, I may use the word gigawatt, and that is 1,000 megawatts is 1 gigawatt, just to give you some perspective. My experience to date, I am a chemist by trade. I began my efforts in energy storage around 2012. The last 6.5 years especially, I've had very deep industry experience working with a variety of end users, from small municipalities to some of the largest investor-owned utilities in the U.S., to including Fortune 500 and Fortune 100 companies that inevitably acquire and purchase projects. We do things such as consulting, owner's engineering, procurement, design, monitoring, and then my team also consists of a group of experts that have done the actual installation, commissioning, testing, operations, maintenance, decommissioning, and have been on the ground during a fire that was in Hawaii, which was a $20 million battery fire. This was a very long time ago, but I did want to say that because as a company, we do have firsthand experience with every aspect of the project lifecycle. Today, I'm going to just give you a very brief overview. As mentioned, this is new to you. Although it is new to you, battery energy storage system is not new to the state. In April of last year, Duke Energy did install an 8.8 megawatt hour size battery storage system in Asheville, North Carolina. They do have ambitions and plans of installing up to 300 megawatt hours of battery storage by the next 5 years. Within the United States, we have 6,700 megawatt hours of battery storage installed to date. And then on a global scale, we have 22 gigawatt hours of battery storage deployed to date. And every year, both nationally and globally, we are experiencing a doubling of that, or a 31% compounded annual growth rate year over year moving into the future. So what I'm saying is that storage is going in at exponential rates. So I'm going to try to use my time today to be as efficiently, do an efficient job of telling you what you're going to start seeing more and more of as more and more solar installations go in. Federal ambitions and state ambitions have been very aggressive, and we're starting to see that more and more solar installations are coming almost standard with battery storage systems. Very briefly, I wanted to show you what a typical battery storage system looks like. They can come in a 20-foot container, they can come in a 40-foot or a 53-foot container. It may look like an actual storage shipping container with HVAC units on the top or on the sides, or it may be sleeker and more beautiful looking. Most of the newer systems are custom enclosures that are very engineered, and they have either a combination of air-cooled or even liquid-cooled thermal management systems. And what you'll also notice is that compared to the past, there would be a door that you would walk into and go into the container. And what we see now, as a result of some of the new standards, is that there are multi-compartment types of enclosures. So within a given storage system that may be 30 or foot long, you may have between 6 and 8 individual compartments which houses the batteries. As I'm speaking about batteries, if you notice the drawing on the right, this is a typical rack of batteries. So when a developer like Birdseye goes out and they buy a storage system, they don't buy the battery cells. It's not like the Duracells or the Energizers you buy in a store. And they don't buy the modules. You actually will purchase an entire rack of batteries, and that rack of batteries either gets shipped to the site or it gets shipped fully installed inside an enclosure, depending on the length. And there are different standards and design requirements that apply to the cells, to the modules, which are those individual black units in the rack, to the racks themselves, and then also standards that apply to the overall system. And there are also different types of safety features and protections that reside within those different levels of the hierarchy of the battery rack architecture. My job also today is to not only give you an overview, but it's to answer questions and then leave you with the recommendations that I had put in my affidavit. But most importantly, I want to do this in a way that's understandable. So please interrupt me and hold me back for additional questions if I'm not calibrating what I'm saying in a good fashion. As I mentioned, there's different types of safety standards and design standards that apply to energy storage systems. Years ago, really had nothing related to batteries. I remember when I was about ready to buy a hoverboard for my little 9-year-old, my 9-year-old son, and I was looking on the internet and I started seeing about how these hoverboards were catching on fire, and I didn't want to buy him one. I was honestly a little bit afraid to do that. And then what happened was we had some of these UL standards that were already in existence, but what the U.S. did is they started to refuse any products coming out of countries like China without being able to be compliant or certified to these standards. So one of the first standards that we saw for lithium-ion batteries was UL 1642. And that's where they took batteries and they would introduce different types of tests that would test how the batteries responded to different types of environmental, mechanical, and electrical types of abuse, from vibrations to shock. And the batteries had to pass the test in order to be transacted. And the same thing with transport of the batteries. So if you've ever ordered something from, say, Amazon, and it comes with lithium-ion batteries in it, you'll notice there's a sticker on the box, and it says UN 38.3. Same thing applies to the really big batteries. That is a national or global standard through the United Nations and part through the Department of Transportation that those batteries have to be able to endure similar types of abusive testing parameters in order to be qualified and approved to be transported through rail, vehicle, boat, or the air. And in addition to that, we've also saw another standard come out, and this was back in 2016. It was UL 1973. It was a continuation of some of the earlier efforts with the abuse testing, but then it also started to look deeper at how, if there was an event where there was a manufacturing defect or some sort of mechanical damage that happens to one of the batteries, whether or not that actually would propagate to nearby cells, to packs, onto modules, and therefore the system. And that was the start of a period of time in some of these standards where we started seeing restrictions and limitations on the sizing of battery storage systems, the amount of capacity you can have in one given place, and then also the quantity of batteries. And that really spidered into, between 2016 and 2018, we saw about 3 or 4 other standards come onto the scene, from NFPA, which is the National Fire Protection Association, the IFC, which is the International Fire Commission, and then also more standards from UL. And again, it really focused on how much and the spacing and quantity of batteries you can put in a given location. And it was all focused on safety, because lithium-ion batteries, they do have a possibility of going into what is called thermal runaway. There can be a heating event, and if that heating event is not mitigated, it can propagate, and eventually there could be a venting where a gas is released. And then if that is not mitigated and the batteries are continued to charge and discharge, a flame can be generated, and that flame can propagate to additional cells, additional modules, to the rack, and to the system. So we had to have very strict standards that have been developed over the last few years. The one that has most recently come out in 2018 was a standard called UL 9540A. And why that standard came out was because the previous standards really had to do with smaller batteries. So if you were going to put batteries in a home or in a commercial setting or in a data center, they didn't want you to put too many batteries in one location, especially if it was in a building such as this, where you had people and different types of occupants in a building. UL 9540A really, it created a new universe for storage, because it was a specific type of test that every manufacturer and battery provider had to perform. And I have a picture of it here. Let me pull it up for you. I want to show you exactly how this test is done. So every single manufacturer of a battery storage system, forgive the eye test, it is a bit small, they would have to submit one of their systems to Underwriter Labs, which stands for UL, and they would purposely and deliberately set your unit on fire. And they would watch and see, okay, if we put a heating source on that caused a fire, what happens? Does the cell propagate to the other cell? And if so, we're going to test you at the module level. If the fire goes from the module to the module, they test you on the system level. And earlier when I talked about how those storage systems come with different compartments, think about it as different closet doors. What this test does is each vendor has to show that if in behind door number 2, there was an event and a fire, even though right next door is door number 1 and door number 3, if there's a fire in behind door number 2, that particular cabinet smoke will come out, but no particulates, no particles, no flame will be able to be visible coming out of that container. And as a result, by having to show compliance and certification with UL 9540A, the systems that are being designed today and installed today, because they require compliance with this standard, they will not propagate to the next door neighbors, their next door closets, and therefore they will not propagate to containers that are also spaced 10 feet apart from one another. So this was really a big tipping point in the industry for this UL 9540A. Because of this particular standard, we have noticed a big divergence away from some of the old ways, the old kind of legacy ways of trying to do safety for some of these battery energy storage systems. So in the past, we didn't have that standard. You would put a whole bunch of batteries into one big long container, so if there was an event, it could propagate and you would lose the whole container. And you would see things used, like in the first picture on the bottom left there, it's hard to see, but if you look down toward the bottom, you're gonna see this white canister. And one of the things that they used to do, should there be an event, is there's a fire panel, you'll see that in red, and there will be this aspiration type of unit. It will pull a trigger and it will release this dry chem agent. And the dry chem agent is typically a Novec 1230 or an FM 200. Fancy words of saying the same exact stuff that is inside your fire extinguishers at home. And that would be used to try to suppress any flame. And then they would also use these onboard sprinklers that would come from ahead, just like you have in this building here. And it was great. I think it was good effort. But when they actually went through over the years and they tested those systems, they didn't really work that great. Fire suppression, those dry chem agents, they really only work if you have a confined space. And then overhead sprinklers, they don't do a good job of putting out fires, but they do a really great job of reducing the heat and absorbing any gases in the air. So now, because of the standard, knowing that the fire cannot possibly propagate to the next door container, we've seen advancements on the detection equipment and also the suppressants that are used. So now what comes standard with every storage system is you're going to see things that are, we have carbon monoxide and hydrogen gas detection equipment. And why that is important is if there is a manufacturing defect, or maybe it's the project starts to get old. So as it gets into like 10 years or 15 years, over time the batteries start to get a little weaker, they start to get older, just like our bodies do. And you may have some occurrences of events where there could be failures. And earlier I mentioned how once you have an event where the battery starts to get warm in a particular spot, and if it is not taken care of, that can get worse, and you can have an event where one battery in that whole entire container can leave a puff of gas. And that's going to be carbon dioxide and hydrogen. And so now they have these sniffers, these hydrogen sensors and carbon monoxide sniffers, and what they do is they're looking for that gas on a continuous basis, and by doing that, they can escalate and execute on the suppression systems. And rather than using that dry chem agent, what we're seeing now is we're seeing a gravitation toward using more aerosol-based agents, typically a StatX type of system. And what they use is these potassium particles or these potassium radicals to be able to interrupt the chemical reaction of what causes a fire. So what we're seeing now is compliance with UL 9540A. We're doing away with some of the dry chem agents, and we're seeing more detection equipment. And then the one in the middle there is a little black box that has a picture of a lion on it. That's something that's a little bit new as well. Not only are there gas detection systems within the containers, but we're now able to go in and put gas detection on individual racks of the batteries. So it allows the entity that's doing the monitoring of the batteries to be able to get early warning and detection on the system. Recently, they tested the gas level detection equipment, and once there was a puff of gas, you were able to go in, de-energize the battery. There's usually a 3-minute gap, and then you could thwart any potential for thermal runaway altogether. So in summary, there's been a lot of advances in the types of detection and suppression equipment. The biggest, I think one of the largest contributors to safety is the real-time monitoring. And that's one of the recommendations that I have made in my affidavit, is that in addition to compliance with the standards that I had mentioned, that is an absolute requirement, and it is best practices within the industry. The project needs to have real-time monitoring. With the 6,700 megawatt hours of battery storage deployed in the United States, we've had 2 fires. There was a 1 megawatt project in Arizona back in 2012 that caught on fire. And then, about 2 years ago, there was another 2 megawatt battery fire, same utility, same state in Arizona. And what was interesting about the fire is that they could have been avoided. There was observed issues through the data that could have been taken care of if there was somebody monitoring the batteries. And unfortunately, not all the systems that have been installed in the past have all the bells and whistles that the new systems have. And they're not being monitored properly. They're not being managed properly. So despite that, we've had a very, very low occurrence so 6,700 megawatts deployed to date. We've had a total of 3 megawatt hours that have caught on fire. So a very, very low instance. And then globally, there has been some fires in Korea because of mismanagement during the installation and construction process. There has been 1 fire in Belgium on a 1 megawatt system, and there has been a 1 megawatt battery fire in China, and that's out of 22 gigawatt hours of projects. So despite me talking about safety and some of these detection and suppression systems, I did want to bring us back to just that to kind of create a baseline to help you understand that these events are far and few between. But in addition to being here today as an expert in energy storage, I'm still a parent and somebody that does care deeply about the safety of people. And so we don't have to just brush it off as, hey, these things don't happen once in a while. We're actually doing everything that we can as an industry to be able to mitigate these unforeseen events that may happen. Any questions of anything that I had mentioned to date?
Any questions?
Yes.
Mr. Bellfield, Mr. Harris, it doesn't matter to me which one goes first. Mr. Harris, go ahead.
Okay, I'd like to say you explained that very well, that the solar batteries, for everybody want to know that they're in a containment system that has all the prevention monitoring. Is there a person or system that monitors this system?
Yes. A standard storage system comes with 2 types of monitoring systems. One is called a battery management system. It's actually a multi-level system. So within each module, there's a circuit board. That's measuring temperature and voltage of every single cell. Then within that rack that I showed you earlier, there is a rack-level battery management system. And that's looking at the voltage, the temperature, and the current of every battery module in that rack. And then there is a system-level battery management system that's looking at the accumulation of every single rack battery management system. And that system by itself is looking for any type of condition that deviates from what's considered normal operating temperature. So by the manufacturer, there is a range of what is considered normal voltage, normal temperature, and normal current. And should that battery rack or any cell deviate and go over or under voltage, over under temperature, or over under current, that battery module will open up the contactors on the rack, and that rack becomes de-energized. So that is one of the first lines of defense that happens autonomously. The second line of defense that's part autonomous and part people is the energy management system. The energy management system not only communicates and integrates directly with the battery management system, but it also integrates with the fire panel, the thermal management system, and any balance of plant equipment to include the transformer, the switchgear, and anything else that's on the site, sensors and meters. So what the energy management system does is it allows a third party to be able to look at the data, visualize the data, and do ongoing trend analysis to look and see what's happening with the system. It allows you to do proactive trend analysis on the system. The EMS also provides alerts and notifications when anything deviates from nominal conditions. The energy management system allows you to issue commands, such as an emergency stop, which disconnects the battery block from the PCS and the BMS. So that is another layer of redundancy on top of the BMS. There is also, in addition to the BMS, EMS, and the monitoring that happens, there is a hardwire connection between the fire panel and the PCS, which is the inverter, and the BMS, which is the battery management system that I mentioned. So should there be an event where an aspect of the fire panel, the suppression system that I talked about, is initiated, there is a hard connection, a hardwire connection to the emergency stop. And what that does is it completely stops the system, no more charging and discharging. And that's very important because back in 2011 and 2012, I mentioned that our team was at the Kahuku fire. It's a wind farm in Hawaii. It's a 15 megawatt battery fire. And it wasn't because of the batteries, it was because the inverters caught on fire. The firefighter came, it was the third battery fire, the third inverter fire in 3 years. And the Kauai Fire Department came and they're like, oh, it's just another inverter fire. So they sat there and they watched it thinking it would burn out just like the prior two had done and then the inverter would be replaced. Unfortunately, this inverter was right next to the batteries and the batteries eventually caught on fire and it was a total loss. But there was no manual line that shut things off. So it causes this extra layer of safety concern. So there has been a lot of advancement done in the way that the systems are engineered, and not only with the safety systems, but the redundancy in the safety systems. So the BMS, the EMS, the third-party actual real person remote monitoring in real time, and then you have all of these types of fuses and protection devices that are within the system. And what they're doing is, in case something fails, you have these secondary and tertiary systems that will step in and try to avoid any type of unforeseen event.
Mr. Belfield?
Are you using a combination of air and liquid for cooling? Or is it going to be one or the other?
Yeah, so great question. Batteries need to be kept in a certain temperature range. And it depends on who the batteries are from, right? We're talking about lithium ion, but there's different flavors of lithium ion batteries out there. The market is really dominated by 2 different flavors. And they have temperature bands that they need to be kept in. And the way that this is accomplished is either 2 ways. It can be done through air cooling, and that's usually using an HVAC system, with or without maybe using an economizer, which can pull in air from the outside. Or what we're seeing now in the industry is more and more gravitation toward what is called closed-loop liquid cooling. And that is where they run all of this closed-loop piping and tubing in between the batteries. And you can see how this is so intricately designed. And why they're doing this, it's not just because of safety, but the warranties that come from the original equipment manufacturers, they make it essential that you have to maintain the temperature of the batteries within a tight range. Otherwise, they start docking your warranty every year. So these companies that are putting in the projects are very financially motivated to keep the temperature in a very tight band. For most lithium-ion batteries, you want to keep the batteries at room temperature. That's between about 64.4 and 84.4 degrees Fahrenheit. And then with other variations of lithium, it could be even wider, like 30 to 60 degrees centigrade.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I've got a few questions.
Mr. Outlaw, I think I'm gonna have to take a pause right now, and we'll come back and finish this up. I've got a requirement to do a public hearing very near 11 o'clock that has been posted for that time. Judy, if you don't mind, I'm just going to ask to interrupt your
Yes, sir.
very detailed explanation of the batteries. And at this time, I'm going to recess the board meeting at the request of a commissioner. Excuse me, I guess proper term is to recess it for about 7 or 8 minutes. And we'll come back, and when we do that, we will convene the ENR board to take care of the 11 o'clock public hearing that we've got posted. And at this time, I am going to exclude Ms. Wells from the meeting and note that she has left with an excused absence and could well return. She has to, I said may, she said she will come back later, but she's got to go take care of a doctor's appointment. And so at this time, I do call for about an 10-minute recess. Thank you. At this time, I'd like to ask the clerk to swear in the Board of Commissioners to be sworn in for the Board of Equalization and Review. And I think each one of you should have a Bible in front of you. Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Commissioners, do you solemnly swear and/or affirm that you will support and maintain the Constitution and laws of the United States and the Constitution and laws of North Carolina, not inconsistent therewith, and that you will faithfully discharge the duties of your office as a member of the Board of Equalization and Review of Nash County, North Carolina? I'm sorry, I'm out of breath. And that you will not allow your actions as a member of the Board of Equalization and Review to be influenced by personal or political friendships or obligations, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Entertain a motion to open the Board of Equalization and Review at this time.
So moved.
I have a motion by Commissioner Combs, second by Commissioner Outlaw. Any questions on that motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Ladies and gentlemen, we are in a Board of Equalization and Review meeting for the Nash County, and I turn it over to our tax assessor, Doris, at this time.
Good morning.
Good morning, Summer.
As you stated, this is the first meeting of the Nash County Board of Equalization and Review. This is the time that, according to North Carolina General Statute 105-322, the Nash County Board of Equalization and Review will meet to hear upon request any and all taxpayers who own or control taxable property assessed for taxation in Nash County with respect to the valuation of such property. And I'd just like to inform the board, at this time, we do not have any appeals to be heard or for your consideration today. Do not know if there's anyone in the audience that didn't sign up that are here for that, so.
Okay. Is anyone in the audience that signed up to speak before the Board of Equalization and Review that did not let Doris know ahead of time? Seeing no one.
Okay. If that's the case, then if no one comes forward, the chair would entertain a motion to recess the meeting until its previously scheduled second meeting date of June the 7th, 2021.
Okay, entertain a motion to recess the Board of Equalization and Review to June the 7th at 11 o'clock.
Yes, 11.
So moved.
Have a motion by Commissioner Arrington, second by Commissioner Outlaw. Any questions on that motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. Thank you, Ms.
Thank
Summer.
you.
Appreciate it. We will return back to where we took the pause at. Give me just one moment. I believe we had another commissioner had some questions of Ms. McElroy, if she is available. Ms. McElroy, I feel a little bit like I'm watching my favorite TV show, The Big Bang Theory. I'm sure you're extremely intelligent lady. Do you have much more to cover with us, or are you getting close?
No, I just wanted to make sure that I'm able to answer any questions that you may have, and then probably give you the 20, 30 seconds of just what my recommendations were that I provided in my affidavit.
That's great. Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Outlaw?
Thank you, Chairman. Well, I spoke to one of the commissioners in the break room, and I said, I got a few questions, and I said there may not be real intelligent questions, and I'm going to ask them anyway, and people's reactions normally tell you how intelligent they are or unintelligent, but you've got your mask on, so I won't see it. So here goes. This battery projects, how many of those are currently in North Carolina? This type battery project system?
Prior to 2020, there was a 1 megawatt battery storage system owned by Duke Energy.
Yeah.
And then there was 8.8 added, so 9, there's 2 separate projects
So
to date
two
that are
projects.
operational. Yes,
So
sir.
there's 2 projects, and where are they located?
One is in Asheville, the larger one is in Asheville, North Carolina, owned by Duke Energy. It is an 8.8 megawatt hour project.
Have there ever been any events from either of these 2 sites?
No, sir.
Any events at all?
The only 2 incidents in the United States have been with APS, which is an investor-owned utility in Arizona. They had a 1 megawatt battery fire in 2012, and then they had a 2 megawatt battery project that had a thermal runaway event and fire in 2019.
Okay, this is new ground for us. So has there been any discussion with the Nash County Fire or Public Safety people as related to these battery projects?
Not that I'm aware of.
Is that something that should occur?
Yes, in my affidavit, which included my recommendations, one of the recommendations, and this is part of standard practice now, was that a safety plan and a training plan to include on-site classroom education must be done with the first responders for this particular locality. And it's a little bit nuanced. So not only am I saying that there needs to be training documentation and training done during commissioning of the project, but in my personal opinion, I feel that that training plan and materials should be presented even earlier on during the design phase of the project. So it's a two-part approach: early exposure and then during commissioning. And that way I think that is a more complete approach.
Okay,
And why I say that is because when there was the incident most recently in Arizona and the fire responders came, they did not even see that training response plan until they were at the site trying to deal with the event. So they did not have the pre-education and pre-training of how to address that event beforehand.
Well, I agree with you, and we've got a lot of great fire departments in Nash County. We talked about real-time monitoring if a event is detected and then it is suppressed. What does that look like, real-time monitoring? Is that digital or what? I know there's no one on site.
No one is on site, but all the data is being collected through the energy management system, is being put into a cloud, and the data is then visualized and stored. The data is accessed through a historian reporting type of functionality that comes standard with the energy management systems of today. And then the energy management system will have the autonomous way of generating alerts and notifications based on any deviations that go out of what's considered normal or nominal. And then the actual monitoring person, aside from that, is going to be doing a trend analysis on the historical data and looking for any types of indications of abnormalities that are happening as well.
So that monitoring person is located somewhere?
Yes.
Where?
Depending on who the battery is contracted with.
Just kind of give me a feel for what would be the reaction time for that person, if need be, to actually get on site to determine if any other intervention was needed.
So once an event is detected, it can be dealt with manually by a person that can issue an emergency stop, which is a digital command that can be issued through the emergency management system, the energy management. That could be within a minute. The energy management system by itself also responds autonomously. So if there is a deviation from a normal condition or a normal parameter, the EMS will autonomously take maneuvers where it will reduce the site power to bring it back to normal conditions. And if that doesn't work, the energy management system will actually stop the site altogether. It'll turn it
So the
off.
system could be shut down immediately.
Absolutely.
Would there be any immediate notification to the public safety people in Nash County of that event?
During the design phase of the project, and typically the contracting of the project, you're going to determine who's going to receive the notifications and when. Think of it like a call tree. So owner, operator, there could be also a triangulation with somebody that schedules the battery, and then first responders as well.
Okay. So someone in Nash County would be in that loop.
Yes.
If you have an event, what environmental issues, if any, could we potentially have?
Yes. These are great questions. So as I mentioned earlier, if there is an event in one of those closets or cabinets, and there is a fire happening in that cabinet, that fire will not spread to the neighboring cabinets. But what you will see is you're going to see smoke coming out of the cabinet. This is the test where they deliberately set this thing on fire. They set one of the cabinets on fire, and you could see after a certain amount of time, the smoke starts to come out. It gets thicker and thicker and thicker. And then at the close to about an hour, the last picture, you don't see the smoke anymore. And never did you see flame or anything explosive coming out of the container, and that's how you get that certification. But that smoke that's coming out of the container, most people wonder what's in that smoke. And I used to get really clever and try to impress people with the names of the chemicals and hydrogen fluoride and hydrogen cyanide and the ethylene and the toluene, and that's sort of like the chemist in me, dying to come out. But what I now say is that if I went to your house and I took a bag of your garbage, threw it in a can, and I set that on fire, it's going to have the same chemical composition of that. It's commercial trash. Most of that stuff, the battery racks, it's plastics. So when you set that on fire, it smells and it is toxic. You don't want to set a bag of trash on fire inside your house and stand over there and smell it, right? You want to do that outside. So luckily, these fumes, they are outside. They are in wide open spaces. And probably if I had to pick the one chemical in there that is the most dangerous, it would be the hydrogen cyanide. It's what's most dangerous when there's a house fire. The firemen, they wear the masks because of those chemicals, not because of the fire, but the chemicals. And that is lighter than air. So that goes up into the atmosphere very, very quickly. And then because of those gases, what we do is before anybody goes into the container after the fire is visibly out, is they will put in a measurement type of device that looks like, oh, it's so hard to see. This right here is a picture of the side of the container, and there's ports here. Wow, thank you, that's remarkable. You can use measurement devices to enter that port, and you can measure what the carbon monoxide and hydrogen gas concentration is before you go in. And not only that, gentlemen, I've taken it a step farther in that what I've asked for, and this is really where the industry is going, this is actually above and beyond what current standards require, but this is what we're doing on the big projects, is we're also asking for what's called a drip dry pipe. This is sort of the end of one of these, the end of one of the containers, the side view, right? What a drip dry pipe is, it is an inlet pipe that comes off the ground and up to about waist high, and it allows the fire department to come up, hook their hose to it, and flood that container if they feel like that's what they want to do. The water goes in, the water connects to a system like this, very standard on today's energy storage systems. they have this rack-based water injection system. So behind every rack, there is a pipe, and on the pipe, there are different nozzles. So when that firefighter hooks up the hose after the event to flood the container, the water rushes in, it shoots through all the racks, it floods the container, and that absorbs all the gases. So water is very, very effective at not only putting out any flame, it's also effective at cooling down any residual heat and absorbing any of the toxic gases that may be left inside the container. And then you can go in and start picking up the pieces and figure out what happened.
So I just have a couple more questions, and probably a yes or no would be okay. So any of these gases that come from an event, they go up, and you're 300 feet separated from your boundary line, I guess, of the solar system, the whole system. Would all of these gases safely dissipate prior
sir.
to reaching that?
Yes, sir. The type of spacing requirements, I believe, is very ample and very
That would be
sufficient
your
here.
expert opinion that these gases would
Yes.
dissipate and create no issues?
Yes, absolutely. And these same types of systems are being installed in residential areas,
Okay.
inside commercial buildings. And if you look at some of the, the permitting and the jurisdictional requirements in places like New York City, same types of systems that are going in there in very highly urban environments where there's a lot of people around in close proximity. So I feel that, in my opinion, that this is a very safe, very open environment where the fumes that come off from any particular type of flaming event would not be something that would pose a threat to anybody nearby the facility.
Last question. You said that you had a list of recommendations that you were making.
Yes, sir.
So have you made those recommendations already?
I have written those in the affidavit that was presented to you that I had notarized, and I can provide you with about a 20-second summary if you like.
No, I don't need a summary, but what I'd just like to know is if any of those recommendations are not accepted, I'd appreciate just some feedback from the planning director as to why a specific recommendation was not accepted. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Very detailed report.
Megan,
Thank you so much, Jay.
Wait a minute.
one moment, ma'am.
COVID world. Okay, for our third witness, we have Nick Kirkland with Kirkland Appraisal.
Megan.
My name is Nick Kirkland. The address is 9408 Northfield Court, Raleigh, North Carolina.
Yes, sir. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
My name is Nick Kirkland. I'm a licensed residential real estate appraiser. I've got over 6 years of experience. I've been accepted as an expert in property value impact hearings just like this over 6 times, and before this board a number of times. I'll keep it brief. We've looked at over 700 solar farms and found that the proposed site is very similar to where existing solar farms are located, with primarily residential and agricultural adjoining uses. It is my professional opinion that the proposed use will be a harmonious use in its location. Furthermore, we've utilized match pair analysis to determine that there would be no significant impact to the adjoining property values, and we do that by comparing a sale of a home adjacent to a solar farm with a similar home in the nearby area that also sold that was not adjacent to the solar farm in order to measure for any difference. We found no significant difference, and therefore it is my professional opinion that the proposed project will not impact the adjoining property values. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good to see you again. we're ready.
And way back here, and to call our fourth witness, Kevin Gorman.
Are we going to be able to pick her up for the record?
I beg your pardon?
I'm trying to make sure the microphone picks you up because this is our record of the meeting, of
Okay.
the quasi judicial hearing. You okay? You can stand back, that's fine. We'll pick
Okay.
you up.
Kevin Gorman, 4112 Citation Oaks Court, Waxhaw, North Carolina.
Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
I'll keep this brief. The designer that put the plan together, so I've done several of these across North Carolina. I've done several here in Nash County in the past, so it complies with the ordinance. It will comply with the ordinance. If you have any questions specific about this site, I'd be happy to answer right now, related to the site design or anything out there. But
Any questions of Kevin on the site design itself for my board member? I think we're good, sir. Thank you for being back in Nash County. Thank you.
Finally, I wanted to address the land use plan. We believe, or we contend, that it does comply, that this project is in a rural area, a rural growth area, and it requires no public services such as trash, school, water, very few, very limited traffic uses, which we believe meet the requirements under your current land development plan. But I would also ask that Mr. Culpepper get it. Tyson, I'm sorry, Mr. Tyson, the two Adams, that he provide that analysis as well.
The land use plan designates the subject property as rural growth area. The plan, of course, does not specifically comment on solar farms as a potential land use because of the age of the plan. The solar farm facilities are compatible with the recommendations for the rural growth area because, number one, the solar farm facility does not require services that would be available only in more urban areas like public water or public sewer. Number two, the solar farm facility would be consistent with the low-density residential and agricultural development pattern that typically characterizes the rural growth areas. And number three, the renewable, sustainable, alternative energy source provided by a solar farm facility is consistent with the overall goal of Nash County to promote economic growth and development.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Tyson. In summary, we contend that this project meets all ordinance requirements as specified by Mr. Tyson as well as Mr. Gorman. It's not going to materially endanger public health and safety. Mr. Cleveland gave his professional opinion that this is not going to, solar farm use does not materially endanger public safety or health. Ms. McElroy gave an extensive detailed report analysis on battery storage and concluded that, particularly in light of the fact that we are requiring that these pad-mounted battery storage systems be located 300 feet from our exterior property lines, that in fact they are also, and as so long as they comply, that the storage systems comply with best practices, that they are safe and will not materially endanger public health or safety. Additionally, the board itself has approved numerous solar farms, so we can only assume that they're safe, and you've made that determination before. Mr. Kirkland did testify that they went through various analysis to determine that this particular use is not going to substantially injure the value of adjacent abutting or adjoining properties. Mr. Kirkland also testified that the proposed use is in harmony. The current zoning is agricultural. Agricultural zoning does allow solar farm use with a permit. There is a legal presumption that if, in fact, you have allowed uses, that they are in harmony with each other within a zoning classification. And as you heard, Mr. Tyson did testify that this is, the subject property is in a rural growth area and complies with, and generally conforms with your current land development plan. I don't know if there's any opposition here tonight, or, sorry, here this morning. If there is, I would reserve a few minutes rebuttal time. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Does that conclude y'all's presentation?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I just have one more question. if I
Sure.
could. You had, well, this is a little bit different because we've never had a battery project in Nash County, and I think she said there are 2 in North Carolina. But I just have one final question. Does the project intend to follow the recommendations of Ms. McElroy?
Yes, it does.
Thank you, ma'am, appreciate it.
My understanding is that Birdseye has worked with Fractal Energy on other projects.
Well, I figured since you brought her in here from Austin, you were probably going to listen to her, but I just want to get that on the record. Thank you.
Yes.
Brooks, did you have any other speakers?
No, we do not have any other.
You called out one more person that was with you. They are not speaking then?
No.
Okay. She's a Nash County native, and I was hoping we'd hear from her, but that's quite all right. I actually got it. Yeah. I actually got a call from her mother last night, told me to treat her well. So, Emily, if you would let her know I treated you well, I'd greatly appreciate that, ma'am.
We can bring her up.
I know, you should have had her present.
Yeah, quite all right. Thank you. Welcome back to Nash County. Okay, is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this matter, for or against it? Seeing no one, I would call for a motion to close the quasi judicial hearing at this time.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Leggett, seconded by whom? Mr. Belfield. Any questions on that motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Public hearing is now closed. Mr. Tyson?
I have nothing to add.
All right, any more discussion from the board on this matter? Seeing none, I'd call for a motion to adopt conclusions and support findings of facts, which were 5 items.
I move that the Nash County Board of Commissioners adopt option A.
All right.
Second.
I have a motion to adopt consistency. Let me get caught up here. Adopt conclusions, option A, and a second, including the 5 items, or how many items we got below it?
5 conclusions.
5 conclusions. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries as well. Next motion will be a motion to approve or deny the conditional use permit.
Move approval.
I have a motion by Commissioner Belfield and a second by Commissioner Arrington. Is there any questions on that motion? Before I conclude this, is there anything else I need from the applicant, or y'all good?
She was just inquiring whether the 5-year vested rights was included in the motion, and I told her it was.
It was, because we mentioned the 5 items. Exactly. Okay. We have a motion to approve the conditional use permit, and a second. All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign. Motion carries as well. Adam, anything else on item 8?
No, sir.
Okay, we thank all of you for being here today. You're welcome to stay as long as you like. A very detailed explanation of the batteries particularly, which this board probably needed, and I thank you for taking care of that. We'll move on to item number 9, which is a quasi judicial public hearing for a conditional use of 1.52 acres beside 9077 South NC Highway 581. Sir?
All right. The address referenced by the chairman is the W.S. Strickland's Body Shop. The subject property is just to the south of the body shop. So on your aerial photo, this is the existing body shop property. And then the rectangular area in red just to the south is the subject property that is up for rezoning. You can see on the right-hand side of your screen that it is currently zoned residential, but it is immediately adjacent to the commercially zoned body shop property. This property is north of the town of Bailey. It's directly across and immediately adjacent to some existing single-family homes at 9114 and 9131 South NC Highway 581. The subject property is located in the WS3BW Watershed Protection Overlay District, which imposes some specific restrictions that we'll discuss. The Nash County Public Water Service is available to the property via an existing 12-inch water line that's installed along the highway road right-of-way in front of the operation. The property owner, Mr. Woodrow Strickland, has submitted this request to rezone the property in red from R40 to RCCU, Rural Commercial Conditional Use, specifically to use it as gravel parking area. This request was submitted in anticipation of the potential purchase and use of the subject property, as well as the body shop property to the north by Unlimited Recovery LLC, a vehicle towing and repossession service. This is a conditional use rezoning, so it will be tied to a specific site plan that we'll review, and there's the opportunity to attach conditions. The site plan that I referenced has been prepared by Stocks Engineering and is on your screen. It depicts the new gravel parking area, which will be connected to the existing paved parking of the body shop property to the north. Will be surrounded by both existing fencing that if you've been to the site, you would notice it across the front, and then proposed new fencing around the southern and eastern sides. There's a 10-foot wide planted landscape screening buffer that's required by the ordinance to be installed along the road frontage to create a visual landscape screen between the traffic and the actual parking area. And then a proposed minimum 6-foot high opaque privacy fence would be constructed along the southern and eastern sides to block the view of the parking area from the adjacent residence here and the adjacent residentially zoned property back here. An area in the rear has been reserved for the installation of a potential stormwater control measure to accommodate the water runoff from the new parking area, and that would be here. And of course, as they proceed, if they get a zoning approval, there would be more details provided to the county about that stormwater management system. We consult the land use plan, and you'll note that this whole area is identified as suburban growth area. The plan supports the development of limited commercial land uses within that area if they meet locational criteria. The first is, do they have frontage along and access to either a major state highway or a secondary road? Of course, this has frontage along and direct access to South NC Highway 581, which is a major state highway. Secondly, is it located at a major intersection? This property is located near the intersection of South NC Highway 581 and Strickland Road that you see to the north right here. Thirdly, is it located in proximity to similar land uses? And in this case, of course, it is located immediately adjacent to the body shop property, which is a vehicle-focused commercial operation that would be similar to the parking area that's being proposed. Is it a limited commercial land use? The fact that this is a conditional use rezoning will limit it to only the parking area. There are no other uses that could be permitted without them requesting that from the board at a later date. And of course, it would have to be developed in compliance with the site plan and any attached conditions. And then finally, the criteria that it is not a perfect match for is there sufficient spatial separation from non-compatible land uses such as existing residential development. And you'll note that the property to the south, the residence is very close. There is not significant spatial development, separation there. However, as I mentioned, per the request of that property owner, the applicant has proposed that 6-foot-high opaque privacy fence to run along that shared property boundary and even along the back. 6-foot-high opaque privacy fence. And so hopefully that would serve to mitigate the impact on that adjacent property. If we look at the zoning map, this is obviously not a case of spot zoning because we would be extending the already existing rural commercial to cover the immediately adjacent property to the south. And in fact, there would be more controls and conditions on the property to the south where it's being expanded than are in place here because that's a general rezoning and this would be a conditional use rezoning. That brings us to the fact that this is located in the WS3 BW Watershed Protection Overlay District. Inside that district, the county has been mandated by the state to enforce a set of water quality restrictions and regulations. One of those regulations is that the property is restricted to no more than 24% built upon area. And if we can go back to the site plan, you'll see that this much area from here forward to the road is proposed to be covered in gravel, which is certainly more than 24%. It's an estimated 69.5%. So the ordinance, per the state requirements, does provide for what's called the 1070 watershed development option. This gives the Board of Commissioners authority on a case-by-case basis to allow for specific projects to have up to 70% of the total lot area to be built upon when engineered stormwater controls such as a detention pond are utilized by the developer. So if the board would approve that option for this development, then they could exceed the normal limitation of 24% coverage and go up to 70%. And of course, the approximated 69.5 is just under that maximum allowable threshold. The catch here is that the board can only exercise this option on 10% of the total land area contained within this watershed district. So if we can go back to this map, this shows the full extent of that specific watershed district inside Nash County. And the board has only exercised this option once before, and that was for the Floods Chapel Dollar General retail store site at 6245 South NC 581. And so that is this red dot on the map here. This is the second request that the board has received to utilize this option. The site that's in question today is where that red dot is right there. If we can go to this table, and if you'll focus first on the bottom section, there are 1,923.03 acres altogether in that watershed area. If the board has permission to utilize this option on 10%, that means that there's 192.3 acres that you get to dole out over time. The area that was previously used for the Dollar General was 1.76 acres, which is just shy of 1% of the overall available area. The area that is requested today is 1.52%, which would be about 0.79% of a percentage point. So what you see at the bottom is this project is approved in addition to the previous Dollar General. The board retains the right to issue this for 189.02 acres and a total of 98.29% of that original area you began with. So it does not make a drastic reduction in the board's ability to approve projects in the future. The land use plan provides a point-based project selection criteria for the consideration of these projects. It assigns a point score based on several factors, including whether the request conforms with the land use plan, the potential contribution to the tax base of the proposed project, the number of new full-time jobs created, the quality of employee benefits provided, whether they will reuse existing buildings, and the availability of public utilities. The land use plan requires a score of at least 40 points before a project is recommended for consideration by the board. In this particular case, based on information provided by the prospective purchaser of the property, you can see here out of this column, out of a potential 75 points, the project scored a 57, and so it does clear the threshold of 40 points for consideration. The Technical Review Committee considered this request on April 1st and recommended approval. The Planning Board considered it on April 19th. Mr. William and Ms. Brenda Wren, the owners of the immediately adjacent residence at 9131, that's to the south, the immediately adjacent property right here, addressed the board and requested the installation of the solid privacy fence that I mentioned instead of what was previously proposed to be a vegetative screening buffer. The applicant agreed to the installation of that privacy fence, and that's why the site plan that you have on the screen has been revised to show it. The planning board voted unanimously to recommend consistency statement A, finding the request to be reasonable in the public interest, sufficiently consistent with the recommendations of the Nash County Land Development Plan, and not spot zoning. Number two, the planning board recommended approval of the request to rezone the subject property from R40 to RCCU. Thirdly, the board recommended approval of the 10%, 70% watershed development option to increase the maximum allowable built-upon area of the property up to 70% of its total lot area. And finally, the planning board recommended approval of the conditional use permit to authorize the construction of the gravel parking area. This will be, unfortunately, a four-motion process. And that allows you to consider the watershed option separately from the standard rezoning motions that you have. Number one would be to adopt a consistency statement. You have a suggestion for one for both approval and denial. Number two, to approve the zoning map amendment itself. Number three, to approve or deny the watershed development option. And then finally, number four, to approve or deny the conditional use permit. I do want to note that the conditional use permit motion comes with 5 suggested conclusions based on supporting findings of fact. Number one, the development will satisfy the requirements of the ordinance. Number two, it will not materially endanger the public health or safety. Number three, it will not substantially injure the value of adjoining or abutting property. Number four, it will be in harmony with the area in which it is to be located. And number five, it will be in general conformity with the land use plan. And under each of those conclusions are findings of fact as suggested by both the TRC and the planning board. And then finally, there are 4 development conditions. Number one, if approved, the subject property would only be developed for a commercial gravel parking area only. Number two, the property would have to be developed in accordance with the approved site plan. Number three, the 10-foot wide vegetative landscape screening buffer and the minimum 6-foot high opaque privacy fence depicted on the site plan must be installed, planted, maintained, replaced, or supplemented as necessary in order to provide effective visual screening of the parking area. And then number 4 lays out the other permits and documents required prior to construction, a sedimentation and erosion control plan approval issued by the state, a driveway permit issued by the North Carolina Department of Transportation. There is an existing driveway, but this would be a change of use, and so the Department of Transportation gets to make a determination as to whether any alterations are required for that driveway. And then finally, for my department, a zoning permit and a watershed protection overlay district stormwater permit. I'll be glad to take any questions that the board has on the staff report.
Questions from board members? Seeing none, entertain a motion to go into quasi judicial hearing.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Outlaws, there's a second by Commissioner Combs. Questions on the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, by a like sign? Seeing none, the motion carries, and ladies and gentlemen, we are now in a quasi judicial hearing to hear item number 9 on the agenda. If there's anyone wishing to speak for or against this, we'd be glad to hear from you at this time. Again, we'd ask you to come forward, Megan, and state your name and address, and then we will swear you in. Mr. Tyson?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I ask that the board accept the staff report as well as the contents of the case file into the record of evidence for this specific case.
So noted. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Megan? Anyone wishing to speak for or against this item can come forward at this time. You two are together, I guess, going to speak. I think if you are together, we can swear you in at the same time.
Okay.
I do need both of your name and address.
It's 4757 Stony Hill Church Road.
And name?
Greg Wren.
Okay.
I'm Brenda Wren, 4757 Stony Hill Church Road.
Okay.
If you would, place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
All right. Who wants to speak first?
At the time that Woodrow wanted to do this before, Miss Edwards, she passed away and the land was willed to me. Under the circumstances, she had to drop her husband's, which had passed too. She had to drop his commercial property.
On the shop, there's a shop behind.
That's a shop behind the house that he used for a welding shop. I would like for him to kind of, or for y'all to kind of look at and see, could you put that back as commercial? Because she blocked this before because she didn't want junk cars in the yard right there, right tying to her property, 12 foot of the house. And, which the fence will take care of that part. I agreed that, you know, if he could put the fence there, I could live with that part.
I think he agreed to that, didn't he?
Yeah, they agreed to that.
He agreed to Strickland.
Yeah, it was stated that that was agreed to.
But still, the old shop that he was in, I would love to have the commercial part put back on that, because I do some lawnmower repairs and all that, and I was going to open up a repair business. But I can't, I can't do that because they made her drop that to block him from doing what he's doing now. So, I'm not going to agree to it with just a fence, because she gave that right up to protect her land from the junk cars.
I think he's already agreed to it now.
But they hadn't agreed to the commercial part of our land.
No, they got to do that, I think.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
Okay, anything else?
The only thing, that water overflow, I'm not quite sure what that is. Are we talking about, does it flood or what in there? What is that? I'm not sure
What that is, ma'am, and it's not determined yet whether it's needed or not from what was stated, but
Okay.
you're creating additional impervious area, and if it's determined that the flow off the site is more or at a higher rate than it was, you've got to do some design to incorporate to get it to remain the same as it is prior to this particular part being done. I think that's still to be determined.
Yeah, well, that's what I won't understand in that part, and I wanted to ask you about it.
Sure.
That's all I have.
The crescent run that he's putting there, is it going to be 4 inches higher, 6 inches higher, whatever, is that watershed, is he gonna have it where it's going back to the drain back there, or is it gonna be coming across my property?
I'm gonna let Mr. Tyson address that because I haven't studied the site plan, but we'll let him answer that particular question.
Can I make a comment right here about his request?
Well, I don't really
We
understand
can't do that
it.
today. Okay, I'll
Well,
let you
yeah,
understand.
I'm gonna get Mr. Tyson to
Okay,
explain
all
that
right,
to us.
okay.
Y'all let us know about that.
We're gonna find out in just a moment.
Okay.
Anything else y'all wanna bring forward in the public hearing?
That should be it. Thank you
Okay.
for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Megan? Mr. Tyson, before I move to another speaker, I do want you to make sure the board understands. I think I know what he's saying, but just to make sure we understand what that request was, which is not what we're dealing with today.
So one question they had to do with water runoff, and while we have the site plan up, if the need for a stormwater control measure is determined, and it will actually be required if the board approves the 1070 option for the higher level of coverage on the property. But of course, the property would be graded to direct the water into the catch basin area and not onto the adjacent property. To speak to the other part of their request, I think if we go back to the aerial photo or the zoning map, I believe the shop that they're referencing is located down here toward the bottom of the property. Is that correct?
No. He's behind the house.
Back here? That's, all right, so that's the house you're talking about right there. Back here.
Right there.
Gotcha. So I believe what they're asking the board to consider is to further extend commercial zoning beyond the boundary of what we're looking at today onto that property. That is not within the board's power today. As the property owners, they have the right to bring a commercial rezoning request for that property or for a portion of that property. And certainly the extension of the commercial zoning toward that shared property line builds a stronger case for a commercial rezoning than would have been there previously. But it's not within the board's power to rezone that property today without advertising another public hearing and typically receiving an application from the property owner.
Thank you, Mr. Tyson. Megan? Do I have anyone else that wishes to speak for or against this particular item? Good morning, Andrew.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board.
You state your name and address, and we'll swear you in.
Yes, sir. Andrew Stocks from Stocks Engineering. Our address is 801 East Washington Street, Nashville, North Carolina.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Again, good morning. I'm here representing the owner and in the prospective buyer of the subject property. And of course, I'll reinstate that if we have the 1070 option approved, we will address stormwater to the adjacent property and make sure that is equal to or less than pre-development conditions. From our observation of the county GIS system, it appears there's a drainage swell in the back, and we'll do everything we can to direct water to that location. And then we have agreed to the other items, such as the 6-foot-high opaque fence that is recommended from the planning board and the staff. But other than that, if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Questions of Mr. Stocks from board members? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Other speakers for or against this item? We're on item number 9 on the agenda. Seeing no one moving, I'd entertain a motion to close the public hearing at this time.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Combs, is there a second?
Second.
There's a second by Commissioner Outlaw. Questions on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Public hearing is now closed. Mr. Tyson, any further comments?
No, sir.
Any other questions of Mr. Tyson from board members? Mr. Belfield?
One, I know you want to rezone it for a parking lot. Is that for customers to come in and park, or is that where they're gonna park cars that they're working on?
I believe they're going to park vehicles that have been towed and repossessed.
Oh.
That's the business that the new prospective owner is in. And also the need for the
But they're
fencing to
working
secure.
vehicles.
I'm sorry?
They're working vehicles, you're saying that's been possessed, repossessed?
If they were repossessed, typically they would be working vehicles.
Okay.
But there's also the possibility of vehicles being towed from a wreck site, being stored on the property for some amount of time before they go to an actual junkyard. But a junkyard is a separate land use that is not being requested here. And so there would be no disassembly of the vehicles or anything like that taking place on the property.
Other questions? Thank you, Mr. Tyson. I entertain at this time a motion for consistency statement A or consistency statement B.
Make a motion, we approve consistency statement A
And that would be with the two items listed below it.
with the 2 items listed.
Okay, is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second. That was Commissioner Combs, Commissioner Leggett. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Second action the board needs to take is to approve or deny the zoning map amendment.
Make a motion, we approve the zoning map amendment.
Have a motion for approval by Commissioner Combs. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Leggett. Questions on that motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries as well. Third motion we need to take is concerning the watershed. That's something a little different for us. Everybody got a full understanding on this one. It was detailed out pretty well. I'd entertain a motion for approval or denial of the 10/70 watershed.
Make a motion, we approve the 1070 watershed development.
Okay, got a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
And a second by Commissioner Leggett. Questions on that motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries as well. Item 4 is the last motion, and it is a motion for approval or deny the conditional use permit. It has five
conclusions and 4 conditions.
5 conclusions and 4 conditions.
Make a motion, we approve the conditional use permit with conclusions and conditions.
All right, have a motion by Commissioner Combs again, second
Second.
by Commissioner Leggett. Questions on that motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? All those items stand approved, and appreciate the people being here this morning. We'll move straight into item 10, which is a different kind of public hearing. It is a legislative public hearing, and it is a UDO text amendment to remove a waiver provision from the residential lot width requirement for heavy traveled road. I'll call on Mr. Tyson to present this one this time.
This text amendment is a product of conversations that the planning staff has had with the manager's office as well as members of the board regarding the recent increase in request for subdivision waivers to allow shared driveways instead of wider and fewer lots along heavily traveled roads. So the particular section of the ordinance that we're looking at requires additional lot width for new residential lots when they're subdivided with direct access to roads that have over 1,000 estimated average vehicular trips per day for traffic safety purposes. The amount of lot width that is required over and above the normal amount ranges from 1.5 times up to 2 times, and it's based on the overall proposed area of the lot. So in most of our standard residential zoning districts, the lot width is 100 feet. So what we're talking about is along heavily traveled roads requiring 200 feet, which would be double, or 150 feet if you have a larger than usual lot. And the intention of that requirement is to reduce the total number of lots that get subdivided along these heavily traveled roads and to increase the amount of space between driveways, as I said, for traffic safety purposes. This section also includes a specific provision allowing the Board of Commissioners to waive these additional lot width requirements in cases where a developer either demonstrates a physical hardship or offers an alternative design that would provide for equal or better performance. Both the Planning Board and the Board of Commissioners have in prior cases determined that the use of a shared driveway along these heavily traveled roads would provide equal or better performance that justified a waiver of those lot width requirements based on the reason that it would require the same amount of separation distance between the driveways. However, as development activity in our jurisdiction has increased over the last year and the use of this waiver justification has become more common, the TRC and the planning staff have come to the conclusion that while reducing the number of driveways is good and provides fewer points of conflict along the heavily traveled road, it does not actually effectively reduce the overall number of lots that are being subdivided along the heavily traveled roads. So it is better than doing nothing, but it is not necessarily equal or better to limiting the number of lots or requiring the number of lots to be wider, which is the method by limiting that we use to limit the number of lots. So upon this new conclusion or this new determination, the planning staff has proposed the following text amendment that would remove the waiver provision from the lot width requirements for residential lots subdivided with direct access to roads with over 1,000 estimated average vehicular trips per day. So this is the specific section of the ordinance that we're talking about. This is the passage that makes specific reference to the waiver for this particular section of the ordinance. What's important to note here is that this is, as far as I'm aware, the only section of the subdivision ordinance that specifically references the waiver provisions. The waiver provisions are located elsewhere in the ordinance, and we're not necessarily today talking about removing the ability of the board to issue waivers for this particular topic or other topics that may come up. What we are doing is removing this specific reference, which seems to imply that this particular part of the regulations is somehow more deserving of or more eligible of a waiver than any other part. So with the approval of this text amendment, which I should say simply strikes out that section right there, you have not changed your ability to issue waivers for subdivision standards when you as a board determine that the applicant is suffering a physical hardship, when the applicant is suffering from an unintentional error, or when the applicant has proposed something that would be equal or better to the ordinance prescribed design. The waiver provision stays in the ordinance untouched. But with this text amendment, we're removing the expectation that these particular lot width requirements are any more eligible or any more deserving of the issuance of a waiver than any other part of the subdivision requirements. The effects that we anticipate this to have will be to reduce the overall number of lots that get subdivided along heavily traveled roads. It should create a greater incentive for developers to subdivide more lots along newly constructed interior roads. It should reduce the potential conflict between future adjacent lot owners who would otherwise be required to share a single driveway. And finally, it's undeniable that to some extent it will increase the cost of development in the county by reducing the number of lots that can be subdivided or sold along a main road before the developer must invest in the construction of a new interior road. And so it is going to force the developer to get to the new interior road earlier in the process than they might have planned to if they were relying on a lot of roadfront lots along the existing state road. We have looked at the actual text of the ordinance. The land development plan does not specifically address the subdivision of lots along heavily traveled roads, so this amendment is neither consistent nor inconsistent with the specific recommendations of the plan. The TRC reviewed this request on April the 8th and recommended approval. The planning board considered this request on April 19th. Mr. Tony Stone with Stone Auction and Realty and Mr. Eric Ogilvy with ACE Needham LLC spoke in opposition to the text amendment, while Ms. Jane Flowers Finch spoke in support of the text amendment at the planning board meeting. The planning board voted unanimously to recommend consistency statement A, finding the request to be reasonable in the public interest and neither consistent nor inconsistent with the recommendations of the land use plan. And number 2, the planning board recommended approval of the text amendment to remove the waiver provision from the lot width requirements for residential lots subdivided with direct access to roads with over 1,000 estimated average vehicular trips per day. This is going to be a 2-motion process. The board will need to adopt a consistency statement and then either approve or deny the text amendment. And with that, I will be glad to answer any questions you have on the staff report.
Questions for board members of Mr. Tyson?
Yes.
Mr. Belfield?
You're saying here that we can waiver, but yet can go back for smaller lots and driveways out on heavily traveled roads?
So when you say smaller lots, they can't be smaller in terms of area because the board can only approve that through a rezoning. But the request, the waiver that you typically have requested of you is on roads where you have over 1,000 vehicles per day. Instead of making the lots wider, which is what the ordinance standard requires, the developer will propose to make them narrower back down to the normal 100 feet that's required on roads that have less than 1,000 vehicles per day. But what they offer up is a shared driveway between every 2 lots, so that even though you're getting the same number of lots as normal, the extra safety factor is the limited points of access with the shared driveways. So there's fewer points at which people are coming and going along that heavily traveled road. Previously, the board had considered that to be equal or better to having wider and fewer lots. But upon reflection and looking at it applied at a more common scale for many more lots than we've had in the past, we've come to the conclusion that it is better than doing nothing, but it is not equal to the effect that you would get from having fewer and wider lots along those heavily traveled roads.
Other questions? Thank you, Mr. Tyson. I would entertain a motion to go into the public hearing at this time.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Outlaw, is there a second? Second by Commissioner Combs. Any questions on that motion? This is a regular public hearing. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in a public hearing. It is not quasi judicial, so we will not need to swear you in. Anyone here wishing to speak for or against this text amendment, we'd like to hear from you at this time. Yes, sir.
Sitting too long.
I understand. State your name and address for the record.
Gordon Langseth, 8042 NC Highway 58 North, Castelia 27816. Does this amendment, or lack of amendment, or taking it out, does it just apply to subdivisions? And what is the definition of a subdivision? Now, for example, let's say you've got 200 feet along a road, and you wish to have 2 lots according to your current standards. Do I now have to put a shared driveway in, or do I only have a lot and a half because you want to take 150 feet on the road instead of 100? Or in some cases, you want to take the whole thing and take 200 feet. So that's my question.
Okay.
2 questions.
Gotcha. Thank you, sir.
Can I go sit down now?
You can, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. I'm going to, rather than confuse things, ask Mr. Tyson to answer that at this time, if that's okay. Then we have the next speaker.
So one thing Mr. Langseth questioned is what's the definition of subdivision? If you are ending up with more lots than you began with, that's a subdivision. If you're reshaping existing lots, but there's no net increase in the number of lots, we call that a recombination. So this would apply to subdivisions, not to recombinations. There are other things that are exempt from subdivision, such as when you create lots that are larger than 10 acres under state law. So this would only apply to transactions that create more lots than you had previously, and that those lots are not exempted from our regulatory power by some other state statute. In your example, if you had 200 feet of road frontage, and you were planning to subdivide that into 2 lots, 100 feet per lot, if you were on a road that had fewer than 1,000 cars per day, you have no problem. If you're on a road that has over 1,000 cars per day, then the ordinance says that you either have the potential for 1 lot that's 200 feet wide, or you could, as you described, have the potential for 1.5 lot, which we know half lot is not really a thing because it has to equal up to the minimum requirement for a lot. But you would have to have 150 feet per lot. And because you're providing less frontage, you need to add to the minimum acreage. So it would be a deeper lot than you would have. But yes, if you have 200 feet along a heavily traveled road, you have probably just a potential of 1 lot, unless the commissioners granted a waiver. And what they have typically granted a waiver for has been if you would provide a shared driveway. But the action today is to consider whether we haven't, as a county, come to a determination that while that is better than doing nothing, it's not equal to the original standard of the ordinance.
Thank you, Mr. Tyson. Other speakers on this item? For or against it? Good morning, Mr. Stone.
Good morning, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen.
You'd state your name and address for us, sir.
Tony Stone, 2902 Wolf Trap Drive, Wilson, North Carolina. Thank you for listening. I kind of pause when I stand up and come against or come in opposition to something that Mr. Tyson is recommending or his committee, because I know we're blessed in Nash County to have him as a planner. I work in 3 or 4 or 5 counties, and he give the best service and the most knowledgeable response. And when they recommend something, it gets my attention. I appreciate the job that Mr. Tyson does for the county.
We thank you for those comments.
I really don't have much to say other than I think what we've got is fine. I thought the shared driveway was a good compromise for the situation and takes care of it in most matters. But I think that's maybe that horse has already left the barn. I think we're headed to what you folks are looking at in the conversations that I've had with some commissioners and developers and so forth. I think the decision has been made, so I'm not going to say a whole lot in opposition to that. I would like some clarification on the 1,000 cars a day, how that figure is arrived at. I understand your thinking on 581, 231, 97, those roads, but if we're getting out into Whitley Road or Needham Road, and we've got a calculation mechanism that makes them 1,000 cars a day, and they were saying, I believe I heard in the planning board meeting that maybe 100 cars, if there was 100 homes on the road, that you had some formula that you got to 1,000 cars a day based on that, and I couldn't figure that out. I spoke to somebody else that was on the planning board, and he said, well, you know, when I leave home in the morning, that's 1 time, and when I get home at night, that's 2 times. How does 100 homes on a street calculate into 1,000 cars a day using the formulas. That's the only thing. I would just like some clarification as to what you're anticipating of these roads, what will create, what will determine what is a heavily traveled road.
I'll try to answer your first question first. We always try, when we pass any kind of rule or ordinance here, we try to look at what other jurisdictions have done, but more importantly, other things that are governing in our county. And in this particular case, we looked at the DOT standards, and we are matching that DOT standard because the minimum spacing requirement for allowable driveways by DOT on a road over 1,000 for a primary road or a secondary road is the 200 feet. And that's where that number was arrived from. And of course, on the other question you had, I understood what you say, but it's an average of what the average household would be. And, you know, Mr. Stone, sometimes you have adult children living in a home and 3 or 4 teenagers possibly, all of them driving for a period of time, and everybody doesn't leave at one time and stay gone all day and come back to work, particularly I was going to use the word soccer mom, possibly, which I think is a very positive term, carrying kids to school, going back and getting them at certain times, carrying them to athletic events, but that is an acceptable standard. And Adam, is it how many per, give me that number again.
So we begin with whenever the most recent NCTOT estimate was for a section of road.
Right.
And then if that estimate is not current, we add 3% for every year that it is in the past.
Correct.
And then we add the number of homes that will be accessed from the new road in the subdivision, and you multiply each home by 10 trips per day. And that 10 trips per day is a standard that comes from an NCDOT manual. And although it sometimes sounds high to me, Mr. Liverman with the NCDOT district office, I think, can provide you with some information about how it has actually been a time-tested standard, that there have been a number of studies that have looked at it and said that it remains a consistent, good multiplier to use in this situation.
10 trips a day. Okay, thank you. Anything else, Mr. Stone?
And if I might add, in the planning board meeting, I believe Mr. Tyson said that what you passed today would not affect projects that are currently under consideration or currently in the works. And we've got one in particular that I guess my question is, will anything be grandfathered? When does this take effect?
Well, no, I don't think any of us would have been at the planning board meeting, so I'm going to ask Mr. Tyson to answer that question as well.
So if
What
the
would the
text
intent?
amendment is adopted today, the projects that are on the agenda for today, and even the projects that have already been submitted for next month, can be evaluated by the rules that were in place at the time they were submitted. And so this text amendment doesn't actually have a limiting effect on the board's ability to approve or deny the requested waiver that'll come before them momentarily. But the board will have to make a determination as to whether you still consider the shared driveway to be an equal or better, to provide equal or better service under the ordinance. So this does not restrict the board's ability to approve or deny the waiver, but the board will have to arrive at a decision as to whether you continue to find that to be equal or better service.
I don't think he gave you a direct answer, but we'll probably discuss that a little bit later in the hearing.
Thank you. Thank you for your service.
Yes, sir. Thank you for being here. Next speaker. Good morning.
Good morning.
State your name and record, Kay.
Okay. Kay Mitchell, 11239 West Old Spring Hope Road, Spring Hope. I understand your concern to use this exception as a way of creating high-density residential neighborhoods out in the county. But I fear you're painting with a wide brush. A high-density neighborhood versus a smaller subdivision, if a person has 5 acres on a heavily traveled road, that they would, it also means they've got to have 200 feet of road frontage for their lots as well. And it suddenly goes from potentially 4 lots with shared driveways to 2 lots with 200 feet of frontage. Certainly increases the size of the lot and increases the price and adversely affects those folks who could, those builders who could build houses on those lots economically feasible and those people who could buy them. So aren't we kind of putting the bigger, more expensive houses on our, in this area, on our more heavily traveled roads? And there's also the issue of county water. Builders choose these locations because that's where the water is. I think if the water was on Old Spring Hope Road, they'd be, which only requires 100 feet of road frontage per lot, they'd be perfectly happy with Old Spring Hope Road. It's not as if we're specifically trying to develop on the heavily traveled roads. It's just that that's where the water is.
Okay.
So I think we are we're having some effects that were unintended, put it that way.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Liverman, if you would restate your name and address for the record.
Yes, sir. Bobby Liverman, 3013 US 64 alternate with the North Carolina Department of Transportation. I'll speak to the 10 trips per day to start off with. That comes from the ITE Trip Generation Manual, which they've been studying traffic longer than I've been alive. So who am I to question their practices? But they have estimated trip generations for anything from a hot dog stand to a Walmart and everything in between to duplexes, and they all have different trips that they'll generate on a daily basis. And we use those for traffic forecasting for subdivisions or commercial developments. It's a very useful tool for us, and it's been proven year in year to follow the data that they have. And with that, I'll state that the Department of Transportation's #1 goal has always been safety, and it still will. And that, with that in mind, a reduction in road front lots is a logical step. Most of these roads that are going to be in that 1,000 ADT range are 55-mile-an-hour roads. That works out to be about 88 feet per second. So if you have driveways every 100 feet, and an average reaction time of 2.5 seconds, you'll pass 2 driveways before you can hit the brake when a car pulls out in front of you. That's why a reduction in those road front lots meets that safety goal. The idea of those shared driveways, as Adam has said, is better than single point driveways, but a reduction in overall road front lots will lend to a more safer and a reduction in potential accidents.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate you being here this morning. Other speakers on this item? Seeing no one moving, I'd entertain a motion to close the public hearing at this time.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Outlaw, seconded by Commissioner Combs. Any questions on that motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries as well. Excuse me one moment. The ladies in the back, did someone else want to speak that I missed? If I seem to be pushing it, I'm got a lot of people here right on, and I'd entertain a motion to open the public hearing back up at this time.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Combs, second by Commissioner Leggett. All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye.
I was going to speak on
Any
that.
opposed
Sorry.
by a like sign? What's that, ma'am?
I was going to make a comment. I'm sorry, I'm hard of hearing a little bit. I was going to make a comment on the issue y'all were just talking about.
Sure, that's what
Sure.
I'm getting,
Okay, cool.
where I can legally accept it because we done closed the public hearing. All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? For the record, the public hearing is back open. If you'd state your name and address for the record, and I apologize for missing you.
Oh, you're fine. My name is Heather Louise Finch, and I live at 4462 Stony Hill Church Road. Actually, I'm speaking in regards to these single driveways. I have a farm right down the road from Stony Hill Church Road on the left-hand side. When you turn out of my driveway and go down, there's been multiple times where I've almost had a head-on collision, 8 in the past 5 days, from actually Nash County folks from the county who are parked halfway in the road. And I cannot imagine what's going to happen with people coming out of the driveways like they are now with the construction. And the tractors can't even get by. I'm really concerned. It's already heavily bad, it's really bad traffic. And I work from home, but I also have a business in Wilton, so I'm driving back and forth, and I see it throughout the day. So I'm really concerned about the volume of traffic that's going to increase down Whitley Road as well, which I have a right-of-way right across the street on Whitley as well that connects with our farm with all the new development in these driveways. So really think it through and just not rush the process on this. But I just wanted to express that. And I do have video as well and pictures. And I've asked people, can you please move over? So if it's like this now, I can imagine what it's going to be like when further development and more dense areas as well.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Is there anyone else that wishes to speak on this item? And all I'd ask you to do moving forward, if you'll just stand up, I will recognize you so I don't miss you, but I do get a tendency to try to push the thing along as much as I can. A lot of you have been here a long time. I entertain a motion this time to close that public hearing.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Outlaw, is there a second? Second by Commissioner Combs. Any questions on that motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Public hearing is now closed. Any further comments, Mr. Tyson?
No, sir.
Okay, any questions of Mr. Tyson from the board?
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Or just a clarification, maybe. We're not against development or neighborhoods or subdivisions. The thing I think we need to clarify, if you put in a subdivision or a neighborhood, you can have your, a driveway on every 100 square foot lot individually. All we're talking about here is on state roads. Am I right?
State roads that have over 1,000 cars per day, because there are a large number of state roads that, even though they're state maintained, have lower traffic. But you're right.
You put in a subdivision with a 100-foot lot, you can have a driveway for every lot. You don't have
Correct.
to. I just wanted to clarify that
Correct.
in my mind.
Other questions of board members? Comments,
Well-
Mr. Belfield?
I guess mine's more of a comment than a question.
Yes, sir.
Population is growing in Nash County, and even though some of these roads may not have 1,000 per day running down, but eventually would. And it's really dangerous out here, the way people drive now. They don't even respect speed limit. They just drive the way they want to drive. And there's not enough law enforcement people out here to catch them. I just have a problem with changing it because of the growth. You're going to have it. And and to make those lots any smaller than 100 feet, and each one of them having a driveway, or they may be required to share a driveway, that creates a problem too sometimes, and they get into disagreement about the maintaining of it. So I'm just not ready to support it.
Belfield,
I need to be convinced, and I haven't been convinced yet.
okay. I think you've got it a little bit confused what we're doing. What the text amendment does is take away the ability to make the smaller ones. So a positive vote would mean you would have larger lots. A negative vote would mean we could still continue to have smaller lots. You do understand that, correct?
Yeah, but we have the option to waive and go back to that.
To the smaller lots, yes, sir.
Small lot, and that's.
We currently have that, but this
That's
one
what
would be doing away
bothers
with
me.
that.
That we can do that, and I just don't, it's not a consistent thing with me that we have that option
Okay,
to go back.
gotcha, understand. All right, thank you. Other questions, Mr. Tyson? First action we need to take on this item is a consistency statement approval, A or B.
Mr. Chairman, I move for approval of consistency statement A related to the text amendment request.
Okay, have a motion for consistency statement A. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Leggett. Questions on the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Okay, consistency statement A carries. The next motion would be a motion to approve or deny the text amendment. And I do think so staff would have adequate direction. We do need to determine whether it applies at this point in time, whether it will allow the ones that are on the agenda today to move forward, or will it allow the ones today to move forward plus anything else that's in the hopper? And in thinking about that, I think the key thing that this board needs to remember is what we have used in the past is the statement that we thought it was equal or better. And if you truly believe that, we probably should have kept the text amendment. But it's up to the board. But Adam, don't you need a clear direction what we're voting on?
Technically, regardless of what you say about the text amendment, you're still going to have the ability to do it. So it would be appropriate for you to decide on a case-by-case basis as we progress through the cases.
You'll take this out and then the ones that you have in the hopper. But what I'm concerned about, we've got some on the agenda today, I understand.
We have some today, we have some next month, and then any that were submitted after that will be under the new. But what would be most appropriate is for the board to just decide as they come up before you, whether you want to make whether you want to grant the waiver the way you have in the past, or whether you would like to deny the waiver, which would be more consistent with the text amendment.
All right, so you're going to take those up individual one at a time? And it would be other part of the text amendment?
Mr. Chairman, just one question, and I know we'll get into this when we get to those individual issues, but the question is for those on today's agenda and those coming up for future that have already come before the planning board.
Correct.
Were the requesters advised of this text amendment and the kind of the general feeling of the board as to where we felt like this might go?
Yes.
So they were all aware?
They've been made aware in the run-up to today's meeting and as they were designing their plans that this text amendment was on the board's agenda and that the issuance of shared driveway waivers was more questionable now than it has been in previous
So they
months.
understood that expectation and.
It was
chose to-
communicated to them. I can't say they
Thank you,
understood.
sir. Thank you very much.
Good question, Mr. Outlaw. All right, thank you, Mr. Tyson.
I think we still need a second motion.
Well, Madam Clerk, I got a motion, did I get a second? I have a second too.
We haven't, that was for a consistency statement.
Right,
That, we had a motion and a second, and
so I don't have anything on the text amendment itself.
Not yet.
All right, entertain a motion for approval of the text amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I move for approval of the text amendment.
Okay, I have a motion for approval, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Leggett. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign?
No.
Motion carries as well. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 more public hearings. I would like to complete these public hearings because we had some people here for a long time. The clerk has notified me that the board's lunch is here. Will everybody stick with me and let us finish the public hearings in fairness to our citizens?
Absolutely.
No objections? All right, Adam, we're now on item number 11, which is a public hearing on conditional use rezoning, CU 210403, to rezone 82 acres on Red Road and Highway 43 to RA20 CU for the Jones Farm subdivision. Mr. Tyson.
The subject property is an approximately 82-acre tract of land that you see outlined on the aerial photo and the zoning map on the screen above. It is owned by Four Seasons Contractors, LLC. It's located on the west side of Red Road and NC Highway 43. It's immediately west of the municipal limits of the town of Red Oak. So you'll notice on the zoning map, the grayed-in area is actually not on the county zoning map because that is the municipal jurisdiction of the town of Red Oak. So they would be the zoning authority on the opposite side of the road. Currently, the property is zoned A1 agricultural, as denoted by this green color on the zoning map. The property is partially cleared and currently undeveloped. It's in the Tar-Pamlico River Basin. It is not located in a regulated floodplain or a designated watershed protection overlay district. There is a 50-foot riparian buffer stream along the back of the property that you will see reflected on the proposed sketch plan as we get to it momentarily. And of course, that riparian buffer would limit the allowable land disturbance around the banks of the stream itself. I do want to comment just briefly on the public notice requirements. There have been, obviously, this particular request has attracted a lot of public attention. There have been a lot of questions about the mailed public notices. The state law requires Nash County to notify the immediately adjacent property owners prior to the planning board and prior to today's public hearing. Nash County goes above the state standard and notifies property owners within 600 feet. In this particular case, this property is surrounded by some rather large tracts of land, which means that relatively few people, at least compared to how many people are interested, actually received a mailed notice. But that is why we post it in the local newspapers and we post signs on the site as well. So we hope that everyone who has an interest, at least by this point, has become aware of the request and their ability to weigh in on it during today's public hearing. The property owner has submitted this request to rezone that property from A1 to RACU, medium density residential conditional use, for the development of a 74-lot Jones Farm subdivision. And we'll look at the layout of the subdivision shortly. Before doing that, I do want to point out some of the most obvious impacts of the rezoning. Number one, it would reduce the minimum lot area required on this tract from the current 40,000 square feet per lot to 20,000 square feet per lot. So it would double the potential permitted residential density. You could subdivide twice as many lots under the proposed zoning as you can under the current zoning. The second thing that is of note is that the proposed residential zoning is much stricter in terms of the land uses that can be allowed there. The current A1 zoning district has a lot of things that are permitted in that zone that require a lot of land around for safety and to prevent nuisances. And so there are 63 individual land uses that are currently permitted under some circumstances and under some review process for the tract of land in the A1 zone that would no longer be permitted under the proposed RA20 zone. The most common of those would be duplexes, double-wide manufactured homes, single-wide manufactured homes, and manufactured home parks. Those are all things that can be permitted in the A1 zone now that could not be permitted if the rezoning is approved, meaning that the residential subdivision would have to be populated with either modular homes or stick-built homes, and certainly the property owner and developer is in the business of stick-built homes. There are, among the other things in those 63 land uses that could currently be developed there but would no longer be able to be developed there if the rezoning were approved, they include an event and conference venue, a private campground or RV park, an outdoor shooting range, a landscape or horticultural services business, a garden center or retail nursery, the wholesale trade of agricultural chemicals, pesticides, or fertilizers, the wholesale trade of farm and garden machinery, a demolition debris landfill, a private airplane landing strip, a solid waste disposal sanitary landfill, a solid waste disposal convenience center, the manufacturing of explosives, a sawmill or planing mills. That's just a taste of the 63 land uses that are currently permitted under the A1 that would no longer be permitted under the residential designation. So you are getting higher residential density, but as a trade-off, you're removing a lot of other land uses that are currently allowed that would no longer be allowed. This is a conditional use rezoning, so the developer would be tied to the specific sketch plan that we're going to review for the subdivision. And of course, there's the opportunity to add conditions if the developer agrees to them. This is the land development map from our current land use plan. You'll see that it designates the majority of the property, this yellow suburban growth area, and then right around the intersection, it has a small area of rural commercial. You'll notice that our land use plan does not forecast any land uses on the other side of the road because, again, that is the jurisdiction of the town of Red Oak, and they get to make the planning and development decisions there. The land development plan does support the rezoning of property within this yellow suburban growth area where public water is available to either RA30 or RA20 as requested by the applicant at the board's discretion. The property does have access to public water service. There is a existing 8-inch water line that runs along Red Oak Boulevard up here that would be extended back along Red Road and enter the subdivision somewhere around there. There have been some questions raised from the public about water quality concerns and the permitting and digging of wells. That, of course, would not be relevant for this request because it would be required to be on county water and would not be allowed to have individual wells. Permitting higher density residential development helps to accommodate the residential growth the plan anticipates in this area. And then although the plan typically designates commercial land uses or recommends commercial land uses around intersections like this, it does not preclude residential development and actually supports the development of residential land uses in that red rural commercial area when it's determined to be appropriate by the board. And certainly since the land use plan was adopted in 2006, there has been no commercial development around this intersection of note. Spot zoning, if we return to the zoning map, approval of the request would permit smaller minimum lot areas and increase residential density. But because the new zoning district is also so much more restrictive in the terms of permitted land uses that it would not be considered unreasonable spot zoning. The large size of the property, which again is about 82 acres, demonstrates that the request will establish a new district within which multiple residential lots will be subdivided, rather than creating a small isolated area of distinct zoning. As previously stated, the property has access to existing public water service. The request is consistent with the land use plan, and due to the conditional nature of the request, the property will be tied to the approved sketch plan. And so let's proceed to examine that. Stocks Engineering submitted this proposed sketch plan for the Jones Farm subdivision. It serves as the required site plan for the conditional use rezoning request. The plan proposes 74 new residential lots on the subject property. Only 3 of those lots would be accessed directly from NC Highway 43. Those are the 3 largest lots on the northern end of the development. I'll note that NC Highway 43 has over 1,000 cars per day, but these 3 lots all 3 have at least 200 feet of frontage, and so there is no incentive to request a waiver. They will be very wide lots with individual driveways. The remaining 71 lots would be accessed from the 3 new interior roads, which you see depicted here. The plan includes 1 stub road to the immediately adjacent property to the south, right here, in order to provide for interior connectivity with future development, provided that further study of that adjacent property doesn't reveal any environmental features such as wetlands or riparian stream buffers that would render that connection to be impractical. All the proposed lots either meet or exceed the 20,000 square foot minimum lot area and 100-foot lot width minimum lot requirements of the RA20 zoning district. Lot 75 is the big common area in the back. The soil quality you can see from the shading is not ideal there for septic systems, and so that is reserved to be common area to be used by the residents of the subdivision. It also is the proposed location for the stormwater control measure, if indeed that is required for the development. The design includes a cluster box unit mailbox kiosk on a portion of lot 60, which I believe is right around in there. It's hard for me to see from where I'm at, as required by the Postal Service. And of course, the developer would be required to construct new water lines along the new interior roads to serve each individual new lot. The Technical Review Committee considered this request on April 1st and recommended approval. The Planning Board considered this request on April 19th. There were no members of the public other than the applicant in attendance to address the board regarding the request. The Planning Board voted unanimously to recommend 1, approval of consistency statement A, finding the request to be reasonable, in the public interest, consistent with the recommendations of the land use plan, and not spot zoning. Number 2, they recommended approval of the request to rezone the property from A1 to RA20CU. And finally, they recommended approval of the requested conditional use permit to authorize the development of the Jones Farm subdivision, subject to a list of conclusions with supporting findings of fact and the recommended development conditions. This will be a 3-motion process. First, you will need to adopt a consistency statement. Second, the board will need to approve or deny the zoning map amendment. And then finally, the 3rd motion would be to approve or deny the conditional use permit. I'll note that there are 5 conclusions that the board must adopt. Number 1, that the proposed subdivision will satisfy the applicable requirements of the Nash County Unified Development Ordinance. Number 2, that it will not materially endanger the public health or safety. Number 3, it will not substantially injure the value of adjoining or abutting property. Number 4, it will be in harmony with the area in which it is to be located. And number 5, it will be in general conformity with the land use plan. There are also 6 conditions. Number 1, of course, the property can only be developed in accordance with the approved sketch plan that we're reviewing today. It may only be developed for the land uses that are permitted in the RA20 zoning district. All the residential lots will be served by Nash County Public Water. The developer will submit a stream buffer determination issued by the North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality for the subject property prior to construction. The proposed stub road off to the south may be removed if it can be demonstrated to the planning department that there are environmental features on that adjacent property, such as wetlands or stream buffers, that would render it impractical. And then finally, of course, if there are any significant or substantial modifications to the design after the board reviews it today, then that very well could require it to come back for reapproval by the TRC, the planning board, and/or the Board of Commissioners. And with that, I will be glad to take any questions. This is a conditional use rezoning, so it will be a quasi-judicial public hearing, and we will need to swear in speakers. And I will want to introduce the report and the case file contents as evidence as soon as we open the public hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Tyson. Any questions, Mr. Tyson, at this time from a board member? Seeing none, entertain a motion to open the quasi-judicial hearing on item number 11.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Outlaw. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Leggett. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign. Public hearing is now open, ladies and gentlemen. Excuse me, let me get you straight first, Mr. Tyson. If you'll state your name and address for the record and get sworn in.
Adam Tyson, Nash County Planning Director, 5091 South NC Highway 58.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, I request that you would accept on behalf of the board the staff report and the contents of the case file into evidence for this specific case.
So noted, sir.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the public hearing is now open. If there's anyone here that wishes to speak for or against this rezoning matter, we're at that time and be glad to hear from you. Good morning, sir.
Morning, sir. I'm Gary Abernathy. I live at 959 Wallet Mill Road. I'm 8/10 of a mile from the development.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm before you today because I'm concerned about the area. They're reducing the area of the lots down to a half acre, or roughly a half acre, give or take. And the county already has one for an acre. I mean, and Red Oak does 3/4 of an acre, and he wants to drop it down to a half acre. I don't understand how that's supposed to do for the septic lines. The number of people in the house determines how many septic lines and how long they have to be. If you don't restrict the number of people that can live per house in the development, I don't think so. I mean, you're not building a house, people's not have people there. They're not build septic tanks and build a standard septic tank and not follow the guidelines for the leach lines that come off the tank. At the same time, if you look at the diagram, there's only one exit road for that number of houses. Can you imagine congestion? Somebody had a wreck right there at the middle of at the entrance. What's going to happen if somebody else has a fire in the development? It restricts the flow to be able to go into the development, which is not correct. You also turn around when you have the postal areas and everything else. If you'll notice, 43 comes down and it continues on into Red Road right beside the development. Well, right there at that intersection, I can tell you right now, there's many a trucker comes down that way, drops off on Red Road and continues over to get on 58. And that is a high congested area. And they will not know at that driveway if somebody's getting off 43 or if somebody's going to continue on. It's impossible to tell that area. If you'll look at it on the development, it's wrong. If you come out at the end of Wallet Mill Road, it's already bad enough to be able to look to your left to be able to see if there's any traffic. If they came out of development, came up to that short road to come to 43, it'd be almost impossible to come out of Wallet or them to come out without having a possible collision. Plus, you got to have more fire department to be able to cover it. It's not in Red Oak area, but it's in Nash County. You also got to have more police to be able to patrol it and take care of it. I mean, once you start doing this, other developers in the area are going to want to do the same thing. You got 3 different major development areas around Red Oak. When they start doing this, you don't think they're going to be in here going, hey, we want to do the same thing. I know it's restricted for Red Oak, the area there, but you have others that's going to be doing the same thing. We've had this standard for a long time. I've been here, I'm retired military. I've been here 26 years come August. I moved in out there There was only 2 houses on Wallet Mill Road in my area when I moved in. So it's grown up a little bit. And the schools, they don't want to go to Red Oak School, or they don't send them to Nash. You know, they're sitting right there at Red Oak. And I'm surprised that they ain't trying to get Red Oak to take over the area to be part of Red Oak city limits. That many people, that area. I know the tax base, we don't have that much of a tax base dealing with Red Oak, but we're going to have to deal with the schools, we're going to have to deal with emergency vehicles, we're going to have to deal with the EMSs, everything else going on. It just don't make any sense to me to be able to allow them to drop it from 40,000 square feet down to 20,000 square feet. I mean, that's like taking somebody that lives in a house and putting them in a condo. That's basically what, you know, if somebody wants to come out there and live in a house, and how many people's going to live per house? Is there going to be a limit on that? Because like I said, the septics. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your patience this morning. Gentleman on the front row, I think, was next.
Ned Clark, 261 Private Lane, Nashville, which is right across the road from this proposed development.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
As Mr. Abernathy said, it took a lot of the points I wanted to bring out. I'm actually here representing, I think, a little over 300 citizens. As you said, you'd had plenty of calls and text messages. Pretty much most of these people in here are here for this very reason. None of us want to stand in the way of progress. We understand that. I understand they bought this land to develop it. Not a problem with that. As Mr. Abernathy said, we do have an issue with a reduction in the lot size. Red Oak is a nice rural area. Just as you get outside the city limits, there really is nothing small. It's all larger developments, larger lots, larger homes, good old country homes. That's why we all moved to this area. That's why we'd like to stay there. There are several concerns that Mr. Abernathy raised. Reducing that lot size, you go by the traffic. That's 74 lots, I think it was, and 75 was one. 74, that's 10 trips per day. That's 740 you're putting on the Red Road. That's going to put it in over the 1,000 cars per day, I'm sure. As you said, that's a horrible intersection as it is. I don't know if there's been any consideration given into traffic flow. As I said, you look at the school situation, that's going to make the traffic flow worse because there'll be school buses coming and going in a bad situation. We have concerns about septic. Sure, there's county water. There's not a county septic system. Is that going to affect the aquifer? I live probably 1,500 feet from this development. I'm on a well. All of my neighbors are on the well. Is that going to affect our water quality? My guess is it will. I don't know. I'm not stating a fact. I'm just asking a question. There are many things, as I said, that we have issues with. Right now, all the lots, as I said, are larger size lots, not necessarily larger homes. There are some mobile homes. Not an issue with that. And then Mr. Tyson was telling us all these terrible things that could happen if they didn't go with this development. By God, I probably could go with most of them over this development myself. But what we're hoping is that you'll kind of take us into consideration. I did this little note here, I won't do that, but I did notice one thing. There was a thing not too long ago I was looking at when we were talking about this. There's a term called rezoning for profit. That's what we have here. It's not to help the citizens, it's not to help the community, it's not to help the county. It's for profit. And if anybody doesn't believe that, I'm sorry. Wake up. So what we're here is to ask commissioners, take the concerns of the local citizens, the people that are actually going to be affected by this. If you got to go with a subdivision, understand that. But a 20,000 square foot lot, why make a big exception for somebody so they can make a little bit more money and you can cause a whole lot worse traffic and probably several more deaths. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you being here, Ned.
Good afternoon. Jim Harris, 1733 West Castelia Road.
Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
I'm here to speak for myself as well, but also my mom. I live just over 2 miles from this area. My mom lives less than 900 feet. She lives at 10928 Red Oak Boulevard. We've been there since 1965, so I've been here a long time. My grandparents owned the land across the road back into the 1800s, so family's been here a long time, like I said. I own 140 acres along with my sister, 1,000 feet from where this is going in. As it's already been mentioned, one of my concerns is one way in, one way out, emergency vehicles getting in and out. One of the other things I want to mention is just, as he mentions, this is not spot zoning. I served on Nash County Planning and Zoning Board from 2000 to 2009. When Randall Pridgeon was chairman of the board, I can guarantee you he would have told us this is spot zoning. So I don't know when the land use changed. I haven't checked, but I could be wrong. But I consider it spot zoning. One of my other concerns is north of this site, less than 1,300 feet, you have 1,400 plus acres that is listed as agricultural district in Nash County. That's less than 1,300 feet. When you go to the west, less than 2,500 feet, you have 3,700 acres listed as agricultural district, shown on your NCGIS map. I found it this morning when I looked. You go to the east down Wallet Mill Road, less than 3,200 feet, you have 3,200 acres listed as agricultural district. I understand the land use, I was part of it. Like I said, he said 2006, I was on the board during that time. He listed the other uses. I was on the board when we pulled those uses out. So it's just one of the things. I don't consider R20 to be consistent in this area. Some of the criteria that was mentioned, one access point for safety reasons, for health and public safety. You got an issue, that's a problem for emergency services. Will it injure the value of adjoining property? Probably not if I want to build me an R20 subdivision, because you're setting the precedent. If I can get water, I can build. So you're just going to explode. Is it in harmony with the area that's there now? No, it is not. We don't have any 20,000 square feet lots. My main concern, that the one piece of evidence that has not been introduced that I feel is very damning in this situation, where is the nearest R20 subdivision within this area? You just had a rezoning request that said, hey, right next door, not a problem, it won't be spot zoning. But the guy that wanted to request to move his shop, if it wasn't right next door, he said that might be spot zoning. It could be a problem. So again, I'm considering this spot zoning. Does this conform with your general area and your UDA? I say it doesn't. I go back. This is spot zoning. I understand Nash County is growing and booming. I was surveying for my dad, Lowell Harris, from 1990 to 2000 when we had the last big boom. So I know the growth is coming. What I do not want to see Nash County become is an R20 bedroom community for all the boom that's coming. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Having a fit up there, ain't it?
Got them stirred up.
Generator work.
The next speaker. You had to come to the podium, sir.
I'd like to be recognized.
Yes, sir. You did what I told you to do, didn't you? I'm sorry. if you would restate your name and address for the
Yeah.
record and which
It's
way.
Gordon Langseth at 8042 NC Highway 58 North,
Okay,
Castelia.
all right.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
I believe that if you own land, you should be able to do with it what you want until it affects those people that live around you. It's like the rest of the rights that we're given in the Constitution. And that is, you have that right. Let's take our masks, for instance. You have a right, and there are many people in this county who refuse to wear the mask, saying they've got rights, and they do. They have a right to not wear a mask until it affects somebody else, and then that right terminates. So let's take this nice piece of land these people have bought, and what they're trying to do is change what the county, sort of a different subject, you're trying to change what you, as elected officials, have decided is best for us as landowners in the county. And just since I've been here the last 20 years, I believe you've gone from a 3/4 acre in the county to a 1 acre in the county. And I've had land that I rescue houses on, and I move them to land that I own, and I fix them up and I let people rent them. It's kind of like a public service. But I've always had to deal with a 1 acre lot, not a ½ acre lot. And I've still got land that I'd like to move houses on to help people. And I'm going to come right here, like most of the people in this audience that own land, and we're going to ask for ½ acre lots. And based on this precedent, you're going to have to give them to us. And then pretty soon, you're going to have a bunch of overflowing septic tanks, and what are you going to do with them? Are you going to finally spend $100 million to put in a sewer system throughout the county to take all the sewer that's going to come off of this and other developments? I don't think you're going to get to that point. I think you're making a serious mistake if you grant ½ acre lots anywhere that doesn't have a sewer. And these other gentlemen have raised some really excellent points. It was my understanding that you can't have a subdivision with just one entrance and one exit. I think there's a lot of work that has to be done here. And I'll leave you with one question. Where's the environmental impact study independently paid for on this piece of property? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chairman Davis and Board. My name is Kim Moore. I live at 879 West Hilliardson Road, Nashville. I'm about less than a mile from this area.
Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Again, thank you, Board, for letting us all speak here today. I know it's been a long day, and I appreciate you guys hanging in there with us. My family is heavily involved in agriculture, and this area surrounding this proposed development is full of farm field that not only we farm, but a lot of these people in this room farm. I understand completely that we need to meet the needs of the public for housing. I have nothing against that. You know, Nash County is growing at an exponential rate, and I don't see that slowing down. And we all understand that, as I hope I'm okay speaking for everyone, but we all understand this need for growth. You know, we just have concerns that due to this rural development and the way it's exploding, I know that your board on a monthly basis, you know, this board is presented with numerous applicants wanting to rezone to the R20. You know, is this really the precedent that we want to set for our county, for this beautiful area? You know, is this the standards that we want to have going forward? You know, is this how we want to represent our county? Nash County is beautiful. The Red Oak area is, you know, I'm partial because I live there, but it's a beautiful area to live. It's got small town charm. We're a very tight community. You know, again, these dense housing areas that are being proposed, they're going to place a tremendous burden on not only the community, but all the surrounding areas that are there, the roads, the schools, other things like that are going to pop up. You know, I'm here today, I'm not speaking out against this area being developed. I understand that, you know, that's probably too far gone at this point. So I'm not speaking out against the development or trying to stop this development. I'm just asking the board to truthfully and with your heart to consider regulating this to a minimum zoning requirement of R30. You know, as the gentleman spoke before, you know, there are no R20 areas around here. Drive up there and take a look. Mr. Arrington, I'm sure you know you're from that area. You know, it's all rural farmland. It's beautiful up there. You don't have this in this area, and we don't want this or that little jut out that you see that's going to be a future development. We don't want that to be the precedent for the area that we have up there. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, Doug.
Good afternoon. Doug Johnson, 7335 Red Road, Nashville.
Raise your right hand for me, please. Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. There's an old saying or kind of a joke, I guess, that your brain can only absorb more than your rear end can endure. And you guys have had to absorb a lot this morning so far. So I don't think you can look at, my wife and I and mother-in-law and several other citizens live very close to this intersection. I don't think you can look at a drawing and understand how dangerous that intersection is. I would invite each one of you to come out there tomorrow morning or any other morning between 7 o'clock and 8:30 or 9 o'clock and witness some of the traffic activity at that intersection. I personally was almost involved in a very serious accident there involving a tractor trailer. It was the grace of the good Lord that it didn't happen. There have been other horrible accidents there. The 3 lots down on the north end that were referenced earlier that were going to be accessed from 43 Highway, that's going, and you're in a 55-mile-an-hour zone that drops off down a hill, goes down into a bottom where the creek comes through. I don't know why anybody would buy a lot that would access 43 Highway right there, as dangerous as that area is. I raise cattle, have cattle across the highway from about where the entrance, the road coming into the subdivision. If you're familiar with what's going on in the southeast part of this state with attorneys coming down from up north and the lawsuits that have been involved against the livestock industry in the southeastern part of this state, I'd like for you to consider that. And if you need some literature to back up what I'm telling you has happened, and this is the way it gets started. People that have got production facilities that at the time that they started, they didn't have neighbors. But neighbors came in, and as this gentleman indicated a while ago, my cattle today, really the only people that I've got to deal with is a handful of neighbors, some of which were taking pictures of them yesterday, standing beside the fence. That's not going to happen with this. I would appreciate your careful consideration when you vote.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning. My name is Steve Clayton. I live at 1261 Wallet Mill Road. And I wish to address you all concerning this matter.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
I'm glad I waited this long. I won't have to say as much, as my neighbors have pretty well covered it. And I would just like to echo their comments and give you just a little bit of a history on myself as to my major concern about this. I was originally born and raised here in Wake and Johnson County area. I left here in 1972 as a police officer in Virginia Beach, Virginia for 36 and a half years. And I could not wait till I retired in 2005 so that I could come back to peace and tranquility in God's country. And I was able to do that in 2012, and I initially purchased 20 acres of land on Wallet Mill Road, and then I decided my buffer wasn't big enough for fear of what may come in the future. So I bought another 7 acres. And the biggest points I want to make, I understand progress. And maybe I was running from progress to some degree. But I understand it's going to happen, no matter how I feel. But I'm asking you to consider a couple of strong points. Number one, aside from the septic concerns, which is a big concern for me because I have a well, I don't intend to participate in the county water system, at least not initially, because I paid $10,000 for the well I got. So I want to get some use out of it at the very least. So I'm still concerned about how, without a septic system in the county, how they're going to maintain and control the issues that are going to result from the septic from 74 homes. So I would at least request that you strongly consider keeping the requirements where they are, not make it worse if this is going to happen. And my experience as a police officer in 36 and a half years, I've not seen too many intersections any more dangerous than 43, Red Road, and Wallet Mill Road. And I often have to go that way with a 38-foot trailer. And it's almost suicide trying to get out of there without getting hit. You can see a little bit better to the right, traffic coming. But to the left, because of that sharp curve, it's a crapshoot trying to get out of there without getting hit. So much so that 95% of the time I go the other way. Then go through Dorchester or turn right on Red Oak Balboa Road to avoid the risk and to allow 74 more homes right on top of that intersection is going to make it even more dangerous. And I second Mr. Johnson's recommendation that you all consider before you approve this, at least visit that intersection coming from Wallet Mill Road, coming from Red Road. Please try it at least once. And particularly early in the morning, late in the afternoon. It is very dangerous. I've even tried a couple of times to get the speed limit reduced. Of course, at 55, you know what people are doing at 55. And 45, they might get to 55, but, or a traffic light or something has got to happen to that intersection, most especially if you increase the amount of traffic that's going to come there. And if, again, I'm echoing what others have said, if you set a precedent here to reduce it to 20,000 square feet, it's going to make the other development that's coming, and it's coming. You all live here, you can see it, you know what's coming. It's going to get worse and worse and worse. maybe not in my lifetime, but my grandchildren are going to be living in Wake County and Nash County. So we at least need to maintain the controls you already have. And I appreciate you listening, and I do welcome you all to come out to that intersection before you make this decision. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Gentleman in the blue shirt on this end over here.
Sandy Frazier, 10585 Red Oak Boulevard, Nashville.
I didn't recognize you, Sandy. I used that term rather lightly, I guess, sir. Good to see you.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
In that map, I noticed there's a road that goes nowhere. Does the planning board aware that there's additional property to be developed that road leads to?
There's no pending application to develop that property.
Are you aware?
I have not had any conversations about the development of that property.
So,
But the planning board does try to plan for connectivity in the event that it would be. The reason you see it in that direction is that the riparian buffer for the stream would make it impractical to try to connect to any other property without creating environmental concerns by crossing the stream.
so where's another exit? Can there be another exit?
My understanding, and I should probably get you rather me not?
Well, I don't want to start a back and forth between staff, and what I'd rather you do is keep notes,
Okay.
Mr. Tyson, and then answer the questions that come up, Mr. Frazier, if you could.
Well, my situation, if a developer has proposed this, and he's paying to put a street to go to nowhere, there's a reason for it. And when he made his proposal a while ago, he mentioned future development. He had to get that idea from somewhere. So that road's there, I'm assuming, for future development. And if they get it approved at R20, what's the future development going to be? R20.
So you're referring to the stub road, not the cul-de-sac?
Right.
Okay, thank you.
The little the one that goes nowhere.
Sure. Yes, sir.
It goes to a property line and stops.
Right, gotcha.
So
We
why
call
would
those
you build a
stub
road to a
streets.
property line and stop?
Gotcha.
Why not put another R20 lot there? Right, I mean, it goes nowhere. So for it to be there, it'd have to be a reason for it, which would be future development, which if it gets approved at R20, so we go from 75 houses dumping into there to potential of doubling it. So that's one of the things I'd like y'all to consider when you're looking at that, is that side road and future development at R20.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, one more thing.
Cool.
There's a lot of people here in opposition that may not get up and speak. Would it be wrong that I ask that they all stand so y'all can see who's here in opposition to this?
You can certainly do that, sir. It's done quite frequently. I do not have an issue with that.
All y'all here in opposition to this? Put your hands in the air. Put your hands in the air. I just wanted to make you aware of that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
How about I put this on?
The next speaker who wishes to speak, either for or against the item. Mr. Varnell, good afternoon, sir.
You want to go ahead and say my name?
Please do.
Okay. My name is Kevin Varnell with Stocks Engineering, here representing the owner. And
I'm ready. Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I am not sure if the previous testimony you've heard from has been provided by experts, but I would like to offer that my, I guess, expertise in the field of engineering. And I graduated from NC State with biological and agricultural engineering program in 2001 and have been practicing civil engineering in Nash County for around 17 years. Would you be willing to accept me as an expert in my field?
Mr. Durham? Yes, sir.
All right. I just want to address a few of the things that were mentioned, I guess, from the folks in the audience. And one of the things that has been pointed out multiple times would be the access to Red Road as it stands right now. The original plan that we had submitted actually tied into Wallet Mill Road and kind of came right at the intersection with the others. It was at the request of DOT to slide that as far as we could away from the intersection. So that's why you see the entrance to the subdivision on Red Road, which is the road with the least amount of traffic, and as far away from the intersection as it could get. As far as number of entrances for lots, the North Carolina Fire Code requires a second entrance when you cross 99 lots. So for this subdivision at 74 lots, we're well underneath that North Carolina Fire Code threshold for having to have a second entrance. And the stub road that was referred to was a request by staff, not part of the original plan submitted by the developer. There's no intent to develop to the south, but that was a request by planning staff as a good planning measure to connect to a future subdivision or future development if there was one. My developer has no intention at this time to continue that way. That was a request of staff. I would like to point out again, as Mr. Tyson said, that the land use plan does have this area as suburban growth, which the RA20CU is consistent with that, and is very consistent with the subdivisions you've recently seen and approved over the past several months. So it is in accordance with the land use plan. As far as loops inside the subdivision, we did, if you look at it, tried our best to have it so that if something did happen within the subdivision, that there were multiple ways to kind of get around. So that's why the streets that you see interior do loop. There are also 3 lots, as was pointed out, along Highway 43. Again, these were really, we tried to limit the amount of roadfront lots that we had. I know the current standing of the board tried to limit those. So we tried to limit the number of roadfront lots we had, and we really just ended up with those 3 on the end that couldn't be accessed internally based on the way the creek runs and the property itself. So those are very large lots with 200 foot of frontage. And so that's why those are shown there. The soils that you see are in the dark gray area on your map. Those are the good soils. Those have been evaluated by a licensed soil scientist, and that soil scientist has prepared a report that says that there are enough soils on those lots to support the septic systems for that development, with a septic area and a repair area, just like we discussed in previous meetings. Each lot will have to go and get a septic permit from the county before it is allowed to be developed. So there is a second tier there. Not only does a licensed soil scientist have to provide that documentation, but also the county health department will have to approve those septic permits as well. And I'll be happy to answer any further questions that you guys have.
Questions of Mr. Varnell at this time? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Do we have additional speakers that wish to speak for or against this item? Morning.
Steve Jones, 1747 Wallet Mill Road.
Good to see you, Steve.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
I'm not here to speak in favor of the subdivision, but I also know that there's an opportunity that it might be approved, so I would like to advocate for the future residents of the subdivision. Would ask that you might consider a turn lane in the center of the road there in front of the the entrance there where these people might could get off of the highway when they have to turn across the lane of traffic. Something similar to the landings at Cooper Field. There's a turn lane there now that seems to work quite well. So my request would be, if this subdivision is apt to be approved, that it might be with a condition there might be a turn lane for these people to get off the road to get into this subdivision. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Tyson, I'd like for you to address that fact that it's not in the design stage yet when you come forward as well. Any other speakers for or against this? Good afternoon, ma'am.
My name is Barbara Edwards, and I live at 7169 Red Road. I had no intention of coming up here today, but I do have a vested interest in this. If I live until tomorrow, I will have lived in.
Let me get you sworn in first, so.
Pardon?
Let the clerk swear you in first, if you
okay.
would. Put your left hand on the Bible.
Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
If I live until tomorrow, I will have lived on this property for 88 years.
Bless you, ma'am.
Except for a few years in college and that kind of thing. Yeah, change is coming, and I don't like it. I'll be real honest, I'm not going to say I like it, but because I don't. But my grandfather, Jim Womble, owned what is now Rolling Acres number 1 and Rolling Acres number 2. And yeah, when I look up there, it's very hard for me to find where Papa Womble's house was. But at least their houses with some space between them. When I walk out and I have now 1 acre of land, and when I walk out in the morning and look around, and there's nobody that I can see, it's wonderful. But we know change is coming, but can't they be larger lots? I just feel like that we're set. And septic tanks are going to be a problem. That land, we're on the fall line. And I have chopped cotton, I've chopped tobacco, I've worked in it all my life. And you got a sandy spot here, and you got a rocky spot here. And you're going to have that in that, and you got what they used to call marl white clay. You're going to have a lot of problems. I think. I'm not an expert. I'm not speaking against Four Seasons. David has rented my land in the past. I think very highly of David. But I just feel like that you could reduce the size of the lots, and maybe that would help. Frankly, if I had my druthers, I'd let it stay like it is. But it's not for me, and I'm not going to be here much longer to have anything to do with it anyway. But please think about that, because some of us, some of our families have been there for over 100 years. And it means a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Edwards. Good to see you today, and I certainly hope you're here tomorrow. Next speaker. I will take you again when I let everyone that wants to speak, if that's fair with you, sir.
My name is Ron Mason. I live at 1885 Wallet Mill Road.
If you would place your left hand, raise your right hand. Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
I agree with Ms. Edwards. I'd kind of like to leave it like it is, because, but I know change is coming. I know that we've got people moving into this county, this state, and our country as a whole is growing. So I'm not opposed, I don't think anybody's dead set against it, it's just the lot size. I think what I hear from everybody is in contention, going from 40 down to 20. The traffic is going to be heavy, I mean, it's going to be hundreds of cars. Not many houses have one car this day and time, 2 or 3 at least, so there's going to be a lot of people accessing that road. It is a dangerous intersection. I live about halfway between 1003 and 43, and generally I always go out the opposite direction. And one of the reasons is the road. It's a bad curve there. And that kind of bothers me, all these houses. I'm not, again, opposed to the development of it, but I'm concerned about the density of it. Traffic is going to be on the road I live on, obviously, because people are going to go toward Rocky Mount. They work in Rocky Mount 43 or down at Wallyville Road. At that intersection is going to be difficult. I have a question, I guess, if I can ask this. Is there anywhere else in Nash County, rural Nash, not in the towns, that has been lot size reduced from 40 to 20? Is that appropriate for me to ask that question?
I can tell you there are many other places, sir.
There are many other places?
Yes, sir.
In the county?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, I always thought that, in town, the population is more dense. You had businesses, of course, and you also had residences. And I like rural part of the world. The reason I moved out in that part of the world. Most of the people, I know most of the folks that have spoken, and they have sizable pieces of property, and I think they enjoy the rural living. And I always thought if it was rural, we had 2 different types of living in this county, most counties in the state, would be the towns, cities, and rural county. And rural meaning that it was farmland, it was some houses, but there wasn't subdivisions with this small a piece of property with 70-some houses on it. So I would just ask if you, not so much deny, and I don't have a problem with Four Seasons, I know David, and they do good things, but I think you got twice as many houses proposed as what it should be. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mason. Is there anyone that hasn't spoke that wishes to speak on this for or against?
William David Reams. What else you need to know?
Your address, sir.
6501 Red Road.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm, I'm sorry, would you place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand? Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Only thing I'm concerned with is all the traffic on Red Road. I live at 6501, and I know it's business, but Brownsville comes through there all the time, tramps and trailer trucks running through there all the time. I live on a curve, which is, I understand that, but it's still a whole lot of traffic coming through there. So if you put that place up there, there's going to be more traffic coming through there, because they're trying to get to Raleigh. That's a shortcut to Raleigh. So that's where everybody's going, is going to Raleigh. So then they have to come through that road, go through all those curves, and then come through my curve on my property to go straight to Raleigh. So that's my only concern, is all those people coming through there, and they don't slow down because they're running late. They're trying to get to work. So they're running late, and they hauling butt. They don't care anything about them. My dog's almost got run over twice, and I have to whoop somebody if my dog gets run over. And that's all simple to it. I just have to whoop them. But that's probably about all I got to say, is that the traffic is terrible running through there. And if you let them build this stuff, there's going to be more traffic, more folks, more everything. So that's about all I got to say. Y'all have a good day.
Thank you, sir. New speakers, anyone else? Clayton, I do not see anyone moving. Do I remember the name right, I hope? Yes, sir. Okay. And I generally do not do this, and I hope everyone here doesn't desire to do that, but please go ahead.
I appreciate it. I forgot one thing that I wished I hadn't have forgotten.
Now, let me ask one question. The fact we're still in the same public hearing, Mr. Durham, I do not need to swear him in again? Okay, thank you. Go ahead, sir.
And again, I'm speaking from my experience, and I don't think this has been mentioned, but I think everyone would believe what I'm about to say. And I'll just make it very short. More people, more crime. And when I first came here and met some of the wonderful people, some of the places I was recommended not to go to because of bad areas. But where are you moving to? I said, Red Oak. You got it right, buddy. You got the best place in the county, one of the best places in the county where it's safe and tranquility. And I feel like I moved to God's country, and I'd like it to stay that way, but I know there's going to be some changes. I know you folks care about the people here. You care about your job, and I appreciate that. And I'm just asking you to show us how much you care and consider our request. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'll make one more call if any other speakers. I'd entertain a motion to close the quasi judicial hearing at this time.
So moved.
Second. Moved by Commissioner Harrington or Belfield? Belfield. And seconded by Commissioner Outlaw. Any questions on the motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Public hearing is now closed. Turn it back over to staff, Mr. Tyson.
There are two things that I want to mention. Number one is just to confirm that there are no pending plans, to my knowledge, for the development of the property to the south. The applicant submitted this without the stub road, and the planning staff requested the stub road, not because of any particular knowledge of immediately pending development, but simply because if you don't require it now, there's no gap in the lots in order to connect with a future development. And so that is a reflection of the specific request of the planning staff and not of the developer or of any particular knowledge about the adjacent property.
Do you do that frequently, sir?
We do. We did it on the property that we rezoned last month along Stony Hill Church Road. And the second thing I want to address is that there was a request that the board consider, presumably as a condition of the rezoning, a turn lane. And the decision to require a turn lane or not does not necessarily rest with this board. Typically, that is determined by the NCDOT, and it would be determined later in the road construction design process. And so typically, this board would not require a turn lane. You would leave that determination to the Department of Transportation, who have the expertise to determine that. And if in fact the DOT requires one, then the subdivision developer would be required to build that before he could begin recording the lots. But it's typically not a determination of the county, and more typically a determination of the DOT.
Do you normally address that in a rezoning stage, or is that addressed during design?
Later in a preliminary plat process that would come after the zoning has been established.
All right, thank you. Anything else, sir?
That's all I have, unless the board has any specific questions.
Any questions from staff? Mr. Outlaw?
I just have one question, and I guess this would be best directed to Kevin back here. Is there any opportunity with this layout to potentially have a second egress and ingress point?
The only thing I can, and I'll let Kevin, if the board would like to hear from him again, I think that the DOT specifically pushed the entrance to the south side because, and I don't know where my mouse is or why it's not on there, but there's a lot of traffic that enters Highway 43 from Red Oak Boulevard and Wallet Mill and then proceeds on to the north or to the right of the screen. And so the DOT specifically wanted the point of entrance to be on the south end, and perhaps were not interested in having another entrance on the most heavily traveled part of the road after that additional traffic gets added. But that's what I know, and if it pleases the board, I guess you could potentially hear from Mr. Varnell again?
Well, I mean, I just think if you're going to look at the turn lane thing with DOT, I understand that.
Right.
Maybe they could look at this at the same time and see if this is approved, what is the potential for that second point?
Right.
And I think the turn lane idea is probably a, reasonable suggestion.
I would think, Mr. Outlaw, also the reason that the staff has required stub streets, that if indeed that land is developed at a later point, that would indeed create additional outlets out of this, which is the reason that you generally have stub streets into a
Correct.
county land like this. And normally you would see more than this, but this particular piece of land, it certainly got some challenges in all directions except for the southwest direction. That one was required.
Well, it's probably one of many in the county. I mean, out in.
Oh, yeah, it is.
Out in the Westmount community in that area, I know
Yeah.
we're looking at some four-way stops and different things. We've got some areas out there that have traffic patterns that are not good, but there are things that can be done working with the DOT if they determine that it's appropriate to do it.
Correct. Yes, sir. Other questions, Mr. Tyson, from board members?
I want
think
to,
Mr. Harrington.
I want to agree with Commissioner Outlaw that that is a dangerous area, even on that side of this property, that a turning lane or some type of entrance where people wouldn't be just run out into the road, where they can have access to getting off or getting in, that need to be looked at.
Ms. Leggett?
Yes, Mr. Tyson, there's not a lot of, I would say, neighborhoods in that area. I know there's one further south of West Castelia Road on Red Road, Poplar Creek maybe.
Okay.
What density is that? Do you know?
Poplar Creek is, I believe, a 30,000 square foot zoning. So 30,000 square feet per lot.
Okay.
And the land use plan here recommends either 30,000 or 20,000 if water is present, public water, which it is, and it leaves to the board the discretion between 30 or 20.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions, Mr. Tyson, or staff members? Thank you, Mr. Tyson. Oh, excuse me. Do you have a question, Mr. Lane?
Can you hear me?
I can
There
now.
you go. I was just going to say that stub streets like that have been around for 60 or 70 years at least, I know. And if the property next to it is developed in a way where it's not required, what you'll often see is a closing of that street and the land for a nominal amount given to both of the lots on each side. So if that piece of property is developed and it's not necessary, it probably will go away one day.
Thank you, sir. All right. This is, as Mr. Tyson pointed out, did you have anything else, Mr. Tyson?
No, sir.
Okay. It is a three-step process. The first step is to adopt a consistency statement, A or B. Entertain a motion for that at this time.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Belfield.
After going through this quasi-hearing on this particular request and opposition or other suggestions that may make it better, I would like to offer a motion that we send it back to the planning board and staff to see if they can work out a better position here on this that would ease the opposition and at the same time developer be able to develop the plan.
All right, I'm going to take what you're suggesting is a motion to table.
Yes.
Do you want it tabled open-ended, or are you going to give me a date specific to table it?
Well, tabling it, sending it back to the planning board and the staff and the professional staff to come up with a better plan that would that both sides could agree on.
Second.
Let me get this first. I need to state the motion properly. So you're going to ask for a motion to table at a time specific when the planning board had had additional time to look at it. Is that your motion?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Durham? Is that tied down enough, or do I need to go further?
They can look at it again.
Mr. Chairman.
I need to get a second before I can take conversations. The motion is to table this, return it back to the planning board, and give adequate time, which means it would need to be rescheduled. It's not a time specific. So someone would have to ask that it be put back on the agenda. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
And a second discussion. Mr. Outlaw?
Yeah, I'm just wondering specifically what Mr. Belfield is expecting the planning board to do. I mean, are you expecting the planning board, and I'm just playing devil's advocate here, are you expecting them to come back with the RA20CU with some plans or thoughts regarding a turn lane or an exit point, or exactly, or are you expecting them to come back with R30, or exactly what are you looking for?
All those expectations. It could be a turning lane, the zoning instead of R20, it could be R30. I mean, I think they need to sit down with the planning board, with the people that want to develop and those that are disagreeing with the recommendation that's come before us today.
Yes, sir. Because I'm not opposed to doing that. I just want to know specifically what you were looking for, sir.
Well, I want to be careful and not get too much expectation in it, because you're not at a design phase, and part of what was just said will come at a later date. But to table this motion to give more time for the parties to work together is what I understand we have. Any other questions on the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. Appreciate y'all being here this morning. You're welcome to stay longer if you like. If not, I'm going to take about a 10-minute break just to get a chance to clear the room. Next item on the agenda is quasi judicial public hearing for conditional use rezoning at C1210404 to rezone 31.17 acres on Needham Road and Whitley Road to R20CU. Mr. Tyson?
The subject property is outlined in red on the screen. It's 31.17 acres owned by William Franklin Lamb. It's at the southeast corner of Needham Road and Whitley Road, and it's currently zoned R40. You can see in the zoning map the green color. Property is northeast of the town of Bailey in the area known as the Green Pond community. It's partially wooded, currently undeveloped. Property is north of and immediately adjacent to the 148.52 acres that the board rezoned last month at the April 5th meeting to RA20CU, medium density residential, which is the yellow here, along Stony Hill Church Road and along Whitley Road. So it's immediately adjacent to that. That was a 207-lot Williams Grove subdivision. The site's located in the Neuse River Basin in the WS3 PA Watershed Protection Overlay District, meaning that no lots may be subdivided with less than 20,000 square feet, but the 20,000 square feet that is requested as part of this rezoning would be acceptable if approved by the board. Property is not located in a floodplain, does not appear to include any riparian stream buffers. The property owner, along with the prospective developer, ACE Needham LLC, has submitted this request to rezone the property to RA20CU, specifically for the development of a 53-lot Whitley Crossing subdivision. Again, RA20CU would match the adjacent zoning across the southern property boundary. Approval of the request would reduce by half the current 40,000 square foot minimum lot size requirement to 20,000 square feet, doubling the potential permitted residential density. There are 9 land uses that are permitted for development currently under the R40 district that would no longer be permitted under the proposed RA20. That includes double-wide manufactured homes, rural family occupations, radio or communication towers over 60 feet in height, solar farms, non-hazardous solid waste disposal collection sites, utility field offices, water treatment plants, horse shows, and turkey shoots are all things that can be permitted now but could not be permitted under the proposed zoning district. This is, of course, conditional use, so the developer would be tied to the specific sketch plan, and there's the opportunity to add conditions. The land use plan designates this whole area as suburban growth area. As we've already discussed this morning, the plan promotes rezoning to either RA30 or RA20 where public water service is available. This property has access to public water service via an existing 6-inch water line along Needham, which is along the northern boundary of the property, and an existing 4-inch line along Whitley Road down here. And of course, permitting higher density development helps to accommodate the residential growth anticipated by the plan. If we go back to the zoning map, this would obviously not be spot zoning because it would be a direct extension of the RA20 CU established to the south last month to include the subject property. The sketch plan, as shown here, was prepared by Joyner Keeney. It serves as the required site plan for the rezoning. It proposes 53 new residential lots. 8 of those lots would be accessed directly from Needham Road along here. And to just get your bearings, north is to the left-hand side of the screen. So this is Needham Road. 8 lots would be accessed there. 10 lots would be accessed directly from Whitley Road along here. And the remaining 35 lots would be accessed from the 3 proposed new interior roads. The plan, as we just discussed with the last one, the Williams Grove subdivision had a stub road to this property, and then this plan would propose, at the request of the planning staff, a stub road to the adjacent property, which is to the east. All lots either meet or exceed the 20,000 square foot minimum lot area and the 100-foot minimum lot requirement of the requested RA20 zoning district. There is a centralized mailbox kiosk as required by the U.S. Postal Service. And of course, the developer would be required to construct new water lines to connect each new lot to the Nash County Public Water System. There is an element of a subdivision waiver attached to this request, specifically having to do with the lots along Whitley Road here. If you are following along in your report, you'll see the traffic chart that we've prepared. The latest NCDOT traffic count for Whitley Road that was performed in February of this year resulted in 168 vehicles. However, since that time, there have been 62 proposed new lots for the subdivision to the south, Williams Grove, that will be accessed primarily or directly from Whitley Road. So those 62 lots times 10 trips a day adds an additional 620. And then there are 45 lots either directly along Whitley or along a road served off of Whitley that will add to the traffic here. So 45 lots plus 10 is 450. That gives us a new estimated average daily traffic of 1,238. Of course, the lots proposed along Whitley are proposed at 100 feet wide, which is the standard for the zoning district. However, the ordinance would require them to be wider, and which would result in fewer lots. To answer that, the applicant has requested a waiver of that extra lot width with 5 shared driveways. And this shows the 5 shared driveways. You have one here. These 2 lots would be required to access along the new interior road. And then you have 4 shared driveways over here. Needham Road is close to having 1,000 cars per day, and probably the next development along Needham will face this same issue. But as of now, there's not 1,000 cars, and so these lots can have individual driveways. But the issue is along Whitley and the high traffic there. If the waiver were denied, then the applicant would have to reduce the number of lots here. I do want to stress that it is possible to approve the rezoning but deny the waiver. and that would leave the developer to resubmit a design for the roadfront lots that would reduce the number and meet the minimum lot width requirement. So the waiver is not necessarily tied to the rezoning. It is possible to consider each one independently. However, a rezoning without the waiver would require the developer to rethink and resubmit the design for this row of lots. The TRC considered this request on April 1st and recommended approval of the rezoning. However, the TRC notes that the subdivision waiver request is inconsistent with the text amendment that was being considered at that time and which has been adopted this morning. The board has the ability to approve this under the rules as they were in effect at the time that the plat was submitted. And so the board has the right to either approve or deny the waiver, but you must determine whether you believe the waiver provides equal or better performance than having fewer, wider lots along Whitley Road. The planning board considered this on April 19th. Ms. Jane Flowers Finch was present at the meeting to address the board on the matter. However, she was unable to do so due to a procedural misunderstanding. The planning board voted unanimously to recommend, number one, approval of consistency statement A, finding the request to be reasonable in the public interest, consistent with the recommendations of the Nash County Land Development Plan and not spot zoning. Number two, approval of the request to rezone the property from R40 to RA20CU. And number three, approval of the requested conditional use permit to authorize the development of the subdivision. Those three actions were unanimous. There was a split vote from the planning board, still a plat recommendation for approval, but the vote was 5-1 to approve the subdivision waiver to allow the 5 shared driveways for lots 9, 10, 13 through 20 along Whitley Road instead of the additional lot width required by the ordinance. This, because there is a waiver, is going to be a 4-motion process. First, you'll need to adopt a consistency statement. Next, you'll need to approve or deny the zoning map amendment. Third, you'll approve or deny the subdivision waiver. And fourth, you will approve or deny the conditional use permit. There are 5 conclusions there. Number one, the development will satisfy the applicable requirements of the ordinance. Number two, it will not materially endanger the public health or safety. Number three, it will not substantially injure the value of adjoining or abutting property. Number four, it will be in harmony with the area in which it is to be located. And number 5, it will be in general conformity with the Nash County Land Development Plan. There are 6 development conditions. Of course, it'll have to be developed according to the sketch plan as approved. It can only be developed for the land uses that are typically permitted in the RA20 zoning district. All the lots must be served by public water to be extended as necessary. All the road names must be reviewed and approved by Nash County Emergency Services prior to their official assignment. And any significant or substantial modifications would require re-review. I do want to note that condition number 5, which requires the recording of a subdivision waiver notation, only needs to be included if the board recommends approval of the waiver. So if the waiver is denied, we can omit condition number 5 when we get to that motion. And having said that, this is a quasi-judicial public hearing, so I will ask the board to accept the staff report and the case file as soon as we begin the hearing. And before we do that, I'll take any questions you have on the staff report.
Questions of Mr. Tyson at this time? Thank you, Mr. Tyson. Entertain a motion to go into a quasi-judicial hearing on item number 12 on the agenda.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Arrington. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Leggett. Questions on the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. Mr. Tyson, we'll swear you in at this time.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, will you accept the staff report and the contents of the case file into the record of evidence for this case?
So noted and accepted. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now in another quasi-judicial hearing for this 31.17 acres of rezoning to RA20. And if there's someone here that wishes to speak for or against this item, we'd like to hear from you one at a time. And when you approach the podium, if you'll just give us your name and address, the clerk will swear you in, and the board will be glad to listen to you, what you have to say about this. First speaker on this item?
Tony Stone, 2902 Wolf Trap. I don't believe I was sworn in.
You'll have to be sworn in for this public hearing here, sir, as I'm told before.
Yes, sir. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stone.
I didn't anticipate speaking today, but I think I will. I represent Franklin Lamb, the owner of this tract that these gentlemen here are proposing to develop. And I was under the impression, based on what was said at the planning board, that because we were at this point in the process, that we wouldn't be subjected to maybe the new rules that y'all are anticipating. So I would just say, Mr. Lamb is a retired gentleman who's inherited this farm, and he would really appreciate the income that it would provide to him to, if you do not allow this, these lots on this road, it's going to significantly impact probably what he'll be able to get for that farm, because he won't be able to get the number of lots that we have counted on for the whole deal. So I just would like, on behalf of him, for you to consider allowing these driveways. I've been involved in the shared driveway situation. I know it's something y'all thinking about doing away with, but it worked pretty good up on 58 Highway and some things we just got through doing. And due to the fact, again, that this is in progress, I'd just plead that you would grandfather this development in on this time.
Thanks, Mr. Stone. Other speakers for or against this item? State your name and address.
Jane Flowers Finch, 1810 Craig Street, Raleigh, North Carolina, 27608.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do. First of all, I'm a bit confused about the procedure here, and the main gist of my argument is that this is a quasi-judicial hearing, and the developers haven't spoken, and they have the burden of proof, and the burden of proof has not been met. There's been no evidence offered other than the report prepared by the planning department, and that report, I contend, is totally not sufficiently adequate for any kind of finding by this board. I want to address that, but before I do, I want to go right first and address what Mr. Stone, Tony Stone's argument about the financial benefit to Mr. Franklin Lamb. I just want to let you know that would be totally inappropriate for you to consider, and if you did consider that as a factor, it would be grounds by reversal at the Court of Appeals. So that is not appropriate for you to consider in any way in these decisions. The burden of proof is not to guess. It requires actual opinions and facts presented to you in it's a quasi-judicial. You're sitting as a judge. This is like a court of law, and the evidence has to be put on and testimony in under oath in an admissible form. The report from the planning department is a very good thing, but that is not sufficient. That's like a business report, and it's not the evidence. It's only a report. So I question that even the minimum burden has not been met at this hearing, and I'm always kind of confused because normally I am here to oppose it, and I would be doing a rebuttal. And also, it's important that the parties be given an opportunity to cross-examine the witnesses, and there haven't been any opportunity to cross-examine them. Normally in these matters, you would have a traffic engineer and some people to come up and state how it's going to impact on the traffic and those kind of things. Nothing like that has been tendered, and there will be an opportunity to cross-examine them. Making that argument vigorously and strongly that there is insufficient evidence for this to be approved, I will address the substance of them, because in case you disagree with me, but I'm feeling very strongly that the burden of proof has not been met. I'm sorry, my glasses are steaming. The question is, when this was zoned R40, it was either done by members of your board or your predecessors, and they did it for a reason. And maybe at that time, they thought that Stony Hill Church Road could absorb an R40 development. But this was for rural families, rural family occupations, collection sites, utility offices, horse shows, turkey shoots, and that sort of thing, and it was approved for that. Now, they want to come in and substantially increase the traffic. You've already allowed Mr. Williams to come in and greatly put the traffic on there, but you're trying to make Stony Hill Church Road something that it is not. The growth, I'm sorry, my arguments are kind of, I had it here. I mean, just how much traffic can Stony Hill Church Road handle? And we have already, Mr. Williams is being allowed to have 207 houses, and then these people want 51. Actually, Mr. Williams has more than that. It's 200, it's a lot, 260 some. And then this is going to be 51 houses. And while they're going to be, some of them are going to be feeding off Whitley Road. Whitley Road is less than only a quarter of a mile long. It runs between Stony Hill Church Road and Needham Road. And if you get on Whitley Road, the odds you're going to go to Stony Hill Church Road are very high to get anywhere. Because if you get on Needham Road, you're going to either go to Lyles Road or Horns Church Road. It's not a long road either. So you're going to have this high concentration of traffic there. Everybody that's going to live out there, this is high-density development. This is not Raleigh. It's not Wilson. It's not Rocky Mount. We're not running out of land. We're packing these houses on there, and there's nothing there. Those people are going to have to get in their car to go get gas, to get groceries, to take their kids to daycare, to go to work, to go do recreation, to go take their garbage to the dump, which is on Stony Hill Church Road. To go do anything, they're going to have to get in their car. And they're going to live in this packed subdivision, packed, no space to there. If they want to go for a walk, it is not pedestrian friendly. Stony Hill Church Road is not pedestrian friendly. I have personally walked down Stony Hill Church Road. It has got a country shoulder, and then you're in the ditch. It's 55 miles per hour limit with grass along the shoulder of the road. There's not pedestrian people. These people are going to have to walk. They're going to have their neighborhood, which is not going to have sidewalks on it, but they can walk around in their neighborhood. But if they go out on Whitley Road or Stony Hill Church Road, it is not an area that's pedestrian friendly. It's not friendly to kids on tricycles, bicycles, skateboards, or much less those electric scooters that they can scoot out in front of you. So we're going to be putting density here without for the people to go anywhere, they're going to get in their car. So you're going to have a lot of traffic. And, you know, with 300 houses out there and 10 trips per day per household, that's 3,000. And there are already hundreds of houses on Stony Hill Church Road. I was going to sit down and count them. I counted them one time just in that cluster of Needham and Whitley Road and Stony Hill Church Road in just a circle. I counted about 140 already existing homes, and then there are bunches more on Stony Hill Church Road. This is going to be a lot of traffic. And it's not half-acre lots. R20 is .45 acres. It's not a half acre, it's less than a half acre. And then they don't have any place in here for a green area for people to gather. I mean, you're just packing them on there. Nash County needs growth. I want growth in Nash County. I love southern Nash County. But I want it done right. And we're driving, this is turning into a reckless ship. Johnston County has put the brakes on R20. They can't handle it. I've talked to attorneys down there. They're slowing it down. They have a crisis in education. Also, there was somewhere we read one time that you could figure 1.6 or 1.7 child per household. So out there right now, if we put these 300 and some houses, you're going to have 450 children. And to build a school, to build a school, you're talking about $60 or $70 million, and they're already having issues in Southern Nash and Bailey Schools, Southern Nash Junior High and Bailey Schools too, with the new influx already, but without these developments. So we need to do planned growth, and just having the big developers come out here and put up the houses, that's one step. But we need to be thinking about what goes next. I hate to see these are small houses. I haven't seen what these guys are building, but we've looked at some of them. I've seen some that are already going up, and I am concerned what this is going to look like in 10 years. And it's just going to be packed on there. And also, where are these people going to go? What are they going to do? They're going to be driving their cars. Mr. Adams talks about suburban growth areas, and so I decided to figure out, what is a suburban growth area? Where does that term come from? What does it mean? And I Googled it, and suburbs started in the early 1900s. And do you know where they started? They grew up around the railroad tracks, out from the metropolitan areas. That's what a suburb is. And why did they grow up around the railroad track? For transportation. So now these people are going out there, and they're not putting this house development out there because there's a railroad track or because Stony Hill Church Road is there. They're putting it there because it's vacant, cheap land. Vacant, cheap land. And that's where they can go pack them on there, and they've got water, and they're going to crowd septic tanks on there. And who knows what kind of problems we may have. We're being pretty aggressive going out there with these less than half-acre lots and putting lots of septic tanks all together. And how we know there are issues about parking. My mother has rental property as a childhood. I've seen septic tanks put in, and I don't understand it a whole lot. But I do know you can run into problems with it. And I know that a landowner on Pace Road with all that rain who had a mobile home park has had major problems with septic tanks. And they were totally not functioning. And suppose you have a lot of rain out there and something happens and they're not working. And I think one speaker, another hearing today made the point that suppose that we have to put in sewer systems out there because there's problems with these septic tanks, so we'll be facing that kind of expenditure. Let me just see. The developers, they want to make money. And I appreciate that, and they can do that. But it's not your job. You have a duty to all the citizens out there in the county to plan for this kind of development. If you go to a hearing, a land use hearing in Pitt, in Greenville, or in Raleigh, or even in Johnston County, where they've been dealing with these massive developments, there are more conditions put on these developers. Mr. Stone said one time recently at the land hearing that we want to preserve agricultural land. Well, that's disingenuous, because if they are so concerned about conserving agricultural land, that's not what's going on. That's not what's going on. And they could do conservation easements for agricultural land or do kinds of things, but, we're taking on a lot. So just wait a minute, let me... The main thing I'll go back to is where are the witnesses? There's not been sworn testimony except from Mr. Adams, me, and Mr. Stone. and that's not addressed any of the requirements I think you're required to find on these. Another concern is the ability to provide services, fire, emergency services, sheriffs, schools, water. It's amazing to me that a 6 or 8 inch pipes can provide enough water for all those people, and what if some of the other people down the road decide they want to tap into it? And there's not been any testimony about that infrastructure being adequate except in a report from the planning department, and I contend that is not sufficient evidence. That is, it's a report, but the burden is on the developer. Okay. There's just no way you can make every tract of land out there R20, and it is going to be getting into a challenge if everybody else comes out here and wants to start making it R20. And at that point, Stony Hill Church Road is just going to be already shredded. It's going to be difficult to widen Stony Hill Church Road. It's going to take up, my sister-in-law has a house already that sits right there on the road. It would completely put her house in the road. And then the houses that Mr. Williams has already built on Stony Hill Church Road are very close to the road, and so you're going to have to be taking it up. There's no plans for a turn lane. And there's going to be a need for a turn lane on Whitley Road and possibly into another development. And again, I think I've said this, but Stony Hill Church Road is not pedestrian friendly. There's not going to be much pedestrian friendly anything out there with all this traffic, and there's no sidewalks and things like that like you have in a city. We're wanting to take a big, highly dense residential development and prop it out here in the middle of the country. And in town, when you do that, they're requiring people to do mixed use, and they're requiring it to do mixed use for a reason. Not that I'm saying that's what you should do out here, but it's for the very reason it reduces the traffic. It puts people on foot to go to a restaurant or go to a grocery store or to do some of their errands, so that it's just not as much vehicular traffic. We could have every car coming out of Whitley Road at 7 a.m. and on to Stone. Most households require 2 people to go to work. During COVID, they've been at home, but they're going to be going back to work, and some people are not. And then not only that, you're going to have school buses going down that road, and they stop. And another thing on Whitley Road, on Stony Hill Church Road and Whitley Road, people's mailboxes are at the road. So the mailman comes along in the morning, anywhere between 9 and 11, and stops at every one of those mailboxes. You've got that. And there's already been traffic issues out there. My niece, Heather Finch, has had some experiences out there. There's a lot of construction, and the traffic is already a concern. Our goal should not be to have growth as fast as you can. The goal should be to have growth that is quality at a rate which we can absorb it, the rate which we can deal with it. And this is, the developers want to come in there and pack as many houses as they can on this land. And I don't think you should do that. If you're going to let them do that, there needs to be buffers. There needs to be green space provided. There needs to be consideration for how people live and human nature and how they move around and what they're going to be doing. There needs to be an efficient development pattern. I Googled and researched too about development in rural areas, and it says that there has to be, people need attractive places to live and work, a sustainable community. And another thing, they're going to have to cut down the trees, the forest. And I have to make this argument here for my deceased brother, Ray Finch, who served this county as a forest ranger for a long time. And he started Finch Forest Tree Farm and had the Christmas tree farm and painted all the beautiful trees out there. And it's very beautiful, the farm there on Stony Hill Church Road, absolutely gorgeous. But he was one of the early environmentalists, and trees are God's natural air filter. They are the single most thing that can help us with having clean air. And we're out there cutting them all down. Maybe they should leave some of the trees because it does cure air. So we do have environmental concerns. And so we're going to be bringing lots of cars in there with the exhaust from cars, and we're going to cut all the trees down. This is a metropolitan-style development in the middle of the country. And I just ask you to seriously take a look at it, to delay this, to give it more consideration, to think through this, and to visit these issues that I have raised. We really do need to have a real consider the growth and how this is going to impact the people out there. There are a lot of the people that live out there that wanted to come today, and they're mostly along Whitley Road. They're young people, and they're working, and I've been texting, and they couldn't take off to come over here, and I'm glad they'd been off all day long. They wanted to know if the meetings were at night, and so I think you would have had a lot more people here but for that, and I have been communicating with a lot of them. I thank you for your time, and I'll ask you to, my biggest argument is they've not met the burden of proof. There's been no evidence. Just the planning department's report is not sufficient. I think Mr. Durham might, I'll find in the case law from the Institute of Government and some court cases that there needs to be more evidence. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Oh, thank you very much. Yes, I am here on behalf of Louise Strickland Finch. She is a landowner. She is a person of interest, and she received the notice, and she owns property that borders Stony Hill Church Road and Whitley Road.
Thank you. Do I have another speaker on this item number 12?
Here. Hi. Do I need to? Heather Louise Finch, 4462 Stony Hill Church Road, Bailey, North Carolina, 27807. I don't know why I just gave you my zip code. But. Yes, thank you. Thank you all for letting me speak today. My name is Heather Louise Finch, and I know you've heard me speak before, but I grew up in Nash County on Stony Hill Church Road on a farm. It's a family farm. And I've been labeled the Hallmark girl locally, probably because I came back from New York City and made reefs. I've lived in the city. I've lived in New York. I've lived in D.C. I know what it's like to be crowded on top of each other. But I came back to North Carolina last year during COVID because I saw a lot of opportunity and what could be done for this county and what I can do to help the community. And I believe in this county, and I believe that Nash County has a heck of a lot of economic development opportunity. And with my experience and my career, have been working in Northern Virginia, Washington, D.C., and New York City. I've been a part of planning. I've been a part of economically growth planning for Northern Virginia, especially out in Chantilly, Virginia. And I've spoke with a lot of my counterparts, former counterparts, on what's been going on, especially with the changes to our 20 from the 40, and as my aunt addressed earlier about Johnson County even putting a pause on that. So I'm really concerned about the decisions we're making today without thinking of the repercussions of everything else that goes along with it. I'll give you an example. One thing that has been brought up since I've been here, and I did want to say on behalf of all of my neighbors, with the exception to one on Whitley Road, we're on a giant text chain. They wanted to be here today, but we all are working, and it's impossible to take off work. I'm lucky I could move my meetings around and work in the back. And I love the fact that the people in the Red Oak community were able to come here, but they're obviously of a different, they're retired probably, just not gonna, just the truth. So my concern is, how many houses is this? 53. Okay, 53 houses. So 53 times 2 is 106. We just have like 250 houses, about 500 people, say if 2 people per household, were moving in along the lines of Stony Hill Church Road. And I have a point here. There's maybe 499 people, not even that live in the town of Bailey. I can't even run for a seat in the town of Bailey. You have more people planning to live in this area. That's a town. Not only that, think about the gun. I mean, I'm all about having the rights to carry a gun, but are you going to change the gun permits as well for people shooting? Because I've had several close encounters where I've had to call the police over the past 2 months with new development, where somebody decided to shoot off their back porch or they think they know they can go hunting. Like, there's so many things that really need to be thought through and changed and thought of about your gun being able to shoot, the amount of feet that you can shoot, even in the town. Like, there's more people living here versus in a town. So why can't we have those types of rules and stuff too for safety? And also, no offense, I know y'all live in Raleigh, and Mr. Stone's from Nash County, and he's lived out in the country before too, but I think this is just a quick sell of taking advantage of an economic time of development, but you're not thinking, again, as Matt Ann addressed, of the long-term goals. I'm really concerned about my future. I'm concerned about my children's future. I'm concerned about my friends' children's future and the kids' future. We don't have enough schools. Where are you going to put a new school? It takes about 10 minutes. When my grandma was having congested heart failure 2 weeks ago, I had to call 911. Everybody knows Pearl Finch, but it took about 15 to 20 minutes for them to get to her. I was freaking out. Can you imagine in another situation where that happens to you? What if you have a heart attack? You have a heart attack, Mr. Davis. How long is it going to take them to get to you? That's a life or death decision. There's not enough people. There's not enough people. And I've got a lot of friends, luckily, that are in law enforcement that I can text. And I had to do that. I had an incident, too. Somebody trespassed on my grandma's property with 2 guns a few weeks ago. And luckily, I could text somebody, and a state trooper came along and helped me out. It was really scary. Like, this is stuff that needs to be thought about. I'm very much for development. I'm very much for what's about to happen, which is absolutely amazing. And Eastern North Carolina has so much going for them right now. There's so many multi-million to billion-dollar opportunities if we play our cards right. I've been a part of a billion-dollar infrastructure for data centers in western part of Virginia, which I'm more than happy to give you the references and talk about the economic growth and what they've done. Let's put the brakes on it and think about it. This is a lot of freaking people. Sorry for saying freaking, but it's a lot of people. Just really, let's pause, think about it. And I'm asking you, as a fellow neighbor, as a Nash County, as a North Carolinian, as somebody who left the city, living this dream life, because I wanted to come back and I want to make an impact in this county because I believe in it. And this is just really quick decisions for quick cash that I think it's gonna really hurt us in the long run. Also, traffic sucks. It's really bad. It's really, really, really bad. And if y'all are going to continue development, even on the other parts of the road, there needs to be a speed limit change and all these other people actually monitoring it, because there's been so many almost head-on collisions, not only with myself, but neighbors as well. And I would like for you all just to really stop and think about it. Just think about your future. Think about your children's future, children's children and their grandchildren's, because this all impacts us. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Other speakers for or against this item?
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for having me here. We've been here all day, been waiting our opportunity to speak and get to address you guys, and just want to thank you guys for the opportunity.
Give us your name. There you go. You're good.
Name is Eric Ogilvy. My address is 4221 Mountain Brook Road, Apex, North Carolina, 27539.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony, I'm sorry, do we have?
Backward.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Z. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a lot kind of to talk about. I'm going to be brief, as quick as I can, and try not to bounce around too much. The first item I wanted to bring up was the text amendment that is going to be passed. The text amendment for 200 foot of roads on any highway that has over 1,000 traffic estimated, or currently ours is estimated, which I have no argument to. The notification we received, because I know that was one of the questions that was discussed amongst you guys, we did know about it going into the planning board meeting. We didn't know about it going into the TRC meeting. We didn't know about it when we won under contract on the property. So a lot of these assumptions that we were making going into the project was based on the prior amendments. I think that there are reasons that makes this project suitable for shared driveways and 100-foot lots. Not that all of them are 100-foot lots, there are some variation, but I think the fact that there's no wooded property that's going to be on the property is going to be of help. I know that it's a very flat property. There's probably about 6 or so foot of elevation change from front to back. The visibility is very high. The roads are straight, and you can see much farther. I know there was a comment made by the DOT saying that there's only 88 feet per second per car. You're going to be visibility, you're going to be looking at these cars in driveways prior to pulling out. Obviously, safety is something that you stress and you try to make as comfortable as possible. There are some performance issues that you have to potentially compromise on to get this parcel to work. But I think the visibility and the ability to see farther is a benefit, and I think it increases performance. I think another thing that's going to help the road lots is going to be the mailbox requirements. There are going to be kiosks on the inside of the properties. That's going to allow people to go and get their mail inside of the development, and there's going to be limited traffic of people stopping to get their mail, going to the street to get their mail, or mail carriers stopping on the street. I think that's going to alleviate a lot of the issues. In other areas that don't have over 1,000 cars, don't have developments, they're going to be putting mailboxes on the road. I think the performance of 200-foot space roads, shared driveways, is significantly better than 100-foot driveways with mailboxes. Originally, when we discussed with Adam prior to the submittal, we were proposing a potentially less dense subdivision that had less than 1,200 foot of road. Less than 1,200-foot block was going to eliminate the necessary restrictions of putting in the spur roads. So that's one of the things that when we went back with Adam, he proposed more interconnectivity. We feel comfortable with that. We talked to him about the potential for tighter subdivisions and more density if we could create the interconnectivity. It was something that was agreed on before here. I think ultimately, going forward, this is going to create a better interior infrastructure of roads that's going to alleviate the potentially even less 10 cars per household if they've got multiple different ways to exit these subdivisions, which I think Adam's thought when he's creating this interconnectivity. I think, here we are, the tier. So for us, we're not looking to come in here and turn a quick dollar on a development and go away. We've been building in Bailey for some time. We've provided products to people that not only come from out of town, but people who live in Bailey. A lot of our clients are people who live in town, live local, live in Rocky Mount, and they want to move and stay within Nash. So I don't necessarily think we're creating a opportunity to bring in hundreds of new people. I think a lot of the people coming here or moving into our projects and our houses are from this area. We're excited about that because, you know, one of our goals is to stay in Nash County. We don't want to come into Nash County, turn a quick project and get out. We want to help kind of facilitate the future economic outlook for development, you know, to create the best safety and the best products, you know, because our name is going to be on it. So another one of the thoughts we had with Adam Tyson, when we initially proposed the project, we were not as aware of the other project to the south, Cecil Williams. His was approved last month, you know, so we have a consistency situation that we're dealing with. Adam Tyson recommended, you know, that we need to show the map to tie to the south side. You know, Cecil Williams' project got approved, he's got a spur road that touches ours. It only makes sense for us to continue tie into his project. If we tie into his project with a less dense structure, you break that that continuity, and you're also creating an expense for us that is not going to be supported by potentially less dense number of houses. There's a wooded lot in the back that we're going to have to go through. It's you know, inherently, it's an additional expense, and it's per amount of road, a higher cost. So I think part of the situation with lower density, which we're trying to balance here, is we want to provide a product that's suitable for people who live in Nash County and are coming from other areas where, you know, the housing prices, you know, may not compare. Coming here to Nash County, one of our goals is we want to bring people in who can afford these houses. If we're putting them on 40,000 square foot lots on the land that costs the same regardless of the zoning, because that's kind of the situation we're in now, the housing prices are going to increase to the potential point where we can't have these people who want homes in town to have them. They're going to have to move out to allow other people to move in who can afford them. We've already, like I said, we've received significant demand in Bailey to the point where we're trying to get to a point, you know, to get the houses built to a standard that is going to allow people to continue to desire our product and, you know, stay within the, you know, Bailey community. So based on those situations, we feel like the project is good, it's suitable, it's safe, and really at the end of the day, we're looking at a potential 50 more lots in connection to a much larger product. I really don't think that the additional lots we have here are going to put a significant strain on the roads and the infrastructure currently. If you have any questions, I can answer them as well.
See you done. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Other speakers on this item, which we're on item 12?
Think you can stand me one more time?
Give me a few minutes to think about that, Kay. You're fine, ma'am. Glad to have you here today.
I'll be quick. I was just doing a little research this morning.
Let me get you to state your name and
I
address
got to
again.
tell you again who I am and get sworn in.
You do, ma'am.
Yes, I'm Kay Mitchell, 11239 West Old Spring Hope Road, Spring Hope, North Carolina. Nope, this way.
Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. I was doing a little research this morning, and we've got in the United States, between the supply of houses and the demand for houses, we're 4 million short. I am a realtor. I do sell the houses that these young men build. I wish I had more of them. Right now, I have none. They are not tract builders. They're not corporate builders. They came from Wendell because they ran out of lots in Wendell. But they've been successful in Wilson County and Nash County around Bailey. I also Googled while we were talking, while Jane was talking. The median lot size in the U.S. is 8,567 square feet. So yes, we country folks are accustomed to a 40,000 square foot lot, but that's not what most people are accustomed to, apparently. An R20 lot with county water, and if our very conservative Nash County Environmental Health determines that it can have a viable septic tank, and they would never approve one that didn't. So the whole issue about the septic system, I think, is a moot point. We do have a very conservative environmental health department. So just because there are 20 doesn't mean every single lot's going to get approved. I'd like to see houses that people, we do have a big demand. I think the pandemic has pushed people out of the city. We have a lot of people that want to move to the county. Increased building material cost or driving up the cost of houses. If the lots have to be larger, that's going to drive up the cost of housing. And only the very wealthy will be able to afford houses in Nash County. So, thank you.
Thank you. Have another speaker wishes to speak on item 12? Jane, if you can do it in 2 minutes or less, I'll honor it, but it needs to be very, very quick.
Ron, I want to reiterate that this is a quasi-judicial hearing, and I don't think that Mr. Ogilvy got up and spoke, and he referred to talking to Mr. Adams and stuff, but they have not met their burden of proof and presented a case before this quasi-judicial hearing to prevent sufficient evidence for this board to make a ruling. And so I reiterate that and hope that you will dismiss their motion, their petition, and they can try again, but that's my legal argument. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Hadn't seen anyone else approach the podium, so I'll call for a motion to close the public hearing at this time.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Outlaw, second by Commissioner Belfield. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. The public hearing is now closed. And Mr. Tyson. Any other questions of Mr. Tyson?
Yes, sir.
Just, excuse me, just one question that I asked earlier. Can you clarify for me specifically, but maybe this board, exactly what the requesters' expectations they could expect from this board regarding the shared driveways? Because I've heard conflicting comments on that.
When they first met with me, they were told that shared driveway, that there was a strong track record of having shared driveways approved. Prior to the consideration of this project by the planning board, they were informed that the text amendment that we adopted this morning was being proposed and would be on the same cycle with their request today.
Is this prior to the planning board submission?
Not prior to the planning board submission, but prior to the planning board meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions, Mr. Tyson, on item number 12? Thank you, Mr. Tyson. Okay, board, we have a four-step motion. The first motion that I would need to get on this item is a motion to adopt a consistency statement. We have a consistency statement A and a consistency statement B. Pleasure of the board.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
I move to adopt consistency statement A.
Right. Adam, how many items we have under that?
2.
2, okay, including 2 items. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
Second by Ms. Wells. Any questions on that motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? That motion does carry. Call for motion to approve or deny the zoning map amendment.
Mr. Chairman, move to approve conditional use rezoning request CU 210404.
Have a motion to approve. Is there a second to that motion? Second. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries as well. We now need a motion to approve or deny the subdivision waiver request.
Mr. Chairman, I move to deny the subdivision waiver request to allow shared driveways, to disallow the shared driveways.
Second.
The last part of your motion confused me a little bit. You're making a motion to deny the waiver request.
Yes.
Okay. And I have a second by Commissioner Outlaw. Any questions on that motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries as well. And now I need to call for a motion to approve or deny the conditional use permit with, Mr. Tyson, how many items?
There are 5 conclusions and 6 conditions. However, in light of the fact that the board just denied the waiver, I would suggest that whoever makes the motion would replace current condition number 5 with a condition that they reduce the number of lots along Whitley Road to meet the standard ordinance requirements. And I'll be glad to repeat that, or you can just cite what I just said on the record.
And it is, what item number 5?
It is condition number 5 to substitute an instruction to reduce the number of lots along Whitley Road and just eliminate the text that is under number 5 right now.
Okay, entertain a motion to approve or deny the conditional use permit with those items specified by Mr. Tyson.
Motion to approve, but revising the development conditions number 5 to reflect the change, no shared driveways, and then also number 1, that the subdivision sketch plan would update the changes as well.
All right, have a motion. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Outlaw. Any questions on the motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? That motion carries as well as revised. Thank you. Next item is item number 13, is another subdivision waiver request for the Creekside Manor subdivision on Selma Road. Mr. Tyson.
This one does not have an attached rezoning. The lots are currently zoned for 40,000 square feet, and the subdivision is proposed at that same density. The subject property is 71.11 acres, highlighted in red on the maps, on the aerial photo in front of you, owned by the Barnes Land Corporation. It's on both sides of Selma Road and both sides of Hilliard Road. The property is south of the town of Middlesex and very near to the Nash-Johnston County line. The property is currently undeveloped and mostly wooded. If you'll notice the line of lots along the west side of Selma Road and then a handful of lots on the east side, those are sections 1 through 7 of the Creekside Manor subdivision. They consist of 33 existing lots, and they were recorded between 1996 and 1999. The parcel that you're looking at today is the remainder of the same parent tract that these lots were cut out of in the mid to late 90s. Site's located in the Neuse River Basin. It's not located in a watershed protection overlay district. There is 100-year floodplain along the extreme south of the property for a small portion of it. There is also Moccasin Creek and Shop Branch, which defines this property line that's kind of squiggly here, and it would have a 50-foot riparian buffer required along it. There is no public water or sewer service available here, so any future development of the subject property would use private on-site wells and septic systems. The sketch plan submitted by Joyner Keeney would continue subdividing the remainder of that for the further phases of Creekside Manor subdivision. It would be 55 new residential lots. The lots shaded in gray are the ones that are already there, and then the white lots are the proposed new 55 lots. 13 of those lots would be accessed directly from Selma Road, a handful right there on the north side and most on the south side. 5 lots would be accessed directly from Hilliard Road. You see those up here. And then the other 37 lots would be accessed from the 3 proposed new interior roads, 1 on the north side, 2 on the south side. The lots either meet or exceed the 40,000 square foot minimum lot area requirement and the 100-foot minimum lot width requirement of the zoning district. And again, the zoning district is not proposed for change. The design includes a cluster mailbox down here in this area. The reason that this is before you is because of the amount of traffic on Selma Road. The latest NCDOT published data from 2019 estimated 500 cars on Selma Road. There was an additional 3% increase for 2020, an additional 3% increase for 2021, and then with 50 proposed new lots, out of these 55, 50 will have to be accessed either directly or indirectly from Selma Road. And so that adds 10 trips per lot for an additional 500, and we break the 1,000 barrier, as you can see in the table there, for a total of 1,030 vehicles. The developer has proposed a waiver on the grounds that 5 shared driveways would result in equal or better performance in the furtherance of the purposes of the ordinance. You can see those 5 shared driveways, 1 on the north side, the west side, I guess, and 4 on the east side. I do need to note that because of the uneven number of lots that are being proposed, this plan does leave 3 lots with individual driveways, and at least 2 of them don't have sufficient width under the standard rules. So this would be a waiver based on 5 shared driveways and 3 individual driveways. And of course, if the waiver is denied, the developer could maintain most of the overall plan, but they would have to reduce the number of lots or widen the individual lots that are allowed along the heavily traveled Selma Road. TRC reviewed this on April 1st and noted that the subdivision waiver is inconsistent with the proposed text amendment that you adopted this morning. Of course, the board remains free to approve the waiver if you still determine that it provides equal or better performance. The planning board considered this request on April 19. There were no members of the public present to address the board. The board voted unanimously to recommend approval of the subdivision waiver request. This is a single motion. You simply need to approve or deny the waiver because there's no no rezoning element. There are 2 notes there that all new road names proposed shall be reviewed and approved by Nash County Emergency Services prior to their official assignment. And if the motion is to approve, note number 2 is a notation that needs to be placed on the plat. And if the motion is to deny, we'll just omit number 2. And this does not require a public hearing. Mr. Blair Alford is here from Joyner Keeney representing the application, and I'll be glad to take any questions that you have on the staff report.
Questions of Mr. Tyson on this one?
I guess, if I may.
Sure.
Same question I asked on the previous one, as far as clarification on.
As far as I know, they would have been notified on the same schedule, which would have been after their initial submittal, but prior to the planning board's consideration.
Sir.
Other questions? Mr. Tyson, I think you stated that there were a couple of other lots that did not meet the minimum standard, standalone lots. So what are we doing here today that approved those?
Here you would be, so the ones I'm talking about are the 3 blue that have single driveways because there are not partner lots because there's 3 lots here. These 2 can share on the interior road, but this lot's already recorded and has its own driveway. So there's no opportunity for this one to share a driveway unless it was accessed from an easement, across this lot somewhere. Same here. We have one outlier that doesn't have a partner. I'm not sure, this lot is wider than the rest, simply due to the nature of the stream being there. It's much wider, but at least these 2 lots, essentially you're being asked to determine that not only shared driveways provide equal or better protection, but 5 shared driveways and 3 single driveways provide equal or better shared protection.
Well, that's what it seemed like to me.
Right.
So the waiver itself, I'm a little bit confused. It doesn't really address this shared driveways. It more or less addresses this plan as submitted.
I'm not sure I followed that question.
Well, we've been talking about shared driveways all morning.
Right.
And what we got here is some shared driveways, but at the same time, we're also given a waiver to 3 lots.
Correct.
Being less than the standard requirement.
This one is not potentially comparable to even the other ones that you approved in the past because of the 3 lots that have single driveways. Basically, what I'm saying is if you felt the last one was not equal or better performance, logically, it would seem that this one would be even less of a candidate for equal or better performance because of the individual driveways that are mixed in.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions, Mr. Tyson? As you stated, this is not a public hearing. It's, no discussion. Well, I guess I can call for, if the applicant wants to make any.
You're free to do that.
And the applicant can be his designated person. Is there a person here that wishes to speak on this one? Well, are you? Okay.
This is Blair Alford with Joyner Keeney.
Please come to the podium and identify yourself then. Go ahead, sir.
Hey, I'm Blair Alford, 4572 Lily Walk, Rocky Mount, North Carolina. I'm from this area, been here 40 years now. I just have a question. I know you denied the last one for the Whitley Road, Whitley Crossing. So I guess for you guys, do I just need to tell our clients, and I'll get, as a question, I guess for Adam too, if the road count is over 1,000, I need to push them away from shared driveways, based off what has transpired here today?
You should be able to get a reading of, I think, today of how this board feels, but you can still continue to request them.
Right, but I don't want to waste your guys' time either, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, I know you probably not going to sit there and say, hey, just tell them not to do that or whatever, but I got the feel of how the day's going, so I'll talk to my boss and let him know. And we'll go from there.
I understand what you're saying, sir. That's about all I can say. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right. Mr. Lamb, am I going to have a question, or can I go ahead?
Go ahead.
Okay.
I will say that the 3:30 is in a few minutes, but I can go in the back if you want, or I can do it here. I know we've had a long day.
I think we got one more item to finish, so
Okay.
I'm not, if you would go in the back, if you don't mind.
Sounds good.
Okay. All right, I need a motion to approve or deny the subdivision waiver request for this item number 13.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I make a motion that we deny the subdivision waiver request.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
And a second by Commissioner Outlaw. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. Next item is item number 14, which is a extended conditional use permit CU for Next Level Cycles LLC on Taylor Ginn Road.
This is an existing conditional use permit that is about to expire. On November 5th, the Board of Commissioners rezoned the property you have on your screen, 1.38 acres, November 5th of 2018. Rezoned 1.38 acres on Taylor's Ginn Road from A1 to RCCU, specifically to authorize the development of Next Level Cycles, a motorcycle sales and repair service shop, at the request of Mr. Kelsey Richardson, the applicant. A conditional use permit was issued to authorize the construction of that motorcycle sales and repair service shop. On February 14, 2020, Mr. Richardson's grandmother, the property owner, inadvertently deeded the subject property to two other family members instead of to Mr. Richardson due to a miscommunication with the attorney. Although willing, those family members were unable to correct the mistake immediately due to other legal proceedings in which they were involved at the time. On October 5th of last year, just prior to the expiration of the permit's 2-year vested right, this board approved a 6-month extension in order to allow the conditional use permit to remain valid through May 5th, 2021, which is 2 days from now. On April 26, 2021, the subject property was successfully deeded by the relatives to Mr. Richardson. However, Mr. Richardson will not be able to secure a building permit for the development of the motorcycle sales and service shop before the pending expiration in about 48 hours of the conditional use permit. So he has requested a further extension. You'll recall that as a result of the discussion of his last extension, we amended the ordinance to give the board the ability to increase the amount of time from 6 months to a year that you are allowed to extend a permit at a given time. And so Mr. Richardson is requesting the full 1-year extension that is allowable under the ordinance, and that would keep the permit valid through May the 5th, 2022. This is the lot that was subdivided out after the rezoning, and then this is the site plan showing the shop and the parking spaces and the driveway that has been previously approved. In accordance with the ordinance, the board, as the permit issuing authority, can extend for a period up to 1 year the date when the permit would otherwise expire if, number one, the permit has not yet expired. It has not. Number two, the permit recipient has proceeded with due diligence and in good faith. And number three, conditions have not changed so substantially as to warrant a new application. You can grant this extension without the applicant needing to submit any new applications or fees. There's no requirement to hold a further public hearing. There's no limit on the number of permit extensions that may be granted for a particular project. And of course, the extension does not alter any of the conditions that were attached to the original permit, and they shall remain in effect. This is a one-motion process to either approve or deny the extension. The board has the right to approve it for a shorter time period if you wish. The 1 year that's requested is the maximum. And I'll be glad to answer any questions. And Mr. Kelsey Richardson, who is the applicant, has been with us all morning and waited all day very patiently, and I'm sure he'll be glad to answer any questions if you have any that I can't answer.
You sure he's still here?
Well, he was here a minute ago. He was in the back corner.
Pardon?
He was in the back corner. I guess he had to step out.
Okay, all right. Any questions, Mr. Tyson, on this matter? Only question I have, is there existing business at this location?
No, sir. It's a vacant piece of property.
Vacant piece of property, okay. All right, I need a motion to approve or deny the permit extension request.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Is it motion for 1 year, Ms. Wills?
1 year.
1 year. And a second by Mr. Belfield. All right, any questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? That motion carries, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to call for about a 20-minute recess of the board, and we will start back up at item number 15. Andy, good, and finish up the agenda and then have a closed session. Thank you. Call the board back in session this time, and at this time, and we are on item number 15, which is a National Economic Development Week resolution. I call on our economic developer, Andy Haggie, for this resolution.
I'll be short and sweet on this one. Good afternoon. This is pretty much basically a resolution recognizing the National Economic Development Week. And, if you don't mind, I'll go ahead and read the resolution.
Please do. Janice, do you think somebody over there to turn this back on?
Jonathan is in there, so she's going to check.
He's got it.
He's got it.
We good.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Go ahead, Andy, I'm sorry.
Says, whereas created by the International Economic Development Council in 2016, the goal of the National Economic Development Week is to increase the awareness of local programs that create jobs, advance career development opportunities, and increase the quality of life in communities everywhere. And whereas economic development is a big umbrella that encompasses policy making and programming, business finance, marketing, neighborhood development, business retention and expansion, technology transfer, and real estate development. And whereas locally, Nash County works to grow, diversify, and sustain the economy of Nash County while enhancing the unique natural and cultural environment. And whereas Nash County Department of Economic Development strives to make Nash County known nationally and internationally as a premier business address by creating a competitive business climate. And whereas Nash County Economic Development is engaged in a wide variety of settings, including rural and urban, local, state, and federal governments, public-private partnerships, chambers of commerce, colleges and universities, and a variety of other institutions. Whereas Nash County Economic Development stimulates and incubates entrepreneurism in order to help establish the next generation of new businesses, the hallmark of the American economy. And whereas Nash County Economic Development promotes economic well-being and quality of life for the community by creating, retaining, and expanding jobs that facilitate growth, enhance wealth, and provides a stable tax base. And now, therefore, let it be resolved that the Board of Commissioners of Nash County, North Carolina, does hereby recognize May the 9th through May the 15th, 2021, as National Economic Development Week in Nash County, and reminds individuals of the importance of this community celebration, which supports the expansion of career opportunities and improving the quality of life.
This third day of May, 2021. Any questions? Entertain a motion to approve the resolution.
So move.
Moved by Mr. Belfield. Second. Second by Ms. Wells. All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign. Certainly glad to approve it, Andy. Thank you. Next item begins our financial part is item number 16. I call on Donna Wood. It is a Southern Nash Senior Center project ordinance closeout. We have several of those, which shows me it takes a long time for the county to complete a capital improvement project.
These are actually cleanup ordinances, and I apologize they're coming too late. I know that a lot of these projects have been closed out a couple of years, but as we get close to our year-end audit, we want to make sure that we can clean up our financial statements. So you might see a few more next month as well. First item, the first closeout that I have, again, as you stated, the Southern Nash Senior Center project ordinance closeout. This project was completed as required. However, this closeout project ordinance is provided is to provide documentation for formal closing of the project, reporting in the finance accounting system. It's requesting approval for the closeout.
Any questions? Motion to approve.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Combs, second by Commissioner Leggett. Any questions on the motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. Early college capital project ordinance closeout.
Okay. This project was completed as required. However, this closeout project ordinance is to provide documentation for formal closing of the project for reporting in the finance accounting system.
Any questions? Motion to approve.
Move for approval.
Moved by Commissioner Outlaw, second.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Wells. Any questions on the motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries.
Okay. This project, the next item is the Ag Center renovation project ordinance closeout. This project was completed as required. However, this closeout project ordinance is to provide documentation for formal closing for reporting in the finance accounting system.
Any questions? Motion for approval.
Move for approval.
Motion by Commissioner Leggett, a second.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Ayrton. Any questions on the motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries as well. Item 19.
This item is a fiscal year 13 community development program Nut Cow USA building reuse project. To close out, this project was completed as required. However, this closeout project ordinance is to provide documentation for formal closing of the project for reporting in the finance accounting system.
Any questions on this item? Motion for approval.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Wells, second by Commissioner Harrington. All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. Item number 20.
This item is our Northern Nash, or the new replacement elementary school. It's a capital project ordinance amendment. This amendment for the new elementary school capital projects presented for approval to adjust the project to include the installment financing funds and to adjust the expenditures to $20,150,000.
All right, any questions on this one? Entertain a motion for approval.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Outlaw. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Leggett. Any questions on that motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign?
No.
Motion carries 6-1. Item number 21.
This next item is the Northern Nash Water System Project Amendment. The attached amendment is to adjust the project expenditure line items to account for approved contract amendments and change orders related to the construction and engineering contracts for the Northern Nash Water System Project. No additional funds, just changing the expenditure line item accounts.
Any questions on this item? Motion to approve.
Move for approval. Second.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Outlaw, second by Commissioner Combs. Any questions on that motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? At this time, I would recess the Nash County Board of Commissioners. Item number 22 will be made by Donna Wood. I need a motion to convene the governing board for the Central Nash Water and Sewer District.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Outlaw. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Belfield. Any questions on the motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? We are in a Nash Central Water and Sewer District. Call for discussion by the board. You got a presentation first?
I do have a presentation. So the first, what I want to present to the board is a resolution authorizing the sale and issuance of the refunding bonds and the bond purchase agreement. Central Nash Water and Sewer District has determined to refund and redeem all of its 6 series of outstanding general obligation bonds. The current plan is to close on the refunding bond issue, which will be a private placement with First Bank, on Thursday, May 20th, and redeem the outstanding USDA bond on the following day, Friday, May 21st. In consideration of refunding and redemption of the Central Nash USDA general obligation bonds, the attached resolution entitled Resolution Providing for the Sale and Issuance of a Not to Exceed $11,600,000 Central Nash Water and Sewer District of Nash County General Obligation Refunding Bond Series 2021 is presented for adoption. This resolution authorizes the sale and issuance of the refunding bonds.
Any questions? Seeing none, I call for motion to approve or deny the resolution for sale and issuance of the refunding bonds and the bond purchase agreement.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Ayrton. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Wells. Any questions on the motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. I call for a motion to close the meeting of the Central Nash Water District at this time.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Outlaw, second by Commissioner Belfield. Any questions on that motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? The district meeting is now closed. I'll reconvene the Board of Commissioners for Nash County at this time and go to item number 23, which is the budget amendments for the month.
Okay. The following budget amendments are presented for the board's consideration for the current fiscal year 2021. First item is with public buildings. This budget amendment appropriates additional funds for county public building utility services. The request of $20,000 is an estimate based on the annualized spending to date to cover the cost through June 2021. The next item is with the Emergency Management Department. This budget amendment is to budget fiscal year 2021 Tier 2 grant funds from North Carolina Division of Emergency Management for hazardous materials, emergency response, planning, training, and related exercises. It's $1,000. No county funds are required. The next item is with Department of Social Services. This budget amendment is to budget 100% federal funds for heating and cooling expense for qualified citizens. It's an additional $70,000. No county funds are required. The next item is under the Federal Asset Forfeiture Fund, which is not part of the general fund. This amendment is to budget funds for approved overtime for the Highway Interdiction and Narcotics Team, telephone subpoena investigations, travel and training, and informants. It's a request of $55,000. No county funds are required. And the next item is also with Federal Asset Forfeiture Funds. This amendment is to correct prior budgeted funding allocations for proper reporting between the Department of Treasury and the Department of Justice for federal asset forfeiture funds related to fund balance appropriations, revenue collections, related expenditures to date. It's actually a zero adjustment for revenue and expenditures. It's just putting the funding requests in the appropriate categories. No county funds are required. The next item is with the Water and Sewer Fund, or Enterprise Fund. This amendment is to budget funds for additional water and sewer tap fees based on estimated revenues and expenditures through June 30, 2021. It's for $25,500, and no county funds are required.
Okay, that's 6 budget amendments. Any questions on either of those? Seeing none, entertain a motion for approval.
Motion for approval.
Motion by Commissioner Combs, there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Leggett. Any questions on either one of those? Seeing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign. Budget amendment stand approved. Thank you, ma'am. Anything else?
That is all. Thank you.
We'll move to item number 24. You can just work. Okay. No. I mean, I can hear you, but it's not going to be recorded.
Good afternoon.
Good evening.
Good evening. The first is for the UNC Nash Healthcare Systems Board of Commissioners. I have no new information on these appointments unless any of the board members do. Okay.
I know there's been conversation. That's all I know.
Okay. For the Consolidated Human Services Board, I have been in touch with our Public Health Director, and he and his staff are currently evaluating the general statute and the current composition of the board to make a determination if we actually do need to add folks to that board. I believe it was Commissioner Outlaw's suggestion that if we did not need to add, that we would not do that. So they are looking into that, evaluating the skill sets of the existing board members to see if they can possibly double for some of the requirements for that board. And then for Tourism Development Authority, the TDA, we have 2 vacancies that need to be collector members. Do we have any update on that?
No update, ma'am.
Okay. And then,
Who are they?
pardon me?
The 2 vacancies.
2 vacancies, Mr. Belfield, that are collectors. I asked the board if they know of anyone that works or owns a hotel to bring them to me. I honestly just hadn't had the time to spend on it. I'll make sure that I get some members to bring to us before June, but if anybody else has got one, please bring them forward.
Well,
But they have to be collectors.
yeah, I thought about it, but I didn't come up with anything.
Okay, I appreciate you looking
I
into
was
it.
wondering, that's for one, I thought both of them require that?
Yes, sir, they do.
Okay.
Okay, and then the last is for the Nash County Board of Adjustment. If you will recall, last month, you all made a number of adjustments to that board, leaving vacant alternate member number 2 and alternate member number 3. And Mr. Tyson, our planning director, provided the note that we currently have vacancies for Commissioner District 2 and 3, Mr. Belfield and Mr. Cohn. And I believe last month they were asked to see if they could bring somebody forward for those.
I don't have one today,
Okay,
but I'll work on that.
okay, that's all I have.
All right, thank you,
On
ma'am.
the,
Go ahead, Mr. Terry.
yes, on the Spalding Resource Center, Ms. Richardson, she was still there, and she said that that the commission always agreed to have a current commissioner on the Spalding Resource. So that's my district, and I'm willing to serve on that.
Thought we did appoint Mr. Arrington to the Spalding.
Yeah.
I thought we did, but I
You
would.
did, you didn't, you're not listed on here.
Pardon me?
I see it's not listed. I don't see it listed.
Oh, on our board appointment workbook?
Yeah.
Okay, okay. I'll make that adjustment. Thank you.
Just verify that we did, but I think you're right.
Okay,
Just an
yeah,
update.
thank you. I'll make
All
that
right.
adjustment.
All right, the monthly tax report is next. I'll call on Doris Sumner, our tax collector.
Think I'm going.
Good afternoon. At this time, I'd like to present the monthly tax report. As you know, this report is designed to keep the board current on activities in the tax collector's office. The report is for your information only and does not require approval. However, it is recommended that you accept the report so that it will be noted in the minutes. And if there are any questions, I'd be glad to answer.
Any questions from board members? Duly noted that it's been received.
Thank you. And we do have refunds this month for approval.
Okay, proceed with number 26 then.
Yes, sir. We just need an approval for the refund so that we can disperse those.
Oh, that's right, you don't read those out, do you?
Yes.
All right, you got those, any questions on the refunds? Motion for approval?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Outlaw, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Arrington. Any questions on the motion or any refunds? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Refund stand approved.
All right, thank you.
Number 27, we took care of at 11 o'clock. We're on item number 28, which is any comment from commissioners at this time?
Go ahead, I'm sorry, Fred.
Mr. Chairman, I was just wondering, what is the possibility that we could split these zoning and quasi up between the two meetings? We normally meet twice a month. Could we split them up so it wouldn't take us all day to finish up?
Biggest problem I see with that, Mr. Bellfield, our current adopted schedule, we don't have a second meeting every month by any means. And a couple of those are kind of designated for other items. I mean, if the board so chooses, we could add additional meetings for the rest of the year, but that would be a board decision. You know, we actually do the second meeting, I think it's down to like 5 times a year.
Well, for me personally, I would, if it requires adding a meeting, I would just add. For me personally, I would add.
Okay. Any other comments on that suggestion?
Well, I think once you get through some of these issues we've got right now, it's going to settle down. It's not going to take as much time.
Okay.
That's just me.
Other thoughts?
Changing, we're talking about the other day. Ain't we gonna change this qualifier?
We are. A good point made by Mr. Combs is we do have a general statute that has changed that's effective July the 1st that will eliminate the majority of our quasi-judicial public hearings, which would speed up the public hearings tremendously. If you're okay, Mr. Bellfield, let's get to July and see what that statute, how that affects our meetings for a couple of times before we make that change. Because the way we are now, we fall right in line within a week or a few days of the planning board, and we won't be overlapping. It could potentially add another whole month to something if we wanted something a little different. And the planning board had already met that month if we moved it to the second one, and then we'd have to wait to the other one. But I think the significant change that's coming forward would shorten the meetings quite a bit. You okay to try that?
With what you're saying, you think the planning board is going to make some changes?
No, the general statute, Mr. Durham, am I saying that correctly? Okay. Well, the general statute is going to eliminate the majority of the quasi-judicial public hearings. We will have probably 80% less than we have now. For instance, the long ones today will not be quasi-judicial, and I'm only telling y'all what staff has informed me of. But I would ask Mr. Durham if he would verify that.
They haven't told me about it. And, I mean, there are some changes to Chapter 160, and the whole chapter's being rewritten, so it could be included in that. And I've been waiting on them to give me their recommendations to our changes, but I haven't seen them.
Okay, all right. You good to let's see what it does, Mr. Bellfield?
Well, just so things get a little shorter.
Okay, understand. All right, other commissioner comments?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
And just to confirm, May the 24th, our inside is the public hearing on the budget, is that correct?
Yes.
And the outside is Nash County Public School facilities. And then I think we said in June, we would move Parks and Rec to June. And then Mr. Cone, Commissioner Cone had mentioned possibly Trillium. Is there some other suggestion for June other than Mr. Cone's suggestion?
He said about he comes in the summer, June, July, August, so.
We'll verify that would be a good month for them, but they do come annually and see if that works.
If not, you can communicate that at May 24th meeting and then, or prior, and we can look for something else if that's not a possibility. Thank you, sir. That's all I have, sir.
Okay, thank you. Other commissioner comments? I will give a 2-minute new home report. There were 28 during the month of April, down just a little bit, but they were a total of 88 general construction permits, which was up somewhat. That does not include any trade permits, so we are still going very strong. This time I'll call on Mr. Lamb to do the manager's report.
Okay. Just a reminder that the county will be celebrating the grand opening of Miracle Park at Cooper's Saturday, May the 15th, beginning at 11. Reminder that we do have a second meeting in May, and that is scheduled for May 24th. We will be presenting the recommended budget for FY '22.
Set at 9.
Sir,
Set at 9 time.
that would be at 1:30.
1:30, I'm sorry. Yeah, 1:30. The United Way Committee is going to be hosting a barbecue and baked goods competition on the 21st of February, and they're going to be selling the barbecue at $7 each and a dessert for $3.
What date?
The 21st of of May, Friday the 21st. No, did I say February?
Yes, you did.
February.
I should have said, yeah, you put February on there, but
Did they change the
She's locked
schedule?
I'm sorry. Let me say it one more time so everybody's got it. Friday, May the 21st. They'll start selling barbecue at plates at 11:30 at the senior center. It was mentioned Thursday night that the county's revenues were coming in good, and I just want to let y'all know that through 9 months on sales tax, we've collected, or we will collect this month for March, we're at 85%. Instead of 75%. So that means we're about 10% ahead. We budget 16 million, so that's over 1.6 million ahead of of what we budgeted this year. I think we had our biggest month ever for motor vehicles, 841,000 for a total of 5.5 million for the year, or 91% through 9 months. So for motor vehicles, we're doing really well. And ad valorem taxes, we're almost 2 million over last year. Over budget, and which is, we expect 750 because we budget 97.5, but a lot of times we'll have more growth than we anticipated. So I would say that at the end of the year, our ad valorem taxes, including motor vehicles, are going to be about 3 or 3.5 million over budget. Our sales tax is going to be about between 1.5 and 2 million over budget. So that is very much a true statement that our revenues are coming in really strong this year. And that's all I have.
Let me ask you, I had on my schedule that the grand opening for the Coopers Park is on May the 11th at 11 a.m. I think you said Saturday the 15th.
That's what I have, but I could have misspoken.
That's correct.
That's right.
No, that's right.
That's what you said.
Yeah, it's on a Saturday, May 15th.
Okay. Let's scratch this out.
That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
All right, any questions of the manager's report? If not, I'm going to call for a motion to go into closed session. The closed session will be for economic development and matters of attorney-client privilege. Do we expect any action after the closed session?
Do not.
Do not.
We could, but I suspect y'all will want to review the one MOU issue.
All right. With that said, I'd entertain a motion to go into closed session at this time.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Leggett. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Arrington. Questions on the motion?
You need to buzz in.
What was that, Mr. Dern?
She's looking for Jonathan Boone.
Okay, right. I have a motion and a second. All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign. That motion carries. All right, I'd entertain a motion to close the regular meeting for the Nash County Board of Commissioners for May the 3rd, 2021.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Outlaw. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Leggett. I thought I'd get more response than that. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? And certainly stay here. We stand adjourned at this time.
Amen.